Chapter 56:42. That is the force of the rules of Tomb Mountain, suppressing him. Now he wanted to see how powerful the desolate beasts at this level were. The origin of the beasts is almost the same. The distance to reach the origin level of the universe is only a desolate beast with the power of a catastrophe. Just on the 59th floor, the barren beast he encountered had an attack comparable to the Tribulation Realm. But this is not enough. It's just comparable to the attack. The key is that the strongest move is comparable to the Robbery Realm. If it is really a Robbery Desolate Beast, any random move is the strongest blow of the Desolate Beast just now. In terms of strength, there is a huge difference. Pinnacle, the corners of his mouth raised when he was really inspired by this scene. A trace of thought power, manipulating the Tomb Mountain, awakened a real catastrophe beast. It was a good sale to Jian Wushuang, and he also asked Jian Wushuang. It's a good thing. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he also found a breath, quietly appearing. This time, before he went to open the cave mansion, a wild beast appeared, probably because of the real spirit. An inconspicuous stone is cracking on the 60th floor of Tombshin Mountain. The size of the stone is only a few steps long and wide. It's not a big deal. But at the next moment, the stone cracked and an orc with long head and feet rushed out. Sure enough, it was almost the same as Jian Wushuang thought. The desolate beast in front of him is no longer a desolate beast, but a murderer. Frozen demon race. Jian Wushuang stared at the opponent's appearance, thinking of a monster he had seen in Morua time and space. That is the time and space of Morua, the overlord group of the ancient times. Although it is the overlord, but the number is very rare, even less than the special life. No more than 10,000 heads in total. But birth is the earth immortal. Adult is the emperor. Without any constraints, it is easier to break through. He has seen portraits of each other in books. You are freezing the demon race. The little murderer, a little surprised Jian Wushuang could recognize him, asked in surprise. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, I knew it by chance. It belongs to that era now? Why can't I feel the movement of the long river of time and space? The small murderer with the sharp horns of the elder raised his head and looked at the void sky, somewhat puzzled. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to explain, but replied casually, Beat me, you will know? Ha ha ha. Your breath is too weak. Isn't it too easy to defeat you? Try it. Jian Wushuang did it directly. He arrived behind the opponent in an instant, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even see the business close to him very clearly. Only Hui Qing, who returned to the 60th floor, saw the moment Jian Wushuang flashed. Speed has merged with time. Jian Wushuang's speed surpassed the emperor too much. Others can't see it, and it's normal. Those inheritors above the 55th floor could still see Jian Wushuang's methods at first, but at this time, they discovered that their consciousness could not keep up with Jian Wushuang's changes. Jian Wushuang, who came to the back of the fierce beast, struck out a punch, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't even turn around, and then caught his punch with his back. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. With this strength, I am afraid I will be able to know the truth soon. The little fierce beast suddenly turned his head, opened his brown lips, and instantly blurted out a violent force, directly facing Jian Wushuang. Because of being caught, Jian Wushuang couldn't hide at all, so he could only resist this move. Boom! An attack directly burst the mountain that was comparable to the eternal treasure. Jian Wushuang, the nearest one, disappeared in the billowing smoke. A cold sweat appeared on Hui Qing's forehead, and the next moment he felt a familiar breath, just above the sky. Looking up, it was Jian Wushuang. A dark red armor, covering the whole body. Above the battle armor, there is still a trace of power that has just been destroyed. Click. Jian Wushuang leaked his appearance, stared at the murderer below, and asked, You are in a few catastrophes. It can be resisted. The little murderer was very surprised. After seeing the treasure on Jian Wushuang, his eyes shrank and he was shocked. Beast God Soldier. Do you know each other? This time it was Jian Wushuang's turn to be surprised. The other party knew the Beast God Soldier. I am afraid that he had some reputation in Morua time and space. Although the frozen demon race did not come back later, it was also a super race. The little murderer gritted his teeth and stared at Jian Wushuang viciously and said, "It's hard not to know this seat. At the beginning, someone used the beast god weapon to attack my frozen demon race and kill my people. It's true to look at the other person, and hatred is not small. My ancient temple, I will avenge the race today." With a roar, countless rubbles all around burst open. On the 60th floor, the other two people, Shang and Huiqing, were shocked by this roar. Tribulation. At this time, both Huiqing and Shang, or the other ultimate emperors below, could feel the oppression from the ancient temple. Only Tribulation Realm will have this sense of oppression. 60th floor. How can there be a catastrophe? Everyone felt incredible. Jian Wushuang was eager to try. Unexpectedly, he encountered the Tribulation Realm ahead of time. It seems that there is no need to fight at this level. Otherwise, these 60 floors would not be able to stay. With a move in his heart, he transmitted the true spirit and asked the other party to teleport him to the 65th floor. "Are you sure? The power of the rules there will suppress you very much?" Zhenling asked uncertainly. Jian Wushuang was very persistent. Now only he himself knows his own strength. The power of the 65th layer of rules could not suppress him. On the contrary, it will let him go as he pleases. Although Zhenling was a little puzzled, he still did it. He also did the same, wanting to see how powerful Jian Wushuang was after he joined forces. The 65th floor is desolate. The space here is more solidified, the gravity is 10,000 times higher than the outside world, and the force of rules is even more terrifying. If Jian Wushuang wanted to tear the space here, it might not be easy. When you look down, you can clearly see the people below. What's the matter? The ancient temple was a little puzzled. How could it be moved here suddenly? And he felt that the pressure here was great. There have been some subtle effects on him. "Human, is you doing it?" the ancient temple asked. Jian Wushuang did not refute, but nodded indifferently. "I said, as long as you defeat me, you can know everything. Now you don't need to ask too much, as long as you understand. If you don't defeat me, you will die." Jian Wushuang yelled, and the breath on his body began to boil. The strength that burst out in an instant caused the short, ancient temple to resist with his arms. Jian Wushuang was surrounded by a dark red arc. This is his strongest strength under normal circumstances. If it weren't for the power of the stars, his state at this time would probably be the strongest state. "You actually hide your strength." The ancient temple was a little disdainful. Even after feeling Jian Wushuang exploded with strength comparable to him, he still remained unmoved. Chapter 56-43. Very calm. Jian Wushuang was not surprised at this, because he knew the secrets of the frozen demon race's talents. The natural change Dao strong. After becoming a robbery, you can transform your body. The strength of the ancient temple is not weak. It is not an ordinary one tribulation realm, and it may even be a strong one in the two tribulation realm. It can transform itself and burst out stronger strength. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it." Jian Wushuang rushed out directly, and the two came to a stairway among the rocks, facing each other far away. Just a moment, an instant shot. This time, the ancient temple took the first shot, and a pair of sharp claws instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang's eyes. It's a pity that Jian Wushuang has already exploded this time, and his strength is not what it used to be. He saw the opponent's moves and directly grabbed the wrist of the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang's hands were like a chain, tightly binding the wrist of the ancient temple, especially the left arm that blends into the claw of the beast god. A dark red light burst out. 60,000 times the divine body burst out with endless mighty power in an instant. The two were in a stalemate like this. The ancient temple clenched their teeth, the threaded foreheads. There was already a trace of sweat, and the eyes in the eye holes burst out with countless bloodshot eyes. The two of them are competing for supernatural power. The people below can see clearly, because this time there is no quick battle, but a stalemate. Although Jian Wushuang clung to the opponent's wrist, he could feel the strength of the opponent. To outsiders, the ancient temple is now passive. But only Jian Wushuang knew that his current power was not enough. "If you don't break out, I'm afraid the opponent will break free." Beast God. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and the dark red aura on his body soared instantly. In the next moment, the power of the beast broke out completely. The realm of the beast god is wide open. The power of Jian Wushuang's divine body turned into the power of beast gods. Click. After Jian Wushuang broke out, he easily smashed the ancient temple's methods, freed his left hand, and hit the opponent's chest with a punch. Cracks appeared directly on the soft armor of the ancient temple. A mouthful of brown blood spurted from the mouth of the ancient temple. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang dodged in time without splashing himself. In the domain, Jian Wushuang was extremely fast. After a punch to the ancient temple, he immediately went around behind the opponent's stretched body, raised his leg, and kicked it hard. Under the double explosive force, the ancient temple was slightly injured, and the battle armor was completely cracked. In the meantime, Jian Wushuang did not forget to ridicule. "If you want to vomit blood all over me, I have to vomit faster." After speaking, he clenched his hands into a punch and slammed it on the head of the ancient temple. Boom! The ancient temple that was smashed to the ground from a high altitude struggled to get up. This time Jian Wushuang didn't make another move, and it was meaningless to solve the opponent too quickly. He can feel that the strength of the ancient temple is much more than that. At this time, the beast god realm he opened was also considered to be the power of the beast god, capable of increasing his divine body to about 80,000 times. It was already at the level of the robbery realm, and coupled with the power of the beast god, could he beat the opponent with divine power. These powers can be regarded as the top of the one tribulation realm, but not the peak. If this little strength can't hold it, then the other party will disappoint him too much. The ancient temple stood up from a miniature stone pit and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Staring at Jian Wushuang's dark red eyes, there was no trace of fear, but full of fighting spirit. "You actually have 80,000 divine bodies, which is really good." The ancient temple tore off the rotten soft armor on his body and leaked out his chest with obvious lines. "It's just that the limbs are very slender, and I can't see how strong it is." Jian Wushuang frowned when he saw the soft armor being ripped off at will. Although he recognized his strength very much, he was not arrogant enough to destroy the ultimate eternal treasure. The opponent's strength is so strong, and it is the frozen demon race. Even if there is no universe treasure, how can he have a set of the best eternal treasure? Now he can buy the ultimate eternal treasure at will. What's more, the opponent is in the tribulation realm. How could the treasures on his body be so ordinary? He broke it with a few tricks. "Why? Do you think the treasures on my body are terrible?" The ancient temple moved his wrists. The broken bones had long been restored, and then said, "Because my divine body exceeds 100,000, so I don't need any defensive treasures." As soon as the voice fell, a force that shook the world suddenly exploded. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot, and he felt that the other party was not that simple. The divine body of the ancient temple exploded again, and it really reached 100,000 times. The burst of power made his speed surprisingly fast. Jian Wushuang didn't even see the shadow of the opponent, and he was thrown over by the opponent's foot. Just when he was about to get up, the ancient temple used force again and stepped on Jian Wushuang's younger generation to collapse. Had it not been for the beasts, I am afraid that this foot could penetrate his divine body. Boom! This was not over yet. The ancient temple did not give Jian Wushuang any chance, clenched a fist with one hand, and blasted Jian Wushuang's head with a fist. Breaking the ground directly, Jian Wushuang's entire body was embedded in the ground. The ancient superpowerhouse is really extraordinary, and he is also a super strong man who takes the line of the body. That power made Jian Wushuang feel desperate. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang forcibly endured the cracking of the divine body and forcibly broke out the power of the beast god. This time he unlocked twice the power of the beast god. The divine body has also increased by 100,000 times, which is the same as that of the ancient temple. One turned over and rushed up instantly. The ancient temple raised its brows and said in surprise, "You recovered so quickly." The other party didn't know that Jian Wushuang possessed strong vitality. Even if Jian Wushuang didn't use twice the power of the beast god, the opponent couldn't kill him. This is the benefit of the source. The background is too strong. Although both of them are now using pure divine power, the origin is also indispensable. Jian Wushuang, who stood up, quickly entered a state of life and death duel. Fighting with the ancient temple is inextricably difficult. With twice the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang can still bear it now. As for the beasts, there is no problem. Although the origin within the beast god soldier has not yet reached the level of the universe, it can maintain Jian Wushuang's 3 times the power of the beast god. With only 3 times the power of the beast god, Jian Wushuang would be a little strenuous. The strongest is twice the power of the beast god, increasing the divine body to 100,000 times. That is to say, on the basis, a full 40,000 times the divine body has been added. The power of the beast is the power that bursts out after the candle dragon, the beast soldier, recovers to full body. Jian Wushuang is called the power of the beast god. When he was not a perfect body, he could only explode the beast god realm and the amplified god body. As for the power of the beast god, it was very weak and did not match his own god body. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it at the beginning, but after becoming a complete body, Jian Wushuang discovered that the power of this beast was much stronger than the bursting power of his own basic body. The power of Jian Wushuang's 100,000 times divine body and transformed beast is capable of exploding beyond its own power. Chapter 56-44. So that Jian Wushuang became stronger in Vietnam, and the divine body showed no signs of decline. Although the power of life and the power of all things can supplement oneself. But the injury of the divine body is difficult to recover. Even if Jian Wushuang is injured, it will cause the divine body to decline. But this time, although he suffered some injuries, the divine body became stronger as he fought. This is the resilience of the power of the beast god. Boom! A punch directly hit the front door of the ancient temple. How is this possible? The ancient temple couldn't believe it. After he was injured, the divine body had begun to decline, but Jian Wushuang's divine body was stronger in Vietnam and was able to suppress him. Jian Wushuang was full of fighting spirit, without any intention to stop, constantly beating the ancient temple. If you really want to kill the opponent, he can use Kendo directly, but it's not necessary, just play. Since the opponent's divine body is very strong, he uses it to defeat the opponent. Wow! With a kick, kicking the ancient temple into the rock pile, Jian Wushuang panted heavily and said with disdain, "Are you just this strength?" The ancient temple and the pile of rocks did not answer. Jian Wushuang could clearly feel the breath of the other party, and he didn't think that the ancient temple had just fallen. "I heard that you frozen demon race can transform after reaching the tribulation realm. I don't know if it is true or not." Jian Wushuang stared down and continued, "If you don't use it anymore, I won't give you a chance." After seeing Jian Wushuang blasting against the ancient temple, the people below felt that Jian Wushuang was about to win, but they were all taken aback when they saw Jian Wushuang did not take advantage of the victory. They couldn't hear Jian Wushuang's voice, they could only see Jian Wushuang's lips moving. Jian Wushuang, who came up with the intent to fight, didn't want to just kill the opponent like this. At least have to come up with some strength that surprises him. Otherwise it's too wasteful. He didn't use his origin to fight the opponent anymore. If he didn't show some strength, he would be a little bit sorry for him. The ancient temple stood up from the pile of rocks, slapped the dust on his body, and walked out faintly. When he looked up at Jian Wushuang, the corners of his eyes trembled. "Do you know that I can transform? So I am not afraid that I will kill you after my strength soars?" The ancient temple's voice was low. Transformation is the secret method of their clan's talent. There are very few people who know, and the human race in front of him actually knows that his status is not low, and his status in the Temple of Qixin is very high. At this time, the thinking of the ancient temple was still in Morwa time and space in ancient times. His strength was not considered strong at the beginning. In the robbery realm, he can only be regarded as an ordinary member. Jian Wushuang was able to suppress him, indicating that Jian Wushuang's strength was not very good. In his impression, there are many 5 Tribulations realm powerhouses in the Qixin Temple. There are also 3 major gods, and they are superpowers in the 6 Tribulations realm. That's why Jian Wushuang's identity should not be very high. But to be able to know the secrets of their clan's talents, I am afraid it is extraordinary. It should be a kind of arrogant god in the temple of Qixin. Only Tianjiao, who is against the sky, can give him such an arrogant opportunity to transform. Jian Wushuang stared at the ancient temple, shook his head, and said calmly, "You are so confident." Ha ha ha. The ancient temple burst into laughter. His eyes began to condense, and the aura on his body began to change and continued. "It seems that you don't know much. Do you think my transformation is simple?" The frozen demon race, the reason why God did not rule Morwa time and space before the arrival of the ancient times, is that it has a real ability. Do not rely on any foreign objects and secret methods. Simply relying on talent alone can dominate the long river of time and space. The sparsely numbered frozen demon race can be so strong. How can it be mediocre? Mortal witness. A group of white lights flickered, and the ancient temple laughed frantically. "Prepare. Are you ready for death?" Hum. The white light exploded, and the dazzling light made Jian Wushuang even unable to open his eyes. I could only vaguely see a figure, curled up in a ball, slowly standing up. After the light disappeared, the breath receded. Jian Wushuang saw the appearance of the ancient temple after its transformation. It can be said that the appearance has changed drastically from before. From short and thin to burly and strong. The face changed very little, and the two tentacles on the top of the head remained. For a while, Jian Wushuang couldn't feel the strength of the opponent. How about it? How satisfied with the appearance of this seat after transformation? The ancient temple opened his palm and slowly raised it. When Jian Wushuang was about to nod his head to answer, a powerful force instantly overturned him and retreated thousands of miles. Before he could stabilize his figure, the ancient temple had already arrived in front of him, and a top knee directly pressed Jian Wushuang to the ground. Squeezing Jian Wushuang's neck with one knee and looking down at Jian Wushuang, he said in a cold voice, "My current supernatural power is 180,000. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank when he heard this number. 180,000. What kind of monster is that? Is this the superpower of the divine body stream? He had heard at the beginning that those who are strong in divine body flow will become stronger in the later stage. But I never thought it would be so outrageous. Previously, he felt that after the opponent's transformation, the strongest could reach 120,000, and even 130,000 would be considered good. Unexpectedly, it reached 180,000 directly. This divine power is probably directly comparable to the superpower in the Three Tribulations realm. No wonder the other party is so confident. You reading www.ukanshu.com. What a surprise. The current Jian Wushuang, in the hands of the ancient temple, is really like a mortal. There is no room to fight back. Keep getting beaten up. The divine body has split, and it has dropped directly from 100,000 times to 60,000 times. The power of the beast also faded. The ancient temple tied Jian Wushuang's neck with its tail, and when he mentioned midair, he punched Jian Wushuang's chest with a punch. Soon, the basic divine body could not be maintained. Jian Wushuang's divine body was completely shattered. The face was beaten full of blood. 6 holes bleeding. No. Plated. Jian Wushuang spit out a few words hard, his eyelids trying to close uncontrollably. However, the ancient temple did not stop and continued to ravage Jian Wushuang, without forgetting to ridicule. "Don't you want to see my real strength? Why can't I hold it?" This time, Jian Wushuang really couldn't hold it anymore. Although his divine body has the blessing of the power of the beast god, it can indeed reach the battle power of the robbery, but it is far worse than the opponent. 100,000 and 180,000. It seems that there is a difference of 80,000, but in fact, it is infinitely different. Even if it was 10,000 more than Jian Wushuang, they couldn't beat the opponent. Not to mention, a full 80,000 more. Even if it uses 3 times the power of the beast to increase the divine body to 120,000, it is not an opponent. In the divine power competition, Jian Wushuang lost. But he can't be blamed either. The ancient temple is a strong robbery of the divine body flow. His current basic divine body is only 60,000, and after he joined the Tao, he is not very helpful to the divine body. It is still he himself spent countless treasures to upgrade to 60,000. How can he compare with the other party? Only when the beast soldier is complete, he has such a powerful divine power. If he waited for him to upgrade his body to the Emperor Consummation, he would be able to fight the opponent. Chapter 56-45. Those special beings, the divine body at the peak, the limit can reach 80,000 times. If Jin Wushuang reached that level and then raised the origin of the beast gods to the cosmic level, he might be able to use 5 times the power of the beast gods. Not afraid of ancient temples. But now, he had just succeeded in the harmony, and he couldn't reach that level after all the treasures were spent. After giving up the divine body, Jin Wushuang's thought power moved, and the power of life emerged instantly. Although the injury of the divine body did not return to its peak, the injury of Jin Wushuang's physical body healed instantly. As for the origin, even if the opponent has 180,000 supernatural powers, it will not hurt his origin's starry sky. He lit up half of the universe, as well as the endless starry sky. Even if the Lord of the Universe is allowed to come over, there is no guarantee that Jin Wushuang's origin can be crushed. What's more, it is an ancient temple that takes the route of the gods. 18,000 divine bodies are indeed very powerful. It was already comparable to the ordinary 3 tribulations realm, and of course it was certainly not a match for the Lord of the Universe. It's not that simple to master the tribulation realm of the universe. And now, the ancient temple is facing a strong man who controls the half-sitting universe. Jin Wushuang's origin burst out instantly, and an aura that could affect the rules burst out, making the ancient temple's mind trembling. Eternal change. Gucha's eyes were shocked. He didn't expect Jin Wushuang to have such a powerful origin. I thought he was a strong man in the line of the divine body just like him, but turned out to be an existence who mastered the ultimate way. And when he felt the origin of Jin Wushuang, the ancient temple immediately let go of its tail in surprise, and threw Jin Wushuang aside, shuddering. "You are only an emperor." Jin Wushuang slowly stood up. The arc on his body also turned light blue. That was the power of the starry sky. This is the first time he has performed the ancient changes after he joined the road and reached the peak state. Why? Is it surprising? Jin Wushuang's eyes became unusually tough. Song. When he raised his hand and pulled out the Jueyun sword from behind, time and space stopped flowing. The ancient temple was even scared back. That power reminded him of the original Lord of the Universe. "I've played enough. You should die too." A huge sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. This made everyone tremble. A sword struck the ancient temple with 180,000 divine bodies. His eyes only felt a little asymmetry, but the next moment the body was transformed into 2 pieces. Jin Wushuang opened up hundreds of swords in an instant, and the ancient temple was turned into pieces in astonishment. Raising his hand, a group of huge forces of all things condensed force directly burst. Boom! After the power of all things burst, the body of the ancient temple turned into blood and floated in the void. Jin Wushuang was surprised, but he didn't kill the opponent. The divine body of 180,000 times is really extraordinary. However, the ancient temple turned into flesh and blood was directly swallowed by his swallowing power and entered into the palm of his hand. Under the suppression of the powerful starry sky, the consciousness remaining in the blood was directly destroyed. Only blood containing endless power is left. Call. Jin Wushuang instilled the blood into the beast god weapon and let out a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Without using the starry sky catalog, he can kill the strong at the pinnacle of the second tribulation realm. Of course, although the combat power of the ancient temple had reached the threshold of the 3 tribulations, it was a purely divine body route after all, and it was still a little too weak. In addition, after being suppressed for so many years, the 18 divine body did not play a big role, so he solved it. It can only be regarded as the peak and consummation of the second tribulation. If he showed the starry sky catalog, he could match the ordinary 3 tribulations realm powerhouse. As for the Lord of the Universe, he might not be the opponent. In the 3 tribulations realm, There is a huge gap between the powerhouses who have mastered the universe's tribulation realm and those who do not. This can't be calculated. If you fight in the universe controlled by the Lord of the Universe, you will fall as many as the three tribulations realm. In his dojo, the Lord of the Universe is almost invincible. This also made Jian Wushuang very interested in his own thought universe. If the universe of his thoughts can become the real universe, it can be an abnormal dojo. By that time, wouldn't he be invincible directly below the four tribulations realm and even rival the four tribulations realm powerhouse? Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but get excited. He is still an emperor now, and the realm of the universe has not yet been truly completed. Once he lights up a whole universe in the original starry sky, I am afraid he will be able to display the real universe. Continue to practice? This is obviously wrong. No matter how generous the real spirit is, it is impossible to give him all the treasures. Still have to go out and do it on your own. 65 floors. Jian Wushuang easily opened up a cave. It's just that this time there is no desolate beast. He really wanted to kill another head. Now the origin of the beasts and god soldiers can be as good as entering the origin level of the universe, and they are still a bit weak. It is not as powerful as the half-universe in his body. Forget it. Find it by yourself later. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This time he was satisfied. After opening up the cave, let the second soul stay behind, and the deity went to the 60th floor. When Huiqing and Shang saw him, their eyes were full of colors. At this moment, even the relatively dull Huiqing had a resilience, and wanted to surpass Jian Wushuang's resilience. In fact, Jian Wushuang was the same as them before. You reading www.ukanshu.com. Remember when he was in the court of the three kings, he saw Huiqing's success in joining the Tao. Wasn't he envious? Seeing Shang's strength and rivaling Fuego's recovery, he is even more yearning. Now that he has succeeded in harmony, not only has he surpassed them, but he has also opened a great distance. The strong road is right. Jian Wushuang's heart is extremely firm, and he will keep going. And congratulations, the three had a good chat. This was the first time I had chatted with Shang. Jian Wushuang learned about the secrets of the primitive universe from the other side, and also learned a lot about his personal thoughts. As for the travel to other time and space, he did not say. After all, the true spirit has no quasi-trust. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if the real spirit didn't agree to it after all? Just when the three of them were about to enter Huiqing's cave and recount their old feelings, the true spirit came, and the sword did not move. True spirit transmission, the three went to the top of the mountain together. This made Jian Wushuang very happy. Explain that it's really moving. Perhaps it was his strength that moved the true spirit, or the true spirit had confidence in them. In fact, from Jian Wushuang's point of view, Shang had a good temperament, and he was a perfect inheritor. It is also a strong man of righteousness. The unity of knowledge and action is a true gentleman. Huiqing doesn't need to say more. In terms of personality, he has some stains on the contrary. After repeated betrayals, the true spirit can believe him. So much trust. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's heart was moved. In order to restore the glory of the Temple of Qi, it is my duty. Regret in the pavilion. When the three of Jian Wushuang arrived, there were already several people waiting here. The backbone Luo, who was originally ranked third, the Emperor Guangying, who ranked fourth, and Jian Wushuang's old acquaintance, Jin Wuyang. Chapter 56-46. 6 people were standing, and only true spirit was sitting alone. It's just such a thing. You all go back and think about it. This time there are no more than 10 people going to another time and space, and you must never tell anyone. After the real spirit finished speaking, everyone dispersed. But Jian Wushuang was left behind. I knew about this when I went back and made a decision in my heart. It was very easy. Other people are different, especially the older generation of powerhouses in the primitive universe. Jin Wuyang and Shang. The two of them took a great look at the time and space of the outside world, especially the primitive universe. Feeling that the real spirit asked them to go to other long rivers of time and space, this is a naked escape. There is hesitation in my heart. However, the backbone of Luo and Guangying are very relaxed, They just consider the gains and losses and don't care about the outside world. Actually, it's right to think about it. They don't have much feelings for the outside world. After coming to the Temple of Qixin, I just wanted to be stronger, but didn't even think about giving back. Otherwise, the outside world will be like that, and the two will not go out. The business is closed, otherwise he will go out. The deity of Jin Wuyang has been conquering the outside world. There is also the Tongtian Buddha, who has not even left the avatar, and is now commanding 16 universes from the outside world, fighting head-on with the Temple of Destruction. These talents are the backbone of the future. No wonder the real spirit hesitated. It is also for this reason. In case of raising a white-eyed wolf, it's not good. Only the two of them were left, and Jian Wushuang was not polite, and sat down directly. Jinling even poured tea on Jian Wushuang himself. Thanks, Tusk. Taste it. This is the tea of your time and space. I don't know when I want to drink it in the future. That's also true. After Zhensong, Jian Wushuang and the others left, I'm afraid they won't be able to return without tens of thousands of eras. Ordinary Tribulation Realm simply doesn't work. At least the 3 Tribulations Realm, or even the 4 Tribulations Realm can play a certain role. The current candidates are all seedlings of the Tribulation Realm. The opportunity has arrived. It's not difficult to become a catastrophe, but how far you can go depends on your own ability. In fact, in the long run, practitioners like Zhenwuyang and Tongtian Buddha can actually go farther, because of its strong adaptability. This is why Jinling was particularly optimistic about Shang at first. Too bad is not good, because the road is difficult to follow. Just like Jian Wushuang, Dao Jun can kill Zhu Ding, how defying the sky. But then I think about it, Hui Qing, the backbone Luo and others of the same era, before Jian Wushuang combined with Dao, were already the best. That is, Jian Wushuang won the bet. Hadao succeeded and surpassed everyone. If the harmony fails, I am afraid that the strength is not as good as these people. The risk is too great. There are very few opportunities in the future, but I will definitely do my best to come back as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang said firmly. Whether it's for the homeland universe, or this long river of time and space, or it's because of the power of death, he has to face extinction and cannot escape. This is fate. Jinling still had some confidence in Jian Wushuang, and was not afraid that Jian Wushuang would really run away. How much do you know about extinction now? Jinling asked tentatively. Since the birth of extinction, there is actually very little connection between the two. But in the cave mansion of the Mahayana Lingshan, Jian Wushuang went to the once fragmented Morua time and space and saw a lot. Only then can we understand the extinction. Jian Wushuang didn't conceal anything, and now said the power of death and the power of life. He felt that the reason why this matter was so complicated was not only because of the power of life, but also because of the gods. It's just not easy to say. If the extinction was purely for him, I'm afraid he would have been annihilated long ago. That will wait till now. After hearing this, Jinling nodded slightly and sighed. Have you seen the future of this long river of time and space? As soon as this sentence came out, Jian Wushuang jumped. When subconsciously wanted to shake his head, he was stunned. Jinling waved his hand, and on the case in front of the two, there appeared a time and space origin, and a time and space origin that had been shrouded in darkness. This long river of time and space will eventually perish. This is the prophecy of a strong man. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard this sentence. At first he thought that the true spirit could see that he had traveled to the future, but he did not expect that someone had predicted the changes in the future time and space. This long river of time and space will be destroyed. Destroy the Temple of Qi together. Seeing the shocked look on Jian Wushuang's face, Jinling smiled slightly and said, Of course, you don't need to believe in the prophecy of that existence. When Jian Wushuang entered the future time and space, he was convinced that in the future world, he failed in harmony and eventually fell. As for the subsequent destruction of time and space, he didn't know. But being able to see the future failure, he felt that there might be some connection. Is this existence the power of the Qixin Temple? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. The Lord of the Universe can do this by predicting the future. The first true king at the time also predicted the future of the Three Kings' court. Unfortunately, it is impossible to predict and accurately meet some people who are against the sky. This is also the reason why Jin Wushuang is able to join forces successfully. Really want to predict so accurately, Ukanshu. He may have failed. Isn't this, except for me, there is no such superpower in the Qixin Temple, and even the original body is not so powerful. Zhenling gave a wry smile and shook his head. If there is such a strong presence in the Temple of Qixin, how could he be so passive? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and asked, then this senior, why does he help Qixin Temple predict the future? Since the other party predicted that the Temple of Qixin would be destroyed in the long river of time and space, it must have some connection with the Temple of Qixin. Otherwise, this kind of thing will not be thrown out for no reason. Just like now, suddenly came an existence that he couldn't see through, and told him directly that he would become a powerful person in the Nine Tribulations realm in the future, so he definitely didn't believe it. Speaking of it, it doesn't have much to do with the Temple of Qixin, but I have some personal acquaintances with the master of the palace Xuani, so I am willing to tell the other party. No need to say more about Jinling now. Jin Wushuang understood a little bit. No wonder the Xuanwu Temple and Qixin Temple are a bit incompatible. It turns out that after listening to the words of an old guy, he was ready to run away in advance, and he didn't even think about returning to the Qixin Temple. Zhenling seemed to see Jian Wushuang's thoughts and quickly corrected, Xuanwu Temple is actually not easy. The family property of these years has almost been wiped out because of the appearance of extinction. Outside the battle, the Shrine of Extinction has holy water to help practitioners perform sacrificial rituals and enhance their combat power. Qixin Temple is a puppet of Xuanwu Temple. Only then can I barely suppress the opponent. If Xuanwu Hall ran away, Qixin Hall would now fall below. I believed in this prophecy before, but after seeing you, I changed my mind, Jinling said, standing up. Previously, he had thought that the one who destroyed this long river of time and space was the inheritor cultivated by his Temple of Qixin. Chapter 56:47. Now he realized that after extinction was born. It is extinction. He is the real murderer behind the scenes. As for the inheritors, they will destroy the long river of time and space because of the extinction. This is the real root problem. So it is necessary to solve the extinction. As for the inheritor, it doesn't matter anymore. The Temple of Destroying the World also has inheritors. Maybe they are from the other side. Don't worry about him. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged and didn't ask any more, but fell into silence. Predicting the future, able to be so accurate, who is that existence in the end, has reached that state again. By the way, do you have any suitable candidates to talk about? The construction of the space-time channel is about to begin. No more than 10 people are enough. Zhenling turned to look at Jian Wushuang, pulling the topic away. The destruction of time and space is still somewhat depressing. Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the true spirit. He really had a few suitable candidates. How about Wu Zhuo? After hearing Wu Zhuo's name, Zhenling was stunned. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would mention Wu Zhuo's name. For a while, Zhenling took a deep breath. He couldn't think of it. He would come up with the name Wu Zhuo, looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, "Why do you think of him?" It just feels that this person is not simple, has mediocre strength, but can become a named disciple of the gods, and has lived from the ancient times to the present. This is the only ancient practitioner who has not fallen apart from extinction. After hearing Jian Wushuang's explanation, Zhenling's heart also moved. I haven't really thought about this issue before. Wu Zhuo was able to live to the present, even drifting through the endless starry sky with Qixin Temple, and came to this long river of time and space. None of them fell. This luck is also great. Don't look at it. Now Wu Zhuo has bad luck and can't even get along with a palace lord. But across the long river of time and space, at least if it is a strong robbery realm, Wu Zhuo is a superb, able to live to this day. It is a bit abnormal. List him as a candidate. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then continued, Wanyan and Dongsheng should also be sent over. This time Jian Wushuang changed his mind and didn't want to get all those super inheritors over. It's better to cultivate some loyal ones. Don't get a group of selfish people. He won't be able to direct then. Now Dongsheng and Wanyan are both good at strength. Dongsheng has become the absolute powerhouse, catching up with the first batch of emperors who entered the Temple of Qixin. Although they are not as good as Jin Wuyang for the time being, they also have great potential in the follow-up. I will send their deity here, and there will be some tests for them in the follow-up. Jin Wushuang naturally didn't have much opinion on this, and everything was decided by the true spirit. He just gave a suggestion. Plus some people on the Tomb God Mountain. It's almost enough. Jin Wushuang said. Huiqing, Backbone Luo, Guangying, Zinwuyang, Tongtian Buddha, Shang, Dongsheng, Wanyin, Wuzhua, plus Jin Wushuang. Exactly 10 people. After a while, I will put them in a targeted test, and it's up to them whether they can pass. Jinling did not give Jin Wushuang a quasi-trust either. But this has made Jin Wushuang very satisfied. At least it wasn't that he went to a strange time and space alone, with some people accompanying him. By the way, I have one more thing left behind you this time, and I need your help. Jinling looked at Jin Wushuang and said his plan. After Jin Wushuang heard it, he clapped and applauded. The odds of winning, plus 10%. Resuscitate the gods. The second era after Jin Wushuang ascended to the 65th floor of the Tomb Mountain. In the Tomb of the Gods, a stalwart figure appeared. That was a body in the Tribulation realm. Climbed out of the tomb and stood in the chaos of the Tomb of the Gods. Mischief. Jin Wushuang spent a whole epoch, consumed countless life force, and finally revived the body of Qixin. The true spirit also took advantage of the trend to enter the body of the gods. The figure keeps shrinking until it reaches the size of 10,000 battles. Jin Wushuang stood in the chaos, like a grain of sand. Compared with the Qixin's body, no matter its strength or size, it was far worse. With this physical body, I will be able to break the rules of the Qixin temple and go to the long river of time and space. Qixin said excitedly. The previous true spirit could not leave the temple of Qixin at all. Now that there is a true spirit behind the body, not only has its strength skyrocketed, it has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, and it can also enter and leave the temple of forbidding at will. The worry about extinction has also been reduced a lot. At the same time, feel confident that Jin Wushuang and others can travel to other time and space. It's not that he is too careful, but that he knows one thing very well. There is vitality in Jiang Shang's body. Perhaps the extinction can reach the perfect body without Jin Wushuang. In this way, death and life are combined to achieve the pinnacle road. Congratulations, sir. I have been born again. Jin Wushuang looked tired, but there was joy in his heart. He couldn't let him carry it all alone. Now that the true spirit has reached the half-step 7 tribulations realm, it is indeed a big hole card for dealing with extinction in the future. In the current extinction, it is not known that the true spirit has revived the body of the god. At that time, you can be caught off guard. Wrapped the Qixin's body, and then received the body. The true spirit looked at Jin Wushuang and smiled. This time thanks to your vitality, otherwise even if you exhaust all the treasures of the Qixin's temple, you will not be able to revive this body. This is true. Jin Wushuang's strong life force would take an epoch. It is conceivable how much life force is needed to restore the Qixin's body. The treasures of the Temple of Qixin are dead. Jin Wushuang is alive and can continuously generate life force. It's just a matter. Jin Wushuang shook his head. This little help is nothing. In this epoch, he continued to give birth to the power of life, and he was able to take the opportunity to hone his manipulation of the power of life, which was regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And Jinling raised his brows and his complexion changed. A breath came from the Tomb Mountain. Jin Wushuang saw that something was wrong, and at the same time looked in the direction of the Tomb Mountain. A new breath rose to the sky. That is the power of Tribulation Realm. Someone broke. Go take a look. Jinling's eyes narrowed even more this time with a smile. Who says that good fortune comes? Misfortune never comes singly. This time, it was not just double happiness. The two of them instantly descended to the top of Tomb God Mountain. In the 60 floors below, a beam of light rose into the sky, and there was a figure in it. Business. After feeling the breath of the other party, Jin Wushuang was not too surprised. Shang's first breakthrough, which is the same as they guessed. There is no surprise. However, in this way, I am afraid that Shang will not be able to enter other time and space with them. This breath immediately shocked many people. One after another came out to watch. Chapter 56-48. At this time, on the 60th floor, besides Shang, there was one more person, Wu Zhuo. Since Jian Wushuang proposed to take Wu Zhuo to other time and space, the true spirit tested them and brought Wu Zhuo to the Tomb Mountain to practice with the inheritors. Unexpectedly, Wu's potential really gave Zhenling a surprise without hitting it, and he actually reached the 60th floor. As for Hui Qing, she has now reached the 65th floor. Become a neighbor with Jian Wushuang. The speed of the breakthrough made Jian Wushuang feel a sense of suffocation. No loss is the first inheritor. The light beam covered the entire Tomb Mountain, and after a stick of incense, it slowly disappeared. Shang also walked out from the cave. The strength of the body has changed a lot. And congratulations, Shang followed the true spirit to the top. Jian Wushuang returned to his cave. This time he revived the body of the godhead, and his soul was exhausted, and it was time to rest. The next step is to prepare for going to other time and space, not to be careless. As for Shang's breakthrough, Jian Wushuang didn't feel the pressure, so it's not as great as Hui Qing's pressure on him. Even if Shang breakthrough has become a tribulation realm, it feels to him that it is not as powerful as the ancient temple that has not been transformed. The ancient temple that was killed at the beginning was the pinnacle of the first tribulation realm before its transformation. Even the power that rivals the three tribulations realm. This is not his opponent, let alone Shang. Now that Shang has broken through, he lacks a spot, and he doesn't have a suitable candidate, so he doesn't even consider recommending it. Leave the headache to Zhenling alone. Lying comfortably on the stone bed in the cave, Jian Wushuang slept for a whole year before returning the power of his soul to its peak. During this year, the true spirit also transmitted to him whatever treasures he needs. Even if he mentions it, he is satisfied with everything that can be satisfied. And the time of departure has been determined. 300 years later, they gathered in the Hulun Mountains in the heavens. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by this. It wasn't that the true spirit was so generous, but that he wanted to go to the heaven. He thought he would be in the tomb of God, but it's nothing, you can arrive in one day. Phew. Jian Wushuang casually crushed the sound transmission jade slip, stood up and moved his limbs. At the same time began to calculate the treasures that are missing now. After he joined the Tao, he hadn't practiced well, and the realm that should be improved had not been improved. There are indeed a lot of treasures missing. In the realm, even if there are treasures, it takes time to cultivate. With only 300 years left now, Jian Wushuang would naturally not cultivate in the universe. Instead, he chose the divine body. The appearance of the ancient temple made him yearning for the powerhouse of the divine body route. In particular, I have seen records in some ancient books that many of the early days of the long river of time and space were flow of gods. What if the long river of time and space where he went is also popular with the flow of gods and bodies? Wouldn't it be exposed to use the source? Therefore, the divine body route cannot be abandoned. Although there are many treasures needed for the strong, as long as the strength is strong, there will be no shortage of treasures. After taking his attention, Jian Wushuang took out the identity token in the Tomb God Mountain and told the true spirit all the treasures he needed. When Zhenling, sitting on the top of the mountain, saw the treasure Jian Wushuang needed, his eyes were round. He was not generous at first, and finally he was generous once, but he still calculated carefully. There are only 300 years left, and if these people ask for it, how much can he use? Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang would be so cruel, suddenly demanding 100 million cubic cosmic crystals of the divine body treasure. That is a treasure worth 100 million square meters. It is not easy for a robber realm expert to come up with so many cosmic crystals. These treasures are enough for Jian Wushuang to cultivate the divine body to 100,000 times. He didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could cultivate a body to 100,000 times in 300 years. At the same time, the 10 candidates selected this time are all the treasures of the gods. Even Hui Qing, who is honest, has chosen the treasure of the gods. They are not stupid, they only have 300 years, and there is no shortcut to improve other strengths except for the promotion of the divine body. Forget it, it's time for you to practice it. Jinling shook his head distressedly. However, he still didn't want to suffer. The deity left for the primitive realm, looking for the Lord of the God of Wealth, Zhu Yi. In a short while, the current embarrassing situation was resolved. On the Tomb God Mountain, in the super teleportation array, the 9 people came together, causing many people around to watch. So far, the strongest inheritors of the Tomb Mountain have actually appeared together. This is an unprecedented grand occasion. Had it not been for the business breakthrough, I am afraid it would be 10 people together now. Brother Wushuang, it seems that the hero sees the same thing. Dong Sheng laughed loudly from the side. Among these 9 people, apart from the backbone Luo and Guangying, they all have a good relationship with Jian Wushuang. A few people chatted at random, and people directly opened the teleportation array. The true spirit asked them to go to a secret realm in the primitive world, where there is a natural divine body treasure that can enhance their divine body. This brought everyone together all at once. At the same time, the true spirit also informed them by sound transmission that there is a strong man who went with them to other time and space, is waiting for them there. This made Jian Wushuang very curious about who would go to other time and space with them. He knows a little bit about some famous inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. I'm afraid there are not many people who can enter the real spiritual eye. But there will be an answer soon. 9 people descended, primitive world. The familiar breath came over. When I entered the Temple of Qixin for the first time, I entered this place. Dianxian entered the primitive world, and Yinxian entered the Xuanwu Hall. The emperor went to the Azure Dragon Palace. Everything seems to be yesterday. As soon as the 9 people arrived, a familiar figure came to greet them. Zhu Qi. Many people knew each other, and there was no need to introduce them, so I took them directly to that secret realm. Primitive realm is somewhat similar to the Great Wilderness, and both are relatively desolate. When the group flew a stick of incense, they arrived at the secret realm that Jinling said. It is a secret place in the mountains and forests. When looking from a distance, there is nothing special. But when I felt it up close, they were all shocked. This mountain forest is not as simple as it looks. It's supernatural power. Jian Wushuang was the first to discover the strangeness. The secret realm here actually has supernatural power. It is very similar to the original divine power universe. It is an excellent place to enhance the divine body. Zhu Qi stopped his figure and said, "There is a sacred spring in the mountain forest secret realm. You only need to absorb the power from it 10 battles away. If you are too close, you will eat back the sacred body." After speaking, he turned and left. Several people glanced at each other and rushed down without hesitation. The special divine power draws them. Go directly to the core of the mountain forest. The spring is deep in the forest. Chapter 56-49. At this time, there was already a person sitting cross-legged. The 9 quickly found a place to fight, forcibly tore through the space, and instantly entered a damp cave. Seeing that someone had arrived, the practitioner who had been sitting cross-legged also opened his eyes. A pair of phoenix eyes contained red flames. "Who are you?" Except for Wu Zhua, everyone else was surprised and asked in unison. Only Wu's was stared at the other side, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Because he knows the person in front of him. I thought it would be an inheritor, but I didn't look like the other party. I have never heard of such a powerful female nun on Tomb God Mountain. A blast of flame power swept in instantly, except for Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing. They all took a half step back. These people are not vegetarians. The other party dares to do something. Can this be used to her? When he raised his hand to fight back, Wu's was stopped them, and at the same time revealed the identity of the opponent. She is Fanfeng. When they heard this name, the 9 people instantly understood. Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard it. Fanfeng, the head of the 18 generals. They had all heard of this name, but they didn't expect that this time Jinling would arrange for such a character to follow them. Wu's did not speak, but just nodded. In addition to the title of the head of the 18 gods, the other party also has another identity, that is, the sister of the great Emperor Juan. But this, only Wu Zhua and Jian Wushuang knew. Fanfeng didn't even look at Wu Zhua, but at Jian Wushuang, and then said coldly, "Have you pulled out her sword?" It seemed that the sister of the great Emperor Jueyun was at odds with the great Emperor Jueyun. There was hostility towards Jian Wushuang in his eyes. It is precisely because of this that Jian Wushuang is a bit unpleasant to the other party, and he is also cursing secretly in his heart why Zhenling made such a thing to give them. He looks like I am not our enemy forever. I don't know if I think the other party is a god. The name is not loud, but the shelf is quite big. The other few people were not very interested in Fanfeng, the head of the 18 gods, and they found a place to sit cross-legged, preparing to upgrade their gods. Wu's was said through a voice transmission, "Brother Wushuang, or let's join forces and kill this lady first." What a joke. She is the person arranged by Master True Spirit, not to mention killing the other party just because of some small things. I am not a born murderer. Jian Wushuang replied in an angry voice transmission. But for this Fanfeng, he really didn't like it. Only after a faint answer, he ignored the other party. I hope the other party will not do anything, or the leg will be interrupted by her. What about the head of the 18 gods? His current strength is not weaker than the great Emperor Jueyun back then. The great Emperor Jueyun back then was able to match the Lord of the Universe, and he could also do it. This Fanfeng's strength is almost meaningless. Moreover, this person must be reported to Juxian, and his mind is very small. According to Wu Zhuo, these two are also rivals. Of course, it could also be that Wu Zhuo was beaten violently by the opponent. The head of the 18 gods, this in the original Morwa time and space, at least can be ranked in the top 3 of the Emperor. Where is Wu Zhuo's opponent? Had it not been for him to stand by, I am afraid Wu Zhuo would not dare to breathe when he saw the other party. So that, now it is about to cultivate, Wu Zhuo is close to him. He didn't care about this. This time, traveling to another time and space, he still needs the help of these people. Naturally act as the leader. But among them, some people may not convince him. For example, the 2 old guys Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha. Don't look at it as one universe, but these 2 people's minds are not good. So Huiqing and Wu Zhuo can be trusted completely. Dongsheng and Wanyan are also good. Had friendships. At that time, he will fully support him. In this way, there are 5 people on his side. The other few people can't get through the waves. Few. Just sitting down cross-legged, Jian Wushuang felt a divine power attack, and his swallowing power instantly enveloped the opponent and sent it into his body. This place is really extraordinary. At a distance of 10 battles, almost one breath would have a rush of divine power for him to absorb. It's just that he thinks this speed is a bit slow. The rest of the people absorbed it for a while, and they were able to feel it clearly. This speed is far from enough. Looking at Fanfeng's side, it was only 5 battles away from Kuan-Yin. Brother Wu Zhuo, what do you think? Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. Wu Zhuo's divine body is 70,000 times larger, and I am afraid that the supply and demand of divine power is too slow at this distance. It's a bit slow. Wu Zhuo replied directly. At this moment, the 9 people got up at the same time and walked forward one after another. It seems that Zhu Qi doesn't know much about his strength, so he will say that within 10 battles, he will have a backlash against them. They all believed it at first. Among these 10 people, Fanfeng's divine body is the most powerful, at least 80,000 times. The second is Wu Zhuo. As for the others, including Huiqing, they are about 60,000 times the same as Jian Wushuang. It was 6 times that of Jian Wushuang. Among these people, they all belong to the bottom. Dongsheng has 60,003. Thinking of the ancient temples back then, Ukanshu. When Com said 180,000, Jian Wushuang couldn't help taking 2 more steps forward with the invincible breath. Stayed directly at a distance of 5 battles. Huiqing also followed. Anyone who can be at this distance needs a strong person who can transform very quickly. Although Wu Zhuo's divine body was powerful, the speed of transformation was a bit slow, and he stopped after only 6 battles. No reluctance. It was the backbone Luo, who refused to admit defeat, and walked the distance of 5 battles. The continuous divine power attack made his complexion turn purple, but after a while, he still endured it. Regarding this, Jian Wushuang smiled from the bottom of his heart and ignored it, but began his own immersion practice. In one day, Jian Wushuang raised his divine body almost 100 times. It really helped a lot. If you are outside, not only will the speed be slow, but you will need more treasures. The divine power here is more pure, and when absorbed, the speed of absorption without impurities is also very fast. 10 years later, now all 9 of them can reach the distance of 5 battles. Fanfeng, the arbitrarily determined general, had reached a distance of 3 battles. The power of the opponent's divine body made them dumbfounded. It has been nearly 90,000 times faster, and the speed of improvement is not 1.5 stars faster than them. Among the 9 of them, the one who has improved the fastest is the Tongtian Buddha, who has only increased by 5,000 times in 10 years, and his divine body has reached about 70,000 times. As for Jian Wushuang, although the transformation and absorption were fast, his promised divine body required too much divine power, only increased by 3,000 times. But this is just the beginning, so the speed of promotion is a bit slow. The later, the faster his speed will be, until it surpasses everyone. This is the benefit of the promised divine body. Chapter 56-50. Phew. But it didn't take long to give Jian Wushuang now. He had to go faster. So I can only go forward and get close to the fountain. Jian Wushuang, who opened his eyes, stared at Kuan Yin for a while. He found that there was no spring water in the spring. Although it was covered by mist, he could still see that it was an empty abyss. After staring for a long time, there will be a feeling of dizziness. Jian Wushuang didn't dare to look more, so he could only transmit his voice to Wu Zhuo and ask if he knew. Unexpectedly, even Wu Zhuo didn't know. This made Jian Wushuang a little curious. But now he can't get close, so he can only continue to devour it. Wow! As he approached Sanjiang, Jian Wushuang's divine body began to multiply as he swallowed his divine power with all his strength. At the time of Dao Jun, he was able to reach 50,000 times. The Emperor, with the help of beasts, can explode to 100,000 times, and it is not the limit. In the extreme state, he can burst out 120,000 times the divine body. In other words, both his physical body and divine body can bear it, so that the boundaries of his basic divine body can also be raised to that level. It's just that there are too many treasures needed to upgrade to that level. Zhenling will also feel distressed. A tribulation realm powerhouse of the divine body genre, the treasures needed can support several origin tribulation realms. Moreover, he was about to leave the Temple of Qixin, and he could only look for treasures to enhance the divine body in other time and space in the future, but at that time, he was no match for the Temple of Qixin. Therefore, he has to work hard to improve, as much as he can improve. Anyway, it is free. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily, and a dark red aura burst out of his body, instantly shocked everyone present. The rest of him is okay, knowing that he is beasts. Fanfeng looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. She didn't expect Jian Wushuang to have a candle dragon, but the next moment, her breath also changed abruptly. A familiar breath rushed to his face. Phoenix is one of the 9 beasts. It is also made by a born beast god. But Jian Wushuang was not surprised. The opponent had beasts and gods. In ancient times, he had news about the soldiers of the beast gods. In order to get Zhulong together, he didn't read ancient books much. However, the beast weapon created by the phoenix is not a beast weapon that augments the divine body, but a beast weapon that is incarnate with the body. The reason why the opponent's divine body was so powerful in the Emperor's time might also have something to do with that beast weapon. Otherwise, if the Emperor wants to reach 90,000 times the divine body, it is not that simple. After Jian Wushuang exploded with the power of the beast god, the speed of devouring even accelerated. 300 years, 1/3 has passed, and Jian Wushuang's divine body has finally reached 70,000 times. At the same time, he also reached the distance of only 1 battle, becoming the closest one among all the people present. Although the walk is faster, but the improvement of the divine body is not the fastest. It was the backbone Luo. His divine body was a pair of withered bones. From the beginning 65,000 times, in 100 years, it directly rushed to 80,000 times. Everyone was surprised. Jian Wushuang and Fanfeng have beasts and magic weapons, and they can improve quickly. Jian Wushuang wanted to smash the opponent's divine body to pieces to get a good understanding. Of course, Just think about it. Finally see it. There is another reason why Jian Wushuang has been slow to improve, and that is because he is curious about what kind of treasures in this cave can burst out so much divine power. So he was mainly to adapt to the absorption of divine power and continue to move forward, and did not concentrate on absorbing the divine power. After approaching the cave now, he glanced down. With just a glance, Jian Wushuang felt a violent force, which instantly invaded his eyes. The pain instantly made him lose his mind, and he retreated 100 feet to the back. This scene frightened everyone. Wu Zhua and Hui Qing quickly put down their practice and rushed over. "Brother Wushuang, what the is going on?" Hui Qing stepped forward and asked in amazement, "Is there some kind of creature in it?" Jian Wushuang felt that his head was deep and his eyes were tingling. He couldn't open his eyes at all. He could only close his eyes and shook his head, unable to speak. Wu Zhua put his arm on Jian Wushuang's shoulder and said, "It should be a backlash. After a short rest, it will be fine." "Ha ha." Fan Feng sneered, disdainfully said, "What a fool, just like my stupid sister. Don't you know that there are forbidden things to watch?" Hearing the other party's ridicule, Wu Zhua's expression was cold, but he did not dare to speak back. But Hui Qing was not afraid, stood up and looked straight away, and said angrily, "Just forget it if you don't remind. Why bother to be so mocking?" "Huh, a bunch of idiots. I really don't know. What's the use of training you natives?" Fan Feng closed his eyes after mocking a few words. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. He didn't think it was stupid. When in doubt, check it out. This is the way of the strong. If you are blindly timid, is afraid, how can you become a strong one? So there is no need to bother with each other. After seeing Jian Wushuang okay, Hui Qing and Wu Zhua also went to their places to continue practicing. But Jian Wushuang was away from Baizhang and began to recover from the injury caused by the backlash. He has the power of life. Even if it is a powerful backlash, it only takes the time of a stick of incense to recover. After recovering, he suddenly found that his eyes had changed. Seeing through at a glance, with supernatural power, his eyes actually contained more than 100,000 times the power of the divine body. How is this possible? Jian Wushuang himself couldn't believe it. He just glanced at the cave, and then was bitten back. But after the restoration, it gave him more than 100,000 times the divine body. Although only the divine body of the eyes has reached 100,000 times, it is constantly being distributed. He raised the divine body 1,000 times in just one day. "I understand." Jian Wushuang's face leaked joy, and he stepped forward and approached the cave directly. This scene surprised Fan Feng, not because Jian Wushuang approached the cave again, but because she discovered that Jian Wushuang's backlash had disappeared. The backlash faded in just one day, which was too fast. Even if you have a restored treasure, it will take at least 100 years. Originally, she thought Jian Wushuang would waste this opportunity for nothing, but she didn't expect to be able to recover again, and once again reach the edge of the spring. Wu Zhua and others looked at each other and smiled, not surprising. But when Jian Wushuang looked into the cave with his head hooked again, his jaw dropped in shock. As you can imagine, Jian Wushuang was shaken back again. But this time Jian Wushuang saw something vague. "Unlike last time, I didn't see anything." Chapter 56-51. This shows that his power has become stronger, and if he keeps repeating it, he will be able to see exactly what is hidden in the cave. Although this is not important, it can help him quickly improve his divine body. Wow! This time Jian Wushuang only took a few breaths to repair the backlash of the divine body and return to the peak. The power of the beast god. Jian Wushuang let out a low growl, and the divine body soared to 100,000 times in an instant. The burst of divine power instantly swept the people nearby. Apart from Fan Feng, this force is familiar. This force burst out when Jian Wushuang was fighting against the ancient temple. Fan Feng was not surprised at this. The emperor was able to use the power of the beast within the beast gods, and it was normal. It's just that Jian Wushuang's power of the beast can increase by 20,000 divine bodies, which surprised her a bit. This ability to manipulate has already exceeded the robbery realm. She didn't know that Jin Wushuang had the origin of all things that belonged to Jin Wushuang and the origin of Jin Wushuang when he merged with the beasts. The current beast soldier and Jin Wushuang are like one body. Naturally, it is much stronger when used by others. After Jin Wushuang exploded, he stepped to the cave again. This time, many people have reacted. Every time Jin Wushuang is backlashed, he will quickly upgrade his divine body, which is more than they can sit and absorb for several years. And the recovery is fast. Wu Zhuo and Hui Qing knew that Jin Wushuang had the power of life, but the others didn't. The backbone Luo Qin was itchy, stood up before Jin Wushuang could go first, and reached the edge of the cave first. But before he stretched his head to see the appearance in the cave, he was overthrown by a huge force and retreated beyond 10,000 battles, unable to stand up for a long time. Fan Feng sneered, but no one came forward to check the backbone. Several people who were still eager to try stop this idea. I think Jin Wushuang must have some ability to quickly get rid of backlash. What a lucky little guy. Tongtian Buddha looked at Jin Wushuang with kind eyebrows and continued to absorb his divine power. Among the 10 of them, they all have double cultivation. The original realm is very high. There is no need to pursue too much of the divine body. Of course, it is like this kind of free opportunity, and naturally you have to take it well. Everything depends on one's own good fortune. However, Jin Wushuang had a soft spot for the divine body. At the beginning, the physical body was refined to perfection, and even the origin and the divine body were combined, in order to one day be able to make the divine body first class and reach the peak. The source is strong. That is the matter of the source. The divine body can't direction either. When Jin Wushuang was at Daojun, he had survived several difficulties with his divine body. He will not forget the importance of the divine body. Jin Wushuang, who came to the edge of the cave, looked down at the cave again. This time he saw more clearly, and the vague figure below was a skeleton. A golden skeleton. The terrifying power contained above was filled with Jin Wushuang's body, and the backlash was extremely terrifying. Jin Wushuang gritted his teeth and stared at him, while the divine body continued to explode, directly using 3 times the power of the beast god. Let his divine body increase to about 140,000 times. The divine body surpassing the limit caused Jin Wushuang's body to tremble. If there is no such shock, he can use the power of the beast 3 times as much, and he can give full play to his strength. But now that it has been severely affected, it can only barely support it. Countless divine powers poured into his body. The original star sky, half of the universe that was lit, had more than 5,000 black holes, and at the same time swallowed that violent divine power. At this moment, Jin Wushuang's body was used to its extreme, and its operation reached its peak. The divine power absorbed was enough for Jin Wushuang to break through 100,000 times the divine body. But he still didn't take a step back, but want to enter the cave. Jin Wushuang looked carefully at the skeleton, and he was familiar with the aura above it. The skeleton lacks an arm, a golden skeleton, where it stands like a sky. A touch of phantom made Jin Wushuang a little dazed. Dongjun. The owner of this skeleton is Dongjun. Those human races encountered in the starry sky. In Morua time and space, the desolate godlord got Dongjun's inheritance and Dongjun's arm. Jin Wushuang knew Dongjun's aura very well. How could his bones be here? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. The desolate godlord he saw at the beginning only obtained a section of Dongjun's arm and the stone axe. This skeleton appears here. I am afraid it has nothing to do with the desolate god, but is related to the of disagreement. Right now, Jin Wushuang had no intention of devouring those divine powers, but wanted to ask the true spirit, the origin of this skeleton. Dongjun was beheaded by extinction. This skeleton is here. I am afraid there is a certain connection with extinction. Just when he thought about it, a terrifying force instantly rose out of the cave, and Jin Wushuang was also knocked out very far by this breath. The rest of the people were also shaken back hundreds of battles, the divine power that soared quickly withdrawn, and then disappeared. When everyone looked again, they only saw a one-armed skeleton suspended above the cave. Extinction, Jin Wushuang said in horror. The power of death, all the divine power erupted by the golden skeleton into the skeleton. And the phantom on the skeleton is the appearance of extinction. Jia Jia. I knew you were going to run. I've been waiting here for a long time. Mieshing clenched a fist with one hand, and the power of death instantly swept everyone, and then transformed into an unmatched divine power. This is just a clone of extinction. The strength is not very strong, but the opponent can manipulate the golden skeleton. The strength is different. These people, who don't even have the ability to directly see the bones, how to deal with the extinction of manipulating the bones. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate, and when he discovered that it was extinction, he transmitted the sound to the true spirit. It's late. Mieshing manipulated the golden bones and shook his head. A divine power barrier suddenly rose up all around. The power of the enchantment was simply not something Jian Wushuang could destroy. Even if the true spirit came, it would take a lot of effort. At this time, there was a simmering sound from outside of Akanshu. Calm. Jian Wushuang knew that the true spirit had arrived. It's just that the two of them have cut off their voice transmission because of the barrier. I just don't know how long it will take for the real spirit to break the barrier. The current extinction, manipulating the golden skeleton and using that divine power, even if they are added together, they are not opponents. The rest of the people just stabilized their bodies, and when they heard Jian Wushuang's words, they were all taken aback. Destroyed temple. Zhen Wuyang took the lead in guessing something. The others also suddenly realized. Fan Feng had just recovered, but he didn't understand the matter of extinction. At this time, he exclaimed, "Small carving skill. You dare to get an axe at the door of the temple of Qishan. Aren't you afraid of death? Thanks, Tusk. Let me see who this is." Mieshing slowly turned his head, looked at Fan Feng, and a purple light burst into his eyes. Chapter 56-52. That beam of power surpassed 150,000 supernatural powers. It directly penetrated Fan Feng's head. Everyone was shocked. The previously injured backbone Luo couldn't help but retreat to the edge of the barrier. The strength gap is too big. The divine power of extinction and manipulation of the golden bones can at least explode beyond 200,000 times the divine power. Much stronger than the ancient temple. Jian Wushuang was seriously injured at this time, and the backlash, like a brand, remained in his body for a long time. Even the strong vitality, constant cleaning, can't be removed. Everyone, Master True Spirit needs a stick of incense time. As long as we resist the other side, we can live. Jian Wu's double-faced color is low, and while removing the power of backlash, he comforts everyone. Zhen Wuyang clenched his fist and whispered, "Is it time for a stick of incense?" He said he was ready to do it. They are all top inheritors with a face, and it is impossible for them to just admit their fate. We'll definitely make a move. Fan Feng, who had just recovered his head, came to Zhen Wuyang's side and said coldly, "Don't rush to do it. His strength is not as simple as you think. We will all die if we don't join hands." After discovering that something was not right, Fan Feng did not stand up, but chose to join hands with everyone. But among the 10 people, Jian Wushuang and the backbone Luo were both injured and couldn't help Meng at all. The strength of Dongsheng and Wan Yin is too weak. Among the remaining people, only Huiqing, Wu Zhua, and Fan Feng were fairly strong. It wasn't that Jian Wushuang looked down on Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha. The strength of these two people was still far behind. At most, it is comparable to the general Tribulation Realm. If you want to fight with the Tribulation Realm powerhouse, your current strength is not enough. Himph, if you are scared, you don't have to do it. Zhen Wuyang's words were arrogant. This made Jian Wushuang a little anxious. Only he knows the terrible extinction. Don't be careless. She's right. Everyone is going to die if you don't join hands. As long as you stick to the incense stick, Master True Spirit will break the barrier. We just have to withstand it. Jian Wushuang hurriedly spoke. It's just the time for a stick of incense, which he guessed. If you don't give these people some confidence, they can't hold it. Now it seems unnecessary. Zhen Wuyang and the others are not without confidence, but because they are too confident. Jian Wushuang drew out a mass of life force and threw it directly at the backbone Luo, shouting, "Next!" A group of green power flew towards the backbone Luo, which made the greed in the eyes of Daisheng even more triumphant. The next moment, he shot directly and rushed towards the backbone Luo. The speed is so fast that it surpasses everyone's imagination. The backbone Luo just froze for a moment and saw the terrifying face of extinction, and the powerful aura spread over it. Just when he felt that what was going to be finished, the extinct body was frozen on the spot. I saw an extra figure behind Mieshing. It was also the only strong one who caught the extinct figure among all the people present. Click. Hui Qing. Hui Ling squeezed Mieshing's ankle, shouted, and directly threw Mieshing out of 10,000 battles. The golden flames that erupted from Hui Qing directly surpassed extinction. It's you who robbed my disciple. Hui Qing's figure rose into the air, looking down at the extinction with an extremely domineering attitude. Everyone couldn't help taking a breath. Unexpectedly, Hui Qing would be so powerful now. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim. The divine power just extinct was at least 200,000 times. Hui Qing was able to suppress the opponent. The current extinction has only a little power of death, but it possesses into Dongjun's bones and can mobilize the divine power in the bones. However, the clone of extinction has limited strength and has not been able to mobilize much. This made Jian Wushuang worried. If he hadn't been attacked by extinction, he would be able to deal with it at his peak state, but now he was injured and he was not an opponent at all. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Hui Qing stood up again. Mieshang stood up from the ground with difficulty, staring at Hui Qing in the air. Her eyes changed in shock, and she shot instantly. Boom! This time, the divine power exploded from extinction was more than 250,000 times. Obviously, he is constantly getting acquainted with this body. A flash had already arrived in front of Hui Qing. With only one arm extinct, the hand knife slashed towards Hui Qing, and at the same time a huge purple thunder burst out of his eyes, facing Hui Qing's chest. Jian Wushuang's strength recovered a lot, and he quickly reminded, "Be careful." At this time, Wu Zhuo and others also exploded in strength, soaring to the sky, going to help. Dong Shang and Wan Yin were persuaded by Jian Wushuang to come back. He can still see through the strength of these two people. It's just an ordinary pinnacle, and going up is to die. It's better to protect him here. The backbone Luo was astonished, absorbing the life force sent by Jian Wushuang. The backlash on his body disappeared instantly, and at the same time, the backlash was transformed into divine power, and the divine body directly exploded 90,000 times. When I saw the death in the air, his eyes were full of killing intent. The figure flashed into the air, and he tore off the shattered clothes at random, leaking the bones of his upper body. Ah! The backbone Luo clenched his fists with both hands and shouted angrily. The breath on his body suddenly changed, and his eyes became sharper. Jian Wushuang below looked in his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. It seems that everyone has a chassis. Backbone Luo should have used some kind of peak secret method, and also the peak secret method of the divine body flow, instantly making the divine body 100,000 times. And also broke out along with the origin, directly possessing the power of the tribulation realm. Also joined the battle group. Not only was Jian Wushuang surprised, but even extinction was also shocked. Why is there so much power in the tribulation realm suddenly appeared in the temple of Qi? Forget Fanfeng, the head of the 18 gods, he already knew the details of the other party in ancient times. But now, even among the inheritors he has never looked at, they have such a heaven-defying peak, and they can actually burst out the power of the tribulation realm. Especially Hui Qing burst out with the power he imagined. It was even more terrifying than the Jiangshang he had taken away. At the beginning, he just thought that Hui Qing with Jiangshang was extraordinary. Now it seems that he was wrong. It is precisely because of Hui Qing's difficulty that Jiangshang has the power to fight against the sky. Boom! Extinction broke out again, directly shaking everyone apart. 250,000 times the divine power already had the combat power of the three tribulations realm. Even if Hui Qing and each of them had the combat power of the first tribulation realm and even the second tribulation realm, they could not be opponents of extinction. Go and die. A golden light burst out from all over Mi Sheng's body. 250,000 times of supernatural power, all exploded. Speed and power doubled. The figure flashed and came to Wu Zhuo, with one knee on top, a cloud of purple thunder in his palm, instantly severely wounded Wu Zhuo and fell from the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-53. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang's life force caught Wu Zhuo in time. Otherwise this time, Wu Zhuo must fall. Wu Zhuo, who had recovered from his injury, backed away in an instant, fearing extinction would target him again. The strength of extinction now, once it targets someone, someone will fall. This time it was Jin Wushuang in time, but it won't be easy to say next time. Seeing Wu Zhuo flying around again and again, Mie Sheng had not only greed in his eyes, but also a murderous intent in his eyes. This is going to be true. That trace of killing intent keeps getting bigger. The Buddha Tongtian felt the most real, and the Buddha light on his body broke out again, and a mighty universe came instantly, wrapping everyone together. Tongtian, leave it to me. Jin Wuyang nodded to Tongtian Buddha. The two seemed to have some kind of cooperation. The extinction who was excluded was about to attack the universe cover, but found that the pale blue universe cover had shrunk in an instant and only wrapped Jin Wuyang alone. Thanks, strong body. I'm going to see how powerful your divine power is. Jin Wuyang roared. Heaven and earth eclipsed. The huge real martial arts came. That was the face of Jin Wuyang himself. At this moment, Jin Wu was right in front of him. The real Wuyang, who was transformed into a tens of thousands of battles, resisted the punch of extinction alone. This makes the extinction somewhat unexpected. What was unexpected was not how powerful Jin Wuyang was, but the universe cover, which was able to block his attack. That was a punch with 250,000 times the supernatural power. It was actually blocked. Fan Feng stood by, his eyelids trembling constantly. She was once the top 3 ultimate emperor in Morwa time and space. How could so many people surpass her after recovering in a blink of an eye? Now Jin Wuyang's strength has surpassed her. There is also Hui Qing, and the universe cover displayed by the Tongtian Buddha. Originally thought that resuscitating her was to save the predicament. Unexpectedly, there are so many people who are stronger than her. The long-lost sense of oppression in my heart made her haggard again. She could not forget the period when she was suppressed by the great Jueyun in ancient times. It's just that the great Emperor Jueyun at that time was too powerful, already rivaling the Lord of the Universe. That is the powerhouse of the 3 tribulations realm who has mastered the universe. It was much stronger than the extinction of possessing and entering Dongjun's bones now. This made Fan Feng's heart very uncomfortable. I thought that the strong people in the past have fallen, and how she should be the first person. Who would have thought that now even the top 3 can't get in? Although the universe cover is strong, it can't stop the continuous attack of extinction. 200,000 times the supernatural power is not that simple. The next moment, the universe cover began to crack. Jin Wuyang's breath also began to decline. With just 2 breaths, Jin Wuyang couldn't bear the attack of extinction. With a punch, even if his true martial art has reached the level of the universe, he still can't stop it. Miesheng raised his hand, stretched out the palm of the skeleton, and began to gather divine power. A group of hot purple electric lights appeared in the palm of his hand. From the size of a fist, it instantly expanded to the size of 10,000 battles. The power contained in the upper part caused everyone to take a breath, and the color of fear was leaking out of the face. Everyone must die, Miesheng shouted, and directly smashed the purple electric light down everyone. Although he didn't know whether Jin Wushuang's incense stick was true or false, he knew that this was the temple of Qishan, the chassis of the true spirit. It will change later. These people must be dealt with quickly. He could feel that Jin Wushuang's strength was constantly rising. If you don't solve these people, wait for Jin Wushuang to recover, and it will be even more difficult. Jin Wushuang, now after the success of Hudao, is extremely terrifying in strength. No one knows if the strength displayed on the Tomb God Mountain is full. Extinction dare not delay. The purple electric light got out and blasted directly at the crowd. Jin Wushuang's eyes shrank, knowing that if he didn't make a move this time, all these people would definitely fall. Others, forget it. But now among these people, there are Hui Qing, Wu Zua, and Jin Wuyang. These people must not fail to fall. To travel to another time and space, these people still need to roam together so that they can deal with extinction. Can't just watch it like that. Phew. Although Jin Wushuang's strength has dropped a lot now, he can't make a shot himself, but he still has a Guantian chessboard. With countless pawn-sized chess pieces above, he recovered hundreds of them. All have the perfect combat power. Now it comes in handy. Among them, there are several strengths that are comparable to Tribulation Realm. Go! Jin Wushuang pointed out. The phantom of the Guantian chessboard descended, and more than 100 bodies above began to tremble and then opened their eyes. Block him! Jin Wushuang issued an order. Without any hesitation, these recovered chess pieces rushed towards the purple lightning. It's like fire fighting the fire, not regretting death. With the obstacles of these chess pieces, Jin Wuyang and the others began to retreat one after another. But the power of electricity is so simple. All the chess pieces were destroyed, and the remaining power still shook everyone to death. Even Hui Qing was seriously injured. Hui Qing now has the power of the second Tribulation Realm. Apart from Jin Wushuang, he is the strongest person. But now everyone has done their best. They are not opponents yet, and they have been seriously injured. Although Miexing was surprised by Jin Wushuang's methods, he didn't think much about it. Jin Wushuang caught this point. He thought that extinction would know about the Guantian chessboard, but he didn't seem to know it. Although the first true king said that no one knew that he was the treasure of time and space, the extinction was an old monster that crawled out of the heavens. Teacher Xuani is in the future. The extinction is in the past. Since I don't know the existence of Guantian chessboard, I am afraid that the methods are not as clever as Teacher Xuani, and the strength is naturally worse. This also made Jin Wushuang a sigh of relief. Although it was a half-step 7 Tribulation Realm on the surface, Jin Wushuang was not sure that the opponent didn't have any whole cards. You know, Miexing killed Dongjun. Dongjun's breath, in Jin Wushuang's view, was probably not weaker than Qi Shun. At least it was the 7 Tribulations realm, even stronger. Of course, when Dongjun was beheaded, the extinction was still in the heavens, and the extinction at that time was much stronger than it is now. Jin Wushuang did not hesitate at this time, but stood up. This time, either he will die, or these people will live. Or die together. Ukanshu. It's better to be a hero. Jin Wushuang stepped forward. Dong Sheng and Wan Yin wanted to stop them. Although their strength was preserved, Jin Wushuang needed Jin Wushuang to help them resist the purple electro-optical aftermath, and it was useless to go up now. Jin Wushuang. Extinction. The two faced each other, and the next moment, Xixing shot directly. The corners of Jin Wushuang's eyes trembled. He didn't say a word yet. Why did he start his hand? This hero is also a little aggrieved. Boom. Hardly resisting Miexing's palm, Jin Wushuang retreated 100 feet. A powerful divine power still gathered on his chest, which remained for a long time. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-54. If it weren't for the beast god soldier to absorb and resist, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured this time. Extinction. I'm very curious. You have calculated me several times, and you really want to kill me. Why should you not take my origin? Jin Wushuang was very curious. This extinction stared at him. He understood that. After all, it can swallow his life force. He is the greatest opportunity for extinction. But he has been shooting in the Temple of Qixin. He is really going to fall. Even if the source is swallowed by the extinct law body, how can he retreat? After Miexing heard it, he didn't explain, but continued to take action. No opportunity for Jin Wushuang to delay time at all. As long as I can kill you, I can retreat with my whole body. You don't need to worry about this. In fact, you should be proud to be one with you. Then you and I will become the master of this starry sky together. Have fun. Miexing laughed frantically. After hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but look at Jin Wushuang. Obviously, they don't know these things. Jin Wushuang frowned and said coldly, "Why don't you let me swallow you, and the entire starry sky can be given to you, would you?" To swallow the source is to swallow the source. There is no such thing as a unity. Listen to my advice. Your strength is too weak. The starry sky is very deep. Even if you swallow my death power, you can't hold it. If you don't grasp it, it's not what you said." Jian Wushuang lowered his eyebrows. A violent life force burst out instantly. All the backlash from his body was removed. The strength instantly returned to its peak. Jian Wushuang took a breath, and when he looked at Daisheng, a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. "It seems that you are reluctant to say something useful." Jian Wushuang stared at Daisheng, but the aura on his body exploded to the extreme. The ultimate under normal conditions now also has the pinnacle of the One Tribulation realm. The power of life, after he became the emperor, especially after helping the true spirit to revive the body of the god, became extremely powerful, not as weak as the extinction imagined. He just wanted to test the details of extinction. Since the other party's mouth is so hard, before he left some fear for the other party. Let Mieshing know that when he leaves this time, when he returns again, he will exceed the cognition of Mieshing. The next time he returns, he will surely behead the opponent, swallow the power of death, and rise to the top. Ever ancient. Phew. A cold wind suddenly blew in the suppressed space. The blowing extinction is a little uncomfortable. When he was at Daojun, he peeped into the power of the starry sky, but he couldn't recognize the death. But now Jian Wushuang was able to truly use this terrifying starry sky power. His face was full of shock. Change. Jian Wushuang looked up to the sky and roared. His figure suddenly changed drastically. The breath on his body has also changed color. Instantly promoted to the peak state, and directly promoted the peak state to the extreme. No one knows how powerful Jian Wushuang is now. If the ancient temple of the frozen demon race appeared in front of him, he would have the confidence to kill the opponent's soul with a single punch. There was a trace of blue electric arc in the light blue arrogance on his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes all turned light blue. He turned his head slightly to look towards extinction and said, "How is it? The strength is not bad." He now has the Three Tribulations realm, and is even comparable to the Master of the Universe who masters the universe. Song. The moment the Jueyun sword was pulled out, absolute killing intent broke out. Jian Wushuang at this time stood at the top of the killing. When Fanfeng, who was badly injured, saw Jian Wushuang pull out the Jueyun sword, he was in a daze as if he saw the shadow of a peerless emperor from the ancient times. Zhen Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha showed incredible glances. At the beginning of the Tomb Mountain, they only saw Jian Wushuang fighting against the ancient temple from a distance, and did not feel the killing aura on Jian Wushuang. When I felt it up close, I couldn't help but trembled. Where did Huiqing stand? Looking at Jian Wushuang excitedly, as if everything had returned to the scenes of the fleeing from the Great Famine. Jian Wushuang once again saved the world. This is the power of the stars. Mieshing couldn't believe his eyes. Jianwu had no expression on both sides, but nodded coldly. The power of the starry sky on him has been condensed into reality, but compared with the power of life, it is not his original power. After all, he hasn't lit up the starry sky yet. Lighting up the starry sky, what is cultivating is the origin, and he has no time to cultivate these years. However, in the future, he is confident to light up his own starry sky, and will not use the power of the stolen starry sky. Huh. Mieshing gritted his teeth and made a low muffled sound deep in his throat. The power of the stars. He has seen it, but has never used it. That is a level of power related to reincarnation, time, and space. Jian Wushuang didn't become that kind of existence, but he mastered this kind of strength, which really surprised him and jealous. Why does this power not belong to him? Even if you have mastered the power of the starry sky, you are still an emperor, an ant that was ravaged by me. Mieshing gave a furious rage and shot directly. But now Jian Wushuang had already pulled out the Jueyun sword. Even if the extinction exploded with 250,000 times the divine power, it would not be his opponent. Starry Sky Catalog. Jian Wushuang was not accustomed to the opponent's problems, and directly used the strongest sword. At this moment, the barrier began to collapse. It wasn't the true spirit that broke it, but the power erupted from the Starry Sky Catalog, crushing the barrier into a piece of paper, and it was broken with a poke. As for the extinction of possessed golden bones, It was directly shot out of the source of the law body, and the extinction of the golden bones was lost. It was just an ordinary extinction that could block this sword. Exit. Jin Wushuang slashed with a sword. The source of extinction was instantly turned into powder. As for the golden bones, they have lost a trace of golden light now. This is the first time Jin Wushuang has used the star catalog since he became the emperor. Even he himself didn't expect to be so powerful. He directly destroyed the source of the dying body, and even the golden skeleton was slashed by his sword, losing a trace of golden power. Jin Wushuang held the sword in one hand, panting. If it is an ordinary move, he can use the Starry Sky swordsmanship and can still fight for a while, but the strongest sword in the Starry Sky catalog, even if he becomes the emperor, it will still be a heavy burden on him when using it. Suddenly drained the power of the stars in his body. Even the eternal changes couldn't be maintained for too long, and they went straight back to normal. At this time, the true spirit also slowly flew over. After feeling that the aura of extinction had disappeared, he sighed in relief, but the killing intent in his eyes did not recede. How can you allow others to sleep soundly on the couch? This is not the first time. Jin Ling kept calculating in his heart, and when Jin Wushuang was sent away, he would launch an all-out war against the Temple of Destruction. End of this chapter. Chapter 56-55. Since I don't think about it, don't think about it. Jin Wushuang and the others are his backs. No matter whether they succeed or not, they can give him a thought. As for the others, he can't control so much. He can only fight. It can't be delayed any longer. Otherwise, too much time is given to extinction, and there will be changes in the end. Wow! Jinling waved his hand and directly recovered all the injuries on everyone. This is the origin that mobilized the Temple of Qishan. Jin Wushuang's breath also recovered, but the power of the Starry Sky could not be recovered. At least let Jin Wushuang rest for half an hour before he can completely restore the power of the Starry Sky and use the strongest means. Since the life-killing law body has disappeared, you should continue to practice here. This time I will protect you personally until we go to the heavens together. Jinling said solemnly. Everyone was flattered, and after thanking them, they returned to practice again. Jin Wushuang knew what the true spirit meant. This was to prevent these people from revealing the matter of extinction, which was to protect him in disguise. For this, Jin Wushuang is naturally grateful. Miexing obviously came for Jin Wushuang. If this matter is known by other inheritors, if you can't hold it that day, let the true spirit surrender Jin Wushuang. Then it will be troublesome. Although the true spirit can suppress it at will, if it loses its majesty, then it's really over. Convincing power is the first. Sitting cross-legged around the golden skeleton, everyone once again upgraded their divine body. Without the shelter of the cave, they were far away this time. Jin Wushuang is the same. Although Jin Wushuang's divine body had reached 80,000 times now, he still couldn't get close. He originally wanted to ask True Spirit about Dongjun's affairs, but when he thought True Spirit would ask him why he knew Dongjun's affairs, that would be bad. There are some things, it is better not to say more. Jin Wushuang practiced honestly. After this battle, everyone's views on Jin Wushuang have also changed. Although I know that the extinction is for Jin Wushuang. But when looking at Jin Wushuang, there was no resentment, more jealousy in his eyes. Especially Fanfeng and the backbone Luo. Although on the surface he dared not make times before Jin Wufang, but at the bottom of his heart was very jealous. Fanfeng, in particular, was so jealous when he confronted Emperor Yun that his sisters did not agree. In fact, it was all because of her careful eye. This kind of person is the most terrifying. 100 years have passed by in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it's time to start. On this day, everyone stopped practicing. Because the true spirits have already set up a teleportation formation here, ready to move them directly to the tomb of the gods, and then go to the heavens together. After the 10 people stepped onto the teleportation formation, the true spirit was not in a hurry or slow. Under Zhu Qi's eyes, he put Dongjun's golden bones into his mustard seeds very smoothly. Ahem, that little Zhu Qi, help me tell your housemaster. They'll take away the mountain and forest secret realm too. Before Zhu Qi could reply, he jumped into the teleportation formation. The next moment, the teleportation array burst out with dazzling light and instantly took the entire mountain and forest secret realm into the Tomb of the Gods. No wonder they were asked to go to the Tomb of the Gods first, and then to the heavens. Feelings are for this secret mountain forest. Jin Wushuang was okay. He was used to it. That's how the original Mayin mountain was obtained. Although other people are surprised, they dare not reveal disrespect in the face of the true spirit. Follow me to the tombstone. Jinling beckoned and led the crowd from the top of the Tomb God Mountain into a passage. It's black in front of me. When they appeared again, everyone had arrived at a huge dojo. This is the Kishin's dojo and the place where the tombstone is located. It was originally planned to be opened in the near future, but the tombstone has not been dug out, and it has to be delayed for a while. Jinling explained as he walked, leading everyone to the core of the dojo, below the Faxiang of the gods. Jin Wushuang and others raised their heads to look at the gods. Jin Wushuang had known the face of Qixin for a long time. He even touched the body of the body how many times, so he was very calm. There is no surprise. Others are different. When the Tongtian Buddha and Zhen Wuyang were faced with the physiognomy of such a powerful person, they bowed their heads for the first time, and then bowed their heads, not daring to look directly. Wan Yin and Dong Sheng, these two are also similar, and after shock, they are also pious. However, among the younger generation, I can't help but look up and down. The true spirit went to the place where the incense burner was placed and lighted himself a few incense sticks. Fanfeng, the head of the 18 gods, fell to his knees, tears streaming down, but he did not dare to make any noise, for fear of disturbing the cleanliness of this place. 3 great gods, 18 gods, 108 messengers. The Divine Master won't say anything. They are all 6 Calamity Realm powerhouses, and their strength is terrifying. God generals are different. Just like messengers, they are all superb. But each of the gods is the ultimate emperor. They are the closest people to Qixin, and Qixin treats them like children. When these gods will see the face of the gods, Ukanshu, calm will naturally reveal sadness. Seeing this scene, I found that Fanfeng was not so annoying. After making a few sticks of incense, I inserted the incense burner at will. Seeing Fanfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, a gentle smile leaked out. "Get up, boy." Fanfeng wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and stood up respectfully. Then Jinling turned his head and glanced at all of them, with his hands behind his back, and said, "There was once a great existence who predicted the future for the Hall of Uprising. He said that when I got up from the Hall of Uprising, there would be a peerless and powerful person. But this the price of the existence of a bit, but it will be a complete success. In the past, I was very convinced, but after seeing you, I have changed my previous views. I think you all have the opportunity to become that peerless powerhouse." The true spirit said so truthfully, so that everyone's eyes were full of yearning. Who doesn't want to be a peerless powerhouse? As for one's success, it is not oneself who is dead. Here, I wish you all the best, soaring realm, returning to the Temple of Qixin as soon as possible, returning to your hometown, and saving the long river of time and space. Jinling waved his hand and directly evoked a jar of wine, and in front of everyone, a bowl also appeared. The drinks fly by themselves. Everyone took the bowl and looked at the true spirit with scorching eyes. "It's done." Jinling directly lifted the jar and finished it in one sip. Everyone did not hesitate and drank cleanly. Jin Wushuang grinned, only feeling that the wine was extremely spicy. Not only did it not help the divine body, but it also made him dizzy. Obviously not a good wine. Even the Seoff wine. Is Jinling unwilling to offer some good ones? Just as Jin Wushuang vomited in his heart, a mirror-like mirror rose in his mind, and then his body returned to normal. In the mirror, the face of the true spirit appeared. Chapter 56:56. After seeing the true face in the mirror, Jin Wushuang was shocked. "Hey, Jin Wushuang." Jinling leaked a smirk. Jin Wushuang's heart is a little hairy. Why does he think the wine is poisonous? Is he afraid that people like them will betray the Temple of Qixin? But this time, Jian Wushuang had crossed the abdomen of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Master True Spirit, what is this for? Jian Wushuang asked cautiously. The True Spirit peeked out an arm from the mirror and said, "This is a treasure prepared for you. Remember that the treasure must be stored in your own origin space. Otherwise, the cost of transporting into other time and space will be more expensive than yours. Arcana is even more expensive." Yes, Jian Wushuang quickly agreed, and then took the mustard seed. These are some treasures for them before leaving. After all, in another time and space, no one knows where they will appear. It doesn't hurt to prepare more. This time, the True Spirit paid out of his own pocket and took out a part of the treasure from his own collection and distributed it to everyone. Not only was it given to Jian Wushuang, but Huiqing and others also obtained corresponding treasures. In Huiqing's Sea of Knowledge, Zhenling even took out a crystal ball and handed it to Huiqing. "Huiqing, I value you the most. You know this. Don't let me down. You are a pitiful disciple." "I know. Don't worry. I will take care of it myself," Zhenling said sincerely, "but I wish I was in my heart. Shang is finished sooner." After hearing Zhenling's words, Huiqing's eyes flushed red, but she felt a little bit reluctant. Along the way, Zhenling really took care of him a lot. He never dared to forget. Returning from school will surely repay you. On the other side, Zhenling also said similar things to Wu Zhuo. "Wu Zhuo, you are the disciple of my deity. Although you are not the strongest, you are the only disciple surviving. Don't lose my face. Don't come back if you don't become a catastrophe. Remember, it's important to save your life." This sentence made Wu Zhuo instantly think of the original master. Although the number of meetings is very small, he remembers the words of the master instructing them every time, "Just stay alive." Wu Zhuo's face trembled, and he said with emotion, "Master teaches that disciples never look at each other. If the temple of Qishan enters a crisis again, Wu Zhuo is willing to be the first to die in battle." He was supposed to be in the time and space of Molo, but now the lingering life makes him forget how beautiful it was once. High-spirited is a teenager. Why don't you look back suddenly? He will definitely live up to the glory of Qishan Temple in the past, let alone shame Master. Outside, everyone's expression is very heavy. Zhenling glanced at everyone. His face sank and shouted, "Go!" "Huh!" The crowd rose into the air, tearing the sky away and leaving the tomb mountain. From the tomb of the gods, all the way without words, went straight to the heaven. Along the way, there is no stay or reluctance. The northern boundary of the heavens, above the mountains. Among the 10 temples of the gods, the most outstanding inheritors have arrived. There are already people waiting for them here. The real spirit wants to control the big formation, so there is no way to send them personally. Only the master of the palace Xuanyi greeted them here. There are more than 1,000,000 messengers around, and there are super messengers with supreme combat power. It is the strong puppet of Xuanyi Hall. "Everyone, follow me." The hall master Xuanyi didn't talk nonsense and directly led everyone into the depths of the mountain range. Jian Wushuang looked around and felt a majestic power. Other people also feel it real. Hall master Xuanyi did not forget to popularize them and explained, "The time and space channel opened this time is the long river of time and space at the core of the starry sky. Relying on divine power as the main force, supplemented by the origin, you may not be used to this just now. Divine power is the main?" Jian Wushuang was very surprised. The origin is the right way. How can there be someone who majors in divine power? Hall Master Xuanyi saw Jian Wushuang's doubts and continued, "The starry sky is strange and unpredictable. Everything is possible. If there is a major in the source, then there is a major in divine power. Go in." Palace Master Xuanyi stopped, pointed to the dark abyss in front, and said to everyone, "This place is just the entrance to the turbulent flow of time and space. In the turbulent flow of time and space, there is a formation that can help. You travel through time and space, remember, and collect all foreign objects into the original space. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you if you lose it." The true spirit had already informed them about this, and had already included the treasure into the source space. Now Jian Wushuang has only one set of ordinary clothes on his body. There are no treasures. Everyone stepped into the abyss without hesitation. Jian Wushuang looked back, and at the last glance, he froze in the dense jungle and then entered the abyss. After everyone entered the abyss, they were a little uncomfortable at first. Because it is a turbulent flow of time and space, it is dangerous to enter the tribulation realm, not to mention them. Fortunately, the real spirit has cleared all the dangers in the turbulent flow of time and space. They just feel a little uncomfortable physically, but fortunately there is no danger. Before, it should be the passage of time and space. Wu's were reminded everyone. Jian Wushuang also followed his gaze. There was a circular passage in the distance, and the aura exuding above was not divine power, but the life force that Jian Wushuang was familiar with. This surprised him a little. Time and space channels containing the power of life. Unfortunately, his realm is limited, and he has too little understanding of time and space, and he doesn't understand it. Now everyone has come close. When the time came without thinking about it, they entered directly one after another. Before entering, Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing agreed to enter together one after another. It is best that they can appear together. Time and space channel. I don't know where to send them to that long river of time and space. It is even more troublesome if they cannot be transmitted together. So everyone has long left their own secret codes. After going to another time and space, all the titles used were his own names. If you go in and you can't figure out the direction, you will call your name first, and then find a force on the spot to stabilize it first. When everyone is there, we will explore together. Even if you don't want to explore together, get in touch in advance. You can't fight on your own, and when no one can find it, you will be in trouble. Wushuang, Hui Qing, I will go in first. Tongtian Buddha and Jin Wuyang entered the space-time channel together. Then came the Backbone Luo and Emperor Guangying. Fanfeng didn't say much and flew in behind the two of them. Brother Dongsheng, you must be careful with Brother Wanyan, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Watch the two enter. Finally, Wu's was started, followed by Hui Qing, Jian Wushuang behind. All have entered the space-time channel one after another. Seeing Du Hui Qing also walked in, Jian Wushuang took the last breath of the long river of time and space and flew in resolutely. Chapter 56-57. There was only a breath of time when Mingming and Hui Qing and the others entered, but no one could be seen in the passage. Jian Wushuang could not understand the space and time in the space-time channel, and it was not surprising. Flying all the way. It's like entering a black hole. And Jian Wushuang flew, suddenly felt that his realm was falling continuously. This surprised him, and the power of life is declining very quickly. What's going on? Jian Wushuang panicked suddenly. Not only the realm has plummeted, but even the strength is constantly losing. Soon Jian Wushuang fell out of the Emperor realm, become a Taoist. Without the power of the stars, all the power of life is lost. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank, and his strength fell into this way before he walked out of the space-time channel. It was a question of whether he could maintain the immortality after he went out. This is not easy. If he lives in the wilderness and has no combat power, how can he live? But now halfway away, it is impossible to turn around and leave. Jian Wushuang could only bite the bullet and continue to move forward. The realm keeps falling, and the original space in the body has turned into a pole, completely sealed. Jian Wushuang is not even Yinxian anymore. Become immortal again. As he walked at this moment, there was a light in front of him, followed by the power of death rushing toward his face. Jian Wushuang felt bad, thinking that he was destroying life again. But without waiting for him to react, the whole person has fallen into a deep sleep. In the dream, he entered another world. He wandered about with strength and saw a magnificent river of time and space. 9 days and 10 places. It's so spectacular. Unfortunately, the next moment, this long river of time and space suddenly shattered. Jian Wushuang was in a daze and saw a goddess. She was wearing a red fairy dress. Her face was beautiful and suffocating. I saw this goddess stepping barefoot into this long river of time and space. 1 step a day, 9 steps are taken, and a 9-color sky is achieved. 1 step and 1 breath. It was the 10th breath at the time of stay, leaving 10 ancient land and secret realm. While staying, Jian Wushuang stared at his eyebrows and saw the other person's look back. At that glance, he didn't dare to breathe. This is a peerless power that creates a long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang was completely frightened. This celestial lady was just an emperor when she first entered this long river of time and space. But with every step taken, a catastrophe is achieved. After 9 steps, he is already a superpower in the 9 tribulations realm. After 10 breaths, it is invincible. How domineering. But in a blink of an eye, the body of the goddess was also shattered. Only 9 days and 10 places are left. After Jian Wushuang finished reading it, he was also led by an invisible force and entered the Gumu continent among the 10 places. The ancient woodland is full of vegetation. When Jian Wushuang's consciousness entered Gumu continent, he heard a voice vaguely. "My dojo, you dare to enter." Jian Wushuang was frightened and clever, and when he looked back, he saw a familiar figure that blocked the person who spoke for him. Hui Qing. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but shout out. But Hui Qing didn't pay attention to him, but confronted the goddess. What Jian Wushuang didn't expect was that Hui Qing really stopped him. What's the situation? The other party is a celestial lady who has completed the 9 tribulations in 9 steps, able to create the power of the long river of time and space. Hui Qing actually stopped the opponent. The key is how Hui Qing will appear. He didn't see the consciousness of other people, only Hui Qing. At this time, the others also saw the scene that Jian Wushuang saw just now, and when they were blocked by the goddess, they were all blocked by Hui Qing. For a while, everyone was extremely curious about Hui Qing's identity. But then, that attraction sucked everyone into 9 days or 10 places. Jian Wushuang's consciousness had descended on Gumu continent. Yu Kingdom, Qingyunzong. Wu family. Ticking. The sound of water droplets in his ears awakened Jian Wushuang, and he was very uncomfortable to wake up. When he just wanted to look up, he felt the severe pain in his chest and the fatigue that came in an instant, making him unable to open his eyes. He is injured. After Jian Wushuang understood, he wanted to mobilize the power of life to recover, but found that he was now not even talking about the power of life. Even the origin of the special element was gone. "Master, you are awake." A sweet voice came, causing Jian Wushuang to shiver. This voice, the eyebrows were almost to the bones, making people tremble all over when they heard it. The key is this young master, is he calling it? Why did he become a master? Obviously coming from other time and space, there should be no acquaintances here. Just when Jian Wushuang was puzzled, a strange memory suddenly struck in his mind. Wu family's child, Wushuang. Great Vietnam. 7-star sect, Qingyun sect. A series of unfamiliar messages were accepted by Jian Wushuang. He also recognized the owner of the voice at this time. Su Meyer. Jian Wushuang uttered a voice of disgust in his throat. That is his personal servant girl. But according to what I knew from that memory, this maid was not a good person. He also knew how the injuries came from. With strong willpower, made Jian Wushuang stand up from the bed and pulled the maid Su Meyer into his arms, and then restrained her neck like suet jade with one hand, fiercely. Said, "Who sent you here?" Su Meyer was strangled and couldn't pass through. Her face was full of horror. The bottom of my heart was even more surprised. Why this trash master dared to attack him? He is a Daoji cultivator, and he still can't break free. Guyu time and space. The realm of cultivation is very different from the time and space where Jian Wushuang is. It is divided into acquired, congenital, Daoji, Vientian, Yuanshan, Mahayana, immortal, emperor, and tribulation realm. This long river of time and space with a long time is stronger than Morwa time and space, and the practice of practice is more perfect. There are few realms divided, and immortality alone encompasses the realms of Yinxian, Dianxian, and Daojun. The maid whose neck was strangled by him was a Daoji monk, and his body was just an ordinary congenital monk. The age is even less than 18, only 17. But now the strength that is not weak to Daoji has burst out. How can this not surprise the maid Su Meyer? "Master Wushuang, I am Meyer." Su Meyer still wanted to quibble, but Jian Wushuang was very decisive, holding Su Meyer's face with one hand, and said coldly, "If you don't tell the truth again, I will tear your face. Sue Meyer's face changed from unbelievable to fear. She could feel that this young master seemed to have changed and was different from before. If she kept concealing it, she might really tear her face. I said, young Master Meyer will tell you everything. Jian Wushuang pushed her away and walked off the bed. But the tear in his chest made him almost fainted. Touched his chest. It was all blood. Chapter 56-58. When I look around, my eyes are all flowers, but also vaguely saw this dilapidated room. The Wu family, the Yu country, can be ranked in the top 10 big family. It is famous for its swords, and even has a Wu family sword tomb with the strongest sword of the Yu country above it. Jian Wushuang was born into such a family, but luck was actually good. Unexpectedly, he was framed just after being reborn. In his mind, he learned the memory of this body. As a child of the Wu family, he naturally uses swords, but his natural cartilage is unable to cultivate magical power at all. Although the pill was piled up to become an innate monk, his supernatural power is not as good as the acquired monk. Slowly the family gave up on him. If this is the case, it is actually good. But what he didn't expect was that the stepmother of this body was scorpion-hearted. It was good to him at first, maybe because he was just a trash. But in an accident, the stepmother Chen Qingxian discovered a prototype of a sword bone in his body. Sword bone. That is a born sword embryo. With sword bones, it can be said that those who are nailed to the plate will become immortal. Moreover, he will master the ultimate kendo and become the most defying swordsman. It was precisely because of this sword ancient fact that Wu Shuangcai couldn't practice supernatural power, because most of the repaired divine power has entered the sword bone and has been nurturing the sword bone. The glory of Wu Jiazu gave birth to a man with a sword and bones. Wu Shuang is second. People with sword bones, the supernatural power cultivated in their childhood, will enter the sword bones. This is why Wu Shuang was scolded as waste. Sword bones need a lot of treasures to condense and form. After Qin Qingxian learned about it, he went all out to cultivate Wu Shuang. Although the Wu family was a little puzzled, they all admired Chen Qingxuan's character. She was Wu Shuang's stepmother. There is no need to take care of Wu Shuang in this way. Besides, she also has children. He is a half-brother of Jian Wushuang. But outsiders don't know that Chen Qingxuan's all this is actually for his son. She wanted the sword bone in Wu Shuang's body to be transplanted to her son, Wu Di. Wu Di is only 1 year younger than Jian Wushuang. Just turned 16 this year. When he was a child, Wu Shuang's father, Wu Yong, was very fond of Wu Shuang. After all, he grew up in an orderly manner. But later discovered that Wu Shuang's physique was not suitable for cultivation at all, so he gave up and became more and more indifferent. On the contrary, Wu Di showed extraordinary potential, which made Wu Yong raise his head in the family. Wu Yong's strength is only the realm of Mahayana, and he has not even reached the immortal. Although he is a direct descendant, he doesn't have much power. It was this son that allowed him to step into the middle of the family and become the elder of the family. Wu Di, who was only 16 years old, was already a monk in Vientiane. It's really amazing. Jian Wushuang was also very impressed. He was still an ignorant boy at 16. But these vicious guys actually dug Wu Shuang's sword bones and gave it to Wu Di. This makes him very upset, although only borrowing this body. But since he was reborn in this body, he must seek justice for Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang and Wu Shuang. It's really fate. Jian Wushuang picked up the kettle on the table and took a sip in his mouth. Looking at Sue Meyer, who was crawling on the ground, she said coldly, "Get out of here." Sue Meyer knelt on the ground, and Chu Chu stared at Jian Wushuang pitifully and said tremblingly, "Thank you, young master, for not killing me. Chen Qingxian instructed me to do everything." "Don't worry, I never kill women." Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Sue Meyer was obedient, and under his threat, she said everything. His memory of 3 days ago is very vague, and he doesn't know much. Consistent with the absorbed memory. After understanding the current form, it also stabilized. There is no worry about life and death for the time being. After Sue Meyer heard his words, she leaked a flattering smile, got up in a hurry, and was about to leave. Jian Wushuang stared at her back and shook his head. Whoosh! One of the chopsticks on the table was ejected by his finger and directly penetrated Su Meyer's chest. Himph, Wu Shuang doesn't kill women. Jin Wu Shuang doesn't have this burden in my heart. Now he is Jin Wu Shuang, an invincible emperor who has lived for several epochs and has not yet recovered his strength. How can you be soft-hearted? After solving Su Meyer, Jin Wu Shuang dragged her corpse into the bed, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began to regain his strength. Now, his realm has fallen too much. Can only barely maintain the strength of Yintian. This strength is not enough to seek justice for Wu Shuang. Then think again. He can be said to be unaccompanied here. His mother, Wei Qi Mingyue, died early. His father Wu Yong looked down on him. He hadn't seen each other for several years, and he was neither lukewarm nor lukewarm when he saw him. When he was outside, it was even more as if he hadn't seen him. In a world where Wu is respected, especially in a big family like the Wu family, a trash son almost nailed Wu Yong to a pillar of shame. If it weren't for Wu Dis reasons, I'm afraid Wu Yong would not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. It is for this reason that he is reluctant to face Wu Shuang. Jin Wu Shuang shook his head and sighed. Poor child, pity, pitiful. The seedling of the ultimate way was taken away by the vicious stepmother. If he had guessed correctly, it is probably because of Wu Shuang's death that he would enter this body. Reincarnation of the world. Wu Shuang is dead, but his name is still alive. But to add a lost sword in front of Wu Shuang, Jin Wu Shuang. Phew. After repairing it for a while, although Jin Wu Shuang's realm dropped a lot, according to the experience of his previous life, he quickly used some of the repaired magical power to stop the blood from the chest injury. Now Wu Shuang, who does not have a sword bone, can cultivate a very strong divine power. It can be regarded as lifted the shackles. A mortal body lives the life of a mortal. Soon, 3 days passed. Wushousehan. In the courtyard where the female relatives are resting, in a gorgeous manner, Qian Qingxian with a beautiful face is guiding his son's cultivation. My son, how is the recovery of the body? Chen Qingxian looked at her proud son in a dozingly. Wu Shuang was not the only one injured in the transplantation of sword bones. At this time, Wu Di was also very weak. However, with the blessing of countless treasures, he soon adapted to the backlash brought by the sword bone. And this sword bone had already achieved consummation in his body. He had a sword eye, but now he has a sword bone. The enemy of Wu in the future, I am afraid, will really become invincible. But he didn't feel too happy. When he looked at his mother, there was confusion and a trace of unwillingness in his sword eyes. He already had sword eyes, and the road to invincibility had been opened. Why go to ask for a sword bone from a weak person? The current Wu Di is still too young to understand or reconciled, is unwilling to self-esteem. As for Wu Shuang, he didn't take it seriously. Although Chen Qingxian is Wu Di's mother, he still doesn't know what his son thinks in his heart. Chapter 56-59. Mother, I'm fine. Wu Di said indifferently, and only replied softly. Chen Qingxian was very excited, and then said, It's fine if it doesn't matter. You just need to heal your wounds here. There is me outside. The outside world? Wu Di was a little puzzled. What happened to the outside world that his mother said? He didn't have a good impression of Wu Shuang, and he never regarded him as an opponent. Naturally unclear. But Chen Qingxian knew. Even Wu Shuang doesn't know that he still has an uncle. An immortal uncle. Moreover, he has arrived at Wu's house. It's Yuqi Mingfeng. Chen Qingxian slowly got up, leaning against Wu Di. Wu Di's expression moved, and he was surprised. Is that Mingjiao Tianjiao? Xiao Ming Wang Wei Qi Mingfeng? Yu Kingdom has two super sections. One is the Orthodox 7-star sect of Gumf continent, and the other is Mingjiao. The 7-star sect, the Azure Cloud sect, has the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth, and is said to be related to the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space, and has been passed down to this day. It is the first sect of Vietnam. Even the royal family respected King Yunzong. But Mingjiao is different. It is a rising star, although not as long as King Yunzong's history, but the overall strength is not weak King Yunzong. Xiao Ming Wang Wei Qi Mingfeng is one of the few talents of Mingjiao today. This is a big man. Even the Wu family must take it seriously. Although Wu Di was young, He yearned for the arrogant, and he also had confidence in his heart. Unexpectedly, this kind of character is actually related to that waste brother, Wu Shuang. Don't be careful. I have sent your uncle back. Yuqi Mingfeng is just an immortal after all. Your uncle is an emperor. Chun Qingxian was very confident. What about Mingjiao Tianjiao? This is Wu's house. The family of the Yu Kingdom, the super family under the Qinjianmen of the Seven-Star Omen. In terms of background and strength, they are much higher than Xiao Mingwang. After seeing his son, Chun Qingxian hurriedly left Wu Jia guest house. The eldest son of the three-bedroom of the contemporary Wu family is the uncle of Wu Di, as well as the uncle of Wu Shuang. Wu Qiong is confronting a handsome young man with abundance. Wu Qiong, my nephew is just a concubine from your third room. Why stop me? Since you don't take him seriously, why don't you let me take the lead? Yuqi Mingfeng's tone was cold. He owes a lot to this nephew. When his elder sister fell, he was in retreat. Now the elder sister who has passed away has fallen, and the nephew, who had never met, has also become the laughingstock of the Wu family. He will naturally pick it up. This is his last relative. Even if it is a trash, he has to shelter his whole life. Unexpectedly, Wu Jiaran refused to let him take it away on the grounds of his family's children. This made him never expect. With the Wu family's temperament, it is a slaughter, but it is also a waste of cultivation that can't produce supernatural power. Hopefully, let Wu Shuang go with his uncle. This will also be able to win over a future arrogant. Wu Qiong always smiled, neither sinning nor fulfilling this Xiao Mingwang. Brother Mingfeng, don't worry about my children from the Wu family. Wu Shuang is also doing well in the Wu family. Why are you doing this? It's a beautiful thing to let him spend his life free. Yuqi Mingfeng had doubts in his heart and paused for a while and said disdainfully, "Ha, a lifetime of leisure?" If this is the case, he would feel relieved. But a few days ago, there was a burst of heartache, which was a backlash brought about by cause and effect. He felt that something had happened to the nephew, and coupled with the fall of his sister, he hurried out of the customs. Before coming to Wu's house, he inquired about his nephew's experience, and he had already made up his mind to take Wu Shuang away. Isn't that good? A voice interrupted the confrontation between the two. It was Chen Qingxian who entered the hall. Yuqi Mingfeng didn't turn his head, but a terrifying sense of oppression broke out. Seeing this, Wu Qiong also changed his eyes. Chen Qingxian was neither humble nor overbearing, walked up to Wu Qiong, gave a polite, then looked at Yuqi Mingfeng, and slowly said, Wu Shuang is not a concubine, but he is also my son in terms of status, so Mingfeng brothers are not worried. Wu Shuang, after all, is Wu. These words are also persuading Wei Qi Mingfeng to retreat. But the other party would give up like this. Wu Qiong also nodded with a smile and remained silent. The confrontation in the hall continued. After 3 days of correction, Jian Wushuang finally recovered his injuries. Jian Wushuang let out a foul breath. Except for his soul, he is just a mortal now. The source hasn't been activated yet, and he can't restore the peak at all. Need to find a helper. Jian Wushuang frowned. If he continued to cultivate like this, he would probably have to live again. But looking for a situation now, how can he have time to live a lifetime again? Slowly cultivate the talent of this body. I am afraid that it will take at least 10,000 years to reach the immortal, that is, to open the origin of the eternal immortal. Even if he has previous life experience, it will take hundreds of years, and also need a lot of foreign objects. He can't wait. Coming to this time and space is to achieve the tribulation realm. In fact, hundreds or even 10,000 years are not too long. It's just the current situation that makes him afraid to wait. What if the stepmother killed him? If you are undecided, you still have to slip away first. If there is an emperor who is willing to help him, only needs a trace of the source of power to induce the source space in his body, and he can instantly draw out the power of life. With the power of life, he can quickly recover to the peak. It's just that he is unaccompanied now. Where can he go to find the emperor to help him? When Jian Wushuang was embarrassed, he felt a sudden karma coming from the bottom of his heart. It's not far away, and the opponent's strength is very strong. And? Jian Wushuang raised his brows. There are too many people in Wu's family who have blood connections with him, but the feeling he gave him was very indifferent. But the breath that had just arrived was extremely gentle. He is a close relative, and his attitude towards him is different from that of the Wu family. This surprised Jian Wushuang very much. Now he lacks such a relative. As long as he recovers to the peak, the grievances of this body can also be quickly resolved, and then it is time to look for other people. I don't know where Hui Qing and the others have gone. According to the memory of this body and all the things he had seen before, this long river of time and space is very powerful. It was indeed the same as the Hall Master Xuanyi said. It was even stronger than the original Morwa time and space. It is one of the 9 most dazzling time and space in the starry sky. Its internal structure is also different from other time and space. The main structure is 9 heavens and 10 earth. As for the universe, it is like a star, floating above the long river of time and space. Gumu continent is one of the 10 places. He entered the Gumu continent. Where did Hui Qing and Wu Zui go? At this time, other people also have the same idea. It's just that what happened to other people is better than Jian Wushuang. But it's not much better. They are all working hard to restore the peak. Chapter 56-60. But what happened to Hui Qing was different from them. But I don't know whether it is good or bad, and everything is still unclear. The universe is undecided. The 10 people in Qishan Temple all have different situations, but their goals are the same. Be bigger and stronger, and create greater glories. Jian Wushuang didn't think about it either, but got up and left the room. As for the corpse of that maid, nothing was left of it long ago. Walking out of the room and pushing open the door of the small courtyard, there were 2 men standing outside in strong costumes. The strength is like the early days of Yintian. When Jian Wushuang came out, his eyes condensed. The 2 of them were arranged here by Qin Qingxian. Originally, he wasn't going to stare at Jian Wushuang, but that way Qi Mingfeng suddenly came up. She was also afraid that Jian Wushuang would go out, so she was going to be under house arrest for a period of time. At the same time, people sent treasures, and they were going to repair Jian Wushuang's injuries first. Even if she didn't agree to let Qi Mingfeng take Jian Wushuang away, if the other party wanted to see Jian Wushuang, she wouldn't be able to stop him. At that time, Jian Wushuang's body was found to be injured, and that would be bad. However, what didn't make Chen Qingxian think that the treasure she had bestowed had been swallowed by these 2 Vientiane monks? They all think that Wu Shuang is just a waste. Even if it is given to the treasure, it is not easy to use. It's better to make them both cheaper. In the past, they did the same. Master Wu Shuang, you are not taking good care of your injuries here. Where are you going? A triangulated Vientiane monk stepped forward and blocked Jian Wushuang's path. Although the 2 of them didn't know why this Wushuang young master wanted to heal here, but since Chen Qingxian had explained, he would not let Wushuang leave here for half a step. Jian Wushuang didn't even glance at the 2 of them and said coldly, "What is this young master going to do? Do you still need to ask you for instructions?" The 2 servants of the Wu family dared to offend him so much. It seems that this body has passed very badly. Despite Chen Qingshuan's hypocritical care, I am afraid that no one is looking at him. Seeing the originally cowardly character and unable to repair the young master waste, suddenly became hardened, making people startled. There was no reaction for a while, but when Jian Wushuang continued to walk outside, the 2 blocked Jian Wushuang's path at the same time. Thanks. Where the young master is going, naturally the subordinates dare not ask more, but someone said above, "Please forgive me for asking me to take care of the young master here." In front of Wushuang, a broad chest leaked out. Jian Wushuang sneered. It was really unexpected that one day, he would be threatened by 2 mortals. "You are looking for death." Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked murderous, and he lifted his leg and kicked directly into the chest of the man with triangle eyes. The power of this foot was very strong, and the other party didn't take it seriously, thinking that Wushuang in front of him was still the old trash master, and he didn't pay attention to it at all. But what he didn't expect was that he kicked him several battles far away with just 1 kick, and the body was seriously injured. Divine power-based practice system. The physical body is the first level. The mundane is the main body of cultivation. Divine power is like the source. Just like these 2 Vientiane monks in front of me. Although he was a mortal, he possessed a 10-fold divine body, an already tyrannical body. However, before Jin Wuduan, it was still not enough. Although his body is weak now, he has the experience of his previous life, coupled with his strong soul, and now he has the highest combat power in Vientiane. Although his body is weak, his divine power is extremely strong. He was quite surprised that he didn't kick the opponent to death just now. The practice system of this time and space is very interesting. Another Vientiane monk stared at Jin Wushuang in surprise. Unexpectedly, Jin Wushuang would suddenly do it. This surprised the two of them. The triangular-eyed young man who was kicked so far was full of anger and stood up directly regardless of his injuries. He shouted at Jin Wushuang angrily, "You stinky kid, don't know how to promote it, or you will regret it today." Being beaten by a trash, even if the other party is Wu family children, they are just slaves. But they also have unwillingness and anger in their hearts. Regret? Jin Wushuang clenched his fist slightly. There are many things that make him regret, but each piece is not something that these chores can do. The next moment, his figure flashed, and he instantly reached the opponent's eyes, and a hand knife directly cut off the opponent's head. Hot blood, spewing instantaneously. The triangular-eyed man was completely shocked when his companion was killed instantly. He never expected that the cowardly young master was a waste. He killed a Vientiane monk in an instant. How dare you kill someone? The triangular-eyed man kept backing away, pointing to Jin Wushuang's trembling words and could not say complete. But in private, he has already transmitted the voice, calling for help. Chun Qingxian gave the order to die, not to let Jin Wushuang go out for half a step. At the same time, a group of patrolling monks had already approached here. It's just that Chen Qingxian in the guest hall, his eyes flashed, and a faint uneasiness appeared in his heart. This anxiety seemed to not be the Yuqi Mingfeng in front of him, but Wu Shuang. That Wu Shuang who has completely become a waste. The previous care was only for the sword bones. Today's Wu Shuang has been completely reduced to waste. The reason why Wei Qi Mingfeng was prevented from taking it away was because he was afraid that things would be revealed. It only takes a few months to erase everything. Then, the sword bone really belonged to her son Wu Di, and Wu Shuang was completely reduced to waste. No need to bother about it anymore. But now Yuqi Mingfeng appeared, but she had a murderous intent in her heart. Although the sword bone can be stolen, the trace cannot be erased. In case it was discovered, that would be bad. She was not worried that someone would make a name for Wu Shuang, but that she would be infamous for her son. Wu Di is everything to her, is her proudest son. Don't humiliate her son's reputation because of a trash. Hold him. I have arranged for someone to go. Chun Qingxuan's surface was dull, but privately, he had arranged personnel to stop Wu Shuang. At the same time, she was also very surprised. Why Jin Wushuang would recover so quickly and still be able to kill a Vientiane monk. Although the strength of the two Vientiane monks she sent in the past was very weak, but Wu Shuang is nothing but a congenital. Even if the treasure she gave could make him break through and become a Daoji, it would not be so powerful. Naturally, she did not expect that Wu Shuang died 3 days ago. Wu Shuang now is no longer the Wu Shuang he used to be. Although he took away Wu Shuang's sword bones, he also added a sword character to Wu Shuang's name. Let's talk about Jin Wu Shuang's side. Killing a mundane casually, this was normal for him. It was the triangular-eyed man who yelled and made him very upset. He can now clearly feel that friendly cause and effect, right in the central hall of the Wu family. No time, entangled with these little guys. Chapter 56-61. Even when he tried to solve another Vientiane monk, he was lazy and left. At this moment, there was a white runner who flew in from the sky with dozens of people. Come, Jin Wushuang is familiar with it. Follow the description in memory. The white-robe youth in front of him has an unusual relationship with him. Like him, they are all children of the Wu family. It's just that this young man in white robe is a direct descendant of Sanfeng. It was Wu Qiong's second son, Wu Liang. Calculated by age, Jin Wushuang had to call the other cousin. But this cousin didn't make him much embarrassed. He was even humiliated at the beginning. Seeing Jin Wushuang approaching, Wu Liang raised his head, not looking at his cousin with his straight eyes. A waste. no matter where there is no trace of respect, even blood relatives. Even Jian Wushuang himself felt that the other party was fine. Regarding the treatment of waste, it is generally ignored. But even a waste has to make things difficult. So what is the difference between this person and waste? The key is that the original Wushuang is not a waste at all, but the ultimate Kendo powerhouse in the future. Killing a servant privately, this is a felony. Take him down for me. Wu Liang commanded his men indifferently. In his eyes, this cousin is not as good as a family servant. Of course, there are also instructions from his father. Although he didn't know why Wu Shuang was detained, he was lazy to ask. There are dozens of Yintian monks, and the leader is still a monk of the Yuanshan stage. Jin Wushuang's current strength is not an opponent at all. What's more, that Wu Liang was born 10,000 years, and he was in the Mahayana period. In this case, we will lose. Jin Wushuang, who didn't have any whole cards, only had the power of the soul. Just as these people gathered around, a powerful thought force suddenly rose. It directly freezes everyone in place. Wu Liang looked surprised, staring at Jin Wushuang, and said in astonishment, "How is it possible? How can you, a trash, have such strength?" Strength? Jin Wushuang was like looking at an ant. Although the Wu family is good in Vietnam, it ranks among the top 10 families. But in his eyes, it was too weak. Even when he was a Taoist monarch, he could single-handedly challenge the entire Wu family. The release of the power of the soul instantly attracted the attention of the strong inside the Wu family. In a quiet place, an old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were shocked. What a strong soul power! At the same time, in the family powerhouse, some family powerhouses who have retired have also left the customs one after another. A mysterious soul power suddenly appeared in the family. This is a big deal. Wu Qiong, the eldest son of the 3 rooms who was originally in the guest hall, also felt it, and his complexion suddenly changed. Compared with Chun Qingchuan's matter, this matter is more important. Wei Qi Mingfeng, Wu Shuang's matter, I think it's going to be slowed down. Wu Qiong's expression changed, leaving only a law body. The deity rushed in the direction of Jian Wushuang. Chen Qingxian is just an immortal, unable to feel the power of the soul at all. Naturally, I don't know anything. Instead, he stared at the handsome young man with a smile, but had other thoughts in his heart. Although Yuqi Mingfeng is also an immortal, his strength has reached the limit of Dao Sovereign, but he is a Mingjiao Tianjiao, and the emperor is not weak in strength, so he naturally felt the power of the soul. Although the power of the soul is unfamiliar, there is a causal connection. Related to his sister. Is it the nephew who has never met? This surprised him too. I see, there is no need to wait any longer. Yuqi Mingfeng shot directly. He had already seen that Wu Qiong only left the Dharmakaya. Can't stop him at all. Wu Qiong's complexion changed drastically and said angrily, "Bold." But Yuqi Mingfeng sneered, "Why don't you dare?" He is the arrogant of Mingjiao. Although the Wu family is backed by the 7-star sect Qingyunzong, it is nothing more than a dog. What about the people of the Azure Cloud sect? He is not afraid, and he is not a fool. These people embarrass him so much for their nephew. I'm afraid there is something I don't want him to know. He will naturally not let go. Jin Wushuang's soul power was released. Even he himself didn't know that it would cause such a big shock. For a time, I felt several powerful auras rising into the sky. Broken. Jin Wushuang secretly said badly. It suddenly occurred to him that this place is a time and space dominated by divine power. The power of the soul is different from here. Although his soul realm is only at the emperor level, his soul realm has long surpassed the emperor's realm and is stronger than the robbery because of the essence of the source. Has reached the level of the Lord of the universe. This has attracted the attention of countless people. But now there is no other way. I can only hope that the strong man who is related to his cause and effect will come quickly. He only needs a trace of the source of the opponent's body to be able to restore the peak. Although the strong in this time and space is the source of divine power, it is also the source. It can also restore him to his peak. Without the strength of him, he has no confidence in anything. Soon, several emperors arrived. Wu Liang, what happened here? It was the elder in the family who spoke first. The white-browed old man stared at Jin Wushuang. He could feel the mysterious soul power. Calm comes from the young man in front of him. Seeing the arrival of so many powerful men, Wu Liang was also shocked, but he quickly reacted and quickly told Jian Wushuang about Jian Wushuang. The white-browed elder leaked a strange expression. He didn't know about Jian Wushuang, a collateral child in the family. Although they are also the disciples of their 3 rooms, Wu's 9 rooms have tens of thousands of children in each room, and they know everyone everywhere. What's more, he is a young boy who was only a few decades old. For the strong above the immortal, a retreat is 10,000 years or even millions of years. It is normal if it is not clear. After knowing that it was from their own family, these people were relieved. It's just my family. If you are a strong outsider, you have to be careful. Elder Baimei breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang, and said, "Your Excellency, but the reincarnated body? Just a few decades after his birth, he has such a powerful soul power. It can only make him think of reincarnation." But the guess was good. Jian Wushuang was indeed a reincarnation. Jian Wushuang didn't hide it either, because it didn't make sense. He nodded slightly. So much the better. Everything is clear. If the opponent cooperates, he can recover to the peak faster. It's just that he is a little worried. What if these people take action against him? I don't know the identity of your friend. Elder Baimei asked carefully. Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and replied, "I am not from the ancient Wood continent." This is not to lie to the other party. He is indeed not a strong man on the ancient Wood continent, and does not even belong to this time and space. Oh, that's it. There was a strange color in the eyes of the old man with white eyebrows. At the same time, it was also transmitted to the real strong in the family. Chapter 56-62. A strong man after reincarnation. Come to their Wu family. I don't know if it is good or bad. Needless to say the benefits. Having the blood of their Wu family is equivalent to having deep cause and effect. In the future, I will return to the top, and I will not forget the Wu family. It's a beautiful thing. There are disadvantages. I just don't know what he was like before reincarnation. What if he is a strong magician and harms the Wu family? And they don't have any details, and they don't know the strengths or weaknesses. This matter is not something he can decide, as an elder of the 3 chambers. Need to ask the real strong in the family. Wu Qiong, who had rushed over, her expression changed drastically when she heard this. He knows what Qin Qingxian did. I'm afraid I can't hide it now. Moreover, Yuqi Mingfeng, his law body couldn't stop him. He had already rushed towards this side. Wu Qiong, take this seriously? After hearing Wu Qiong's voice transmission, the elder Baimei frowned. The sword bone matter has been revealed. Elder Baimei exclaimed first, then regretted. I heard that it was transplanted to Wu Di, and I was relieved. At least from the family, there is no cheap to outsiders. But in this way, you are offending the reincarnated person in front of you. But compared with the sword bone, it is not a loss. There was just one thing that puzzled Elder Baimei. Why was it transplanted to Wu Di instead of Wu Qiong's eldest son or second son Wu Liang? I'm afraid there are hidden secrets in this. But this is not important. What should be done to Wu Shuang right now? Such a big thing happened. Wu Yong, who was Wu Shuang's biological father, had already been brought over in the city below the mountain. My son. It turned out to be a reincarnated person. Wu Yong was first exclaimed, and then he was overjoyed. Although his strength is average, he also knows about reincarnation. Those who can be reincarnated are all Emperor's great abilities. Maybe they are the absolute powerhouses. In this way, he has another backer. And he is his own son, an emperor and a strong man. The other son, Wu Di, although he has a strong aptitude, he still hasn't grown up yet. Wu Shuangke, who was reincarnated, was different and could quickly return to his peak. But then it will be a big backer. The eldest son is the reincarnated body. The emperor is powerful. The second son had sword eyes and sword bones that he didn't know, and he was even more gifted by the emperor. Wu Yong's previous life, He Di Nung, will have such 2 proud sons in this life. Wu Qiong glanced at this unsuspecting younger brother, her expression a little embarrassed. The bottom of my heart is a sneer. The reincarnated body, even Wu Yong's son, probably won't give him too much good face because of previous events. As for the second son, Wu Di, it is even more intriguing. And because of the sword bone matter, I am afraid that I have already harbored a grudge, so it would be nice not to seek revenge from them. Elder Bai Mei knew this too. There must be a decision now. Wu Shuang is a strong reincarnation, and regardless of the future, he will grow into a super strong in the near future. Even the most powerful. And Wu Di, with absolute aptitude, will become an emperor in the future, and even an absolute top. Both of these are the hope of the family. It's better not to give up if you can. If you really want to give up, also give up Wu Shuang. After all, it is a reincarnation body. Wu Di, but the real Wu family. The direct line of the family. The real powerhouse of the clan quickly arrived here. He was dressed in a simple black robe, and his expression was cold, and the breath on his body also carried an absolute sense of oppression. In the Wu family, if the emperor is considered a high-level person, Zhu Jian is the leader of the house. But within the clan, Jiejing is the backbone of the family. It is also their capital for standing in Vietnam. And this black robe powerhouse is a robbery realm. He was a powerful saboteur who could not survive the third calamity. Even so, the strength of this person is second only to the ancient temple that Jian Wushuang killed. The divine body is definitely more than 100,000. He is the superpower of the real body stream. His arrival instantly suppressed Jian Wushuang's powerful soul power. Jian Wu is a bit embarrassed, and the oppressive feeling on the opponent is very strong. I'm afraid it's against him. I don't know your name? The black-robe old man asked. Jian Wushuang answered indifferently. Jian Wushuang. At this time, Yuqi Mingfeng also rushed over. Seeing that so many powerful people gathered here, I also felt something was wrong. But Jian Wushuang was overjoyed at this moment. The strong man who had a cause and effect with him seemed to be the one in front of him. At the moment, he directly transmitted the voice to the other party, showing his identity, and said what happened. He is right to pretend to be reincarnated, but after all, he is the other party's nephew. It's just pretending to have awakened the memories of previous lives. The other party will still read this friendship. After Yuqi Mingfeng heard Jian Wushuang's voice transmission, he was amazed in his heart. Unexpectedly, his nephew was actually a reincarnated body. There is also some loss. The only relative is actually a reincarnated strong man. Although the bloodline is correct, there are always some differences. But since he needs his help, he will not shirk. Right now, the Wu family probably won't let Jian Wushuang leave, and even kill them. For those who are irrelevant, you can retreat. The strong black robe waved his hand. The next thing, it will be detrimental to the family. Naturally, I don't want those little guys to know. You reading www.ukanshu.com. Only Wu Qiong who knew about this, and Wu Yong and the elder Bai Mei stayed. The black-robed old man looked at Yuqi Mingfeng again and said, People of Mingjiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can also leave. Without any room for discussion, he tore the space with a wave of his hand and wanted to send Yuqi Mingfeng out. Jian Wushuang stood up right now and stopped the opponent directly. Senior, according to the seniority in this life, I should call you ancestors. If you have anything, you might as well just say, why bother and move the crowd like this? Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the black-robed old man. He is indeed flowing with the blood of the Wu family, although only reincarnated for 3 days. But he has the body of Wu Shuang. It's just that the soul is different. Seeing this, the black-robed old man turned his eyes. However, Yuqi Mingfeng condensed a group of divine power origin, walked to Jian Wushuang, patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder, and transferred the divine power origin into Jian Wushuang's body. Wu Shuang is right. If the Wu family feels unbearable, I will take him away, Yuqi Mingfeng said firmly. He has already transmitted his voice to the strong men of Mingjiao nearby. Right now, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The opponent is a strong robbery realm. He is nothing but immortality. Even if it is Tianjiao, it is not enough to be able to match the emperor. Seeing this, the black-robed old man pressed the killing intent in his heart and said calmly, In that case, go to the clan hall. He is a strong robbery realm, an immortal. Even if he stays behind, it doesn't matter. Kill them together if it's a big deal. What about the Tianjiao of Mingjiao, after all, is just an immortal. Clan hall. The core of the Wu family. The black-robed old man, Wu Chongqing, is the great elder of the Wu family clan. He is the number 2 person in the Wu family. Chapter 56-63. Strength is ranked in the top 3. The first strength is naturally the ancestor who founded the Wu family. The ancestor of the Wu family who has been retreating in Jianzhong for many years. It's just such a trivial matter that ancestor will not show up. Only when a new Tribulation Realm powerhouse appears in the family, the ancestor will show up once. As for the patriarch of the family, he is not in the Wu family now. So this time, Wu Chongqing will be allowed to come forward. Jin Wushuang was curious in his heart. How many Tribulation Realms exist in this Wu family? Originally thought that this Wu family had at most one superb. Unexpectedly, there will be a strong robbery realm, and it seems that there will be more than one. The 10 major families in the Yu country, I am afraid that all have a catastrophe. According to the most profound names in memory, the 7-star sect Qingyun sect in the Yu kingdom, this time and space was far more powerful than he had imagined. In the clan hall, Qin Qingxian and Wu Di were both brought. Kneeling in the hall at this time, Jian Wushuang looked like a guest, sitting on the left-hand side of Wu Chongqing, the elder of the Wu family, and the 3-room elder Bai Mei sat on the right. As for Wu Qiong and Wu Yong, they didn't even have the qualifications to sit, so they just stood there. Wu Yong didn't understand the situation. At this moment, he was shocked. Even if he was relatively incompetent, he could see that today's things were not simple. Chen Qingxian, you know you are guilty. Elder Bai Mei fell down and said. Chen Qingxian, who was kneeling on the ground, knew that he couldn't hide it today, so he simply said it all. Elder, everything is done by my concubine. It has nothing to do with my son. Chen Qingxian buried his head between his knees. Wu Di turned his head to look at his mother, his eyes complicated. Chen Qingxian didn't know that Wu Shuang was a reincarnated body, but now seeing Jin Wushuang sitting next to the clan elder, he also knew that things might not be easy. Today she is probably in a disaster. At this time, Wu Chongqing slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, in this case, Wu Qiong will take her down and her to the law enforcement hall. A family as big as the Wu family is no less than a kingdom of God, and the family rules are naturally complete. Do whatever you want. Fair enough. Chen Qingxian was frightened when he heard that he was about to be sent to the law enforcement hall. When she entered the law enforcement hall, she was really over. But for his son, she has no choice. When Wu Yong heard this, he shouted angrily from the side, you poisonous woman, you actually harm my son like this. I dug the sword bone from Wu Shuang's body and transplanted it to Wu Di. This matter is too vicious. Chen Qingxian glanced at her son one last time, and when she stared at Wu Di, she shook her head. He stood up and bowed back to the elders. When he looked at Jian Wushuang, his eyes still showed disdain and arrogance. Jian Wushuang held the handle of the chair, but an extreme point appeared in his body. This pole is constantly expanding. That is a starry sky, his origin and his release. In the original space, there are many of his treasures, as well as a complete physical body. Now he can regain his peak at any time. The confidence in my heart also came up. And many more. He stopped Chen Qingxian, who was about to leave. Seeing Jian Wushuang's exit blocked, Wu Chongqing frowned, looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Jian Wushuang, this matter is the Wu family's business. Her surname is Chun. Jian Wushuang slowly stood up and answered indifferently. In the next moment, his physical body began to change in front of everyone. A white-haired, long and narrow figure appeared in front of everyone. The moment his deity appeared, the ancestor of Wu Jiajin Zhongshan also opened his eyes at the same time. Jian Wushuang, who carried the Julian sword on his back, completely recovered. Since I have been reincarnated, I must fulfill Wu Shuang's obligation and understand his cause and effect. Jian Wushuang said indifferently, but very firm, even if there is a strong robbery sitting next to him. Wu Chongqing and the elder Bai Mei were shocked. They know about reincarnation, but I have never heard that reincarnation can still be reincarnated with a physical body, and the recovery is too fast. Now Jian Wushuang, even Wu Chongqing can't see through. Tribulation. Wu Chongqing stood up instantly. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang would be a strong robbery realm. From his perspective, he couldn't see through Jian Wushuang, so he naturally felt that Jian Wushuang was a robbery realm. When they heard the word robbery, the elder Bai Mei and Wu Qiong were also stunned. Both of them are emperors, and naturally know the horror of the robbery realm. Now the Wu family is up and down, but there are only 5 tribulation realms, 2 in the Wonkage state, and 2 in the Tunak state. An ancestor of the 3 tribulations realm. As a Tianjiao of Mingjiao, Yuqi Mingfeng naturally knew the power of tribulation realm and was very surprised. What? Chen Qingxian didn't understand. After all, she was just a mundane. Naturally, she didn't know the power of the robbery realm. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. A ray of light broke out between his fingers and directly killed Chen Qingxian. Understand the cause and effect of Wushuang. At the same time, he put out a hand in the void and directly caught Wu Di in front of him. Wu Chongqing wanted to stop him, but found that he was actually no match for Jian Wushuang in the realm of space. The power of this time and space is dominated by divine power. Even if he became a robbery realm, he was not very good in space, and naturally he couldn't stop Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, don't go too far. What Chen Qingxian did has nothing to do with this. Wu Chongqing persuaded. After all, now Wu Di is on Jian Wu's hands. Ukanshu. It seemed that Jian Wushuang had no friendship with their Wu family anymore. Shot directly, without any euphemisms. The enemy of Wu is still very important to the Wu family. With sword eyes, it is already destined to go to the gods, and it is not difficult to become an absolute top. Coupled with today's sword bones, future achievements will be even more extraordinary. The ultimate emperor, and even the realm of robbery. That's the calamity of the ultimate divine power. Even the ancestors will value it very much. Can't be killed by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang squeezed Wu Di's neck, turned his head to look at Wu Chongqing, and said coldly, "It's true that it has nothing to do with him, but the cut bone must be brought back. It doesn't belong to him." After finishing speaking, he took out the stolen sword bone from Wu Di's body directly through his body. After taking it out, Jian Wushuang handed it to Yuqi Mingfeng behind him. Set up a tomb for Wu Xuan. He is dead. Be regarded as leaving a thought. It is also a relief. With such a talent, it was unlucky to come to Wu's house. Yuqi Mingfeng's eyes reddened, and he took the sword bone, with endless anger in his eyes, looking at the Wu Di who was holding Jian Wu in his hands and the dead Chen Qingxian. Click. Jian Wushuang threw Wu Di aside, but didn't really kill the opponent. He can feel that the other party has no real hostility towards him. But it's hard to say now. He killed Chen Qingxian. I'm afraid Wu Di can't wait to kill him directly now in his heart. It's a pity that I don't have that strength. Wu Yong was completely frightened by seeing all this. His wife died in front of him instantly, and his son was also taken back by Jian Wushuang. It was a little unacceptable for a while. Wu Qiong helped Wu Di on the ground for the first time, with distress in her eyes, not because of Chen Qingxian, but the current Wu Di. Chapter 56-64. After Jian Wushuang saw it, he ignored it. He could see that Wu Qiong's blood was in Wu Di's body. I'm afraid Wu Yong still doesn't know that his eldest brother has turned himself green. I'm afraid it was also because of Wu Qiong that he seized the sword bones. And Chen Qingxian knew that he would have 80% of the sword bone in his body because of Wu Qiong. Follow this reasoning. I'm afraid Wu Qiong is the real murderer behind the scenes. Chen Qingxian was tough enough to carry everything down. When Wu Chongqing saw this scene, he also understood. At this time, the anger in my heart rose to the extreme. Get out of here. Wu Chongqing exploded with a strong divine power, directly wrapped Wu Qiong and Wu Di, the father and son, and sent them out of the clan hall. He can't go. Jian Wushuang still used the same trick, breaking the space and stopping Wu Qiong. Since Wu Qiong is the real murderer, she can't let it go. Wu Chongqing was completely angry, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. Although Jian Wushuang's strength is rather weird and he is more adept at mastering space, he is not as good as his divine power. So there is confidence. Jian Wushuang, don't go too far. This is the Wu family. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, Wu Qiong must die. But this time, Whether it was for the sake of face or for the Wu family's children, Wu Changqing shot directly. The divine body that was more than 100,000 times exploded in an instant. Jian Wushuang frowned when he felt this power. With this strength, I can't stop me. The power of the beast on Jian Wushuang suddenly exploded, which also exceeded 100,000 times. He can now double the power of the beast god, and he can increase the divine body to 100,000 times. Naturally not weaker each other. Now he is the identity of this long river of time and space, so naturally he has to use divine power. If it is not a last resort, it is still impossible to use the original strength. Not weak will attract suspicion. When he entered this time and space, the voice of the goddess was still fresh in his memory. This is the opponent's dojo. 9 heavens and 10 places, a complete and powerful space-time, is actually the opponent's dojo. So how strong is the opponent? He can't imagine. This character is much stronger than the gods. While using divine power to protect Yuqi Mingfeng, he confronted Wu Changqing. Changqing, you are not his opponent. A simple voice came. Jian Wushuang and Wu Changqing looked at the door of the clan hall at the same time, where was an old man with a childlike face standing, holding a sword upside down in his hand, like a sword, suppressing a party. This is the strongest person in the Wu family. Ancestor. Wu Changqing put away his momentum and saluted respectfully. The ancestor of the Wu family walked slowly, without any murderous aura. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also put away his breath. Wu family, Wu Li, Gu Yu, Jian Wushuang. Both of them reported their names at the same time. The word Gu Yu represents the time and space of Gu Yu. Anyone who is strong in Gu Yu time and space can utter the word Gu Yu. In Wu Li's eyes, this was also the reason why Jian Wushuang didn't want to reveal his identity. Jian Wushuang sneered in his heart. The name of the ancestor of the Wu family was very similar to that of the Wu family, very rude. Friends, why don't you talk? Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded and replied, let's talk. He could see that the other party was sincere. Ancestor. Wu Changqing was puzzled, but Wu Li yelled in a low voice, it's nothing to do with you here. Get out. Although there were complaints, Wu Changqing was very respectful to the ancestors and could only leave. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the hall. There was also Yuqi Mingfeng who was suppressed on the side. Jian Wushuang was very polite to this kind of cause and effect. Wu Li also spoke to Yuqi Mingfeng very politely, little friends of Mingjiao, just sit down, my Wu family is rude. This made Yuqi Mingfeng a little puzzled. It's fine if you are polite to Jian Wushuang. How can you be so polite to him? Although he is the arrogant of Mingjiao, he is nothing more than an immortal. That would make the other party so polite. Is it because of Jian Wushuang? Thinking of this, I also understand. Strength is respected. Let the ancestors of the Wu family say that Wu Changqing is inferior to Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that the strength of his cheap nephew is on the same level as the Wu family ancestor, or even stronger. After being polite, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li sat on either side of the main seat. There is no seat position, which also represents equal treatment. Jian Wushuang was also very curious whether the other party was too polite. What is this going to do? Taoist, there is nothing wrong with it. He had just entered this time and space, and many things were not clear. Naturally, I don't want to say anything more, and I still listen to the other party. Don't be found out that he doesn't understand anything when the time comes, and arouse suspicion. Wu Li smiled and said, Wushuang Taoist, since it is a happy person, then the old man will just say it. Friends, do you know what this is? Wu Li took out a jade sword. There is a strange pattern on the top. The whole body is turquoise. Jian Wushuang glanced carefully. Although the workmanship was exquisite, there was nothing special about it. It can only be said to be a good object, even the most precious thing. This is. Jian Wushuang looked at Wu Li in confusion. Wu Li smiled awkwardly and said, Friends of Taoism, since they are all honest with each other, don't have to be so restrained. He obviously didn't believe that Jian Wushuang didn't know this thing. But Jian Wushuang really didn't know. This jade sword does not seem to have anything to do with him. The only thing that can be contacted is that his surname is Jian. Please also ask fellow Taoists to solve your doubts. Jian Wu was sincere. He could see that the other party didn't seem to be joking. This jade sword might be of special use and it was related to him, but he did not use the sword here. It can be seen that the jade sword is related to him, probably because of something on his body, such as Jueyun's sword. Wu Li was also taken aback and found that Jian Wushuang seemed to really know nothing. Friend Taoist really doesn't know this thing. He still couldn't believe it, and at the same time glanced at the Jueyun sword behind Jian Wushuang. He was very familiar with the breath above. Jian Wushuang still shook his head. Seeing this, Wu Li was sure that Jian Wushuang really didn't know. He simply told Yu Jian's affairs directly. Jian Wushuang felt more incredible the more he listened. It's not that the thing about Jade Sword is incredible, but that this thing is indeed related to Jueyun's sword, and it has been circulating for a long time. Ancient Wood Continent. The reason why it is named Gumu is because there is an eternal willow in the core of the mainland. That is the core of Gumu Continent. It is also the core place of the ancient wood school of the 8-star Zoman. The main structure of this time and space is 9 heavens and 10 earths. The division of forces has a long history and is related to the 9 heavens and 10 earth. In every place, there is an 8-star sect that has the same lifespan as the heaven and the earth. Then there is the 7-star sect, such as the Qingyun sect in Vietnam. However, the 7-star sects were all established later. The 8-star sect is the true overlord who inherited the Guyu time and space, and the only 9-star sect ancient moon god sect. Chapter 56-65. 9-star sect, only the ancient moon cult, is the real overlord of this time and space. According to some common sense in Wu Li's words, Jian Wushuang knew the judgment of these sections. The 7-star sect is more like a subsidiary force of the 8-star sect, and the 8-star sect is an affiliate of the ancient moon god sect. Divide layer by layer. The forces in the entire Guyu time-space are actually one. The 9-star sect is the only one, and only the ancient moon god sect. There are 19 8-star sections. They represent 9 heavens and 10 earth respectively. Then there is the 7-star sect. If you want to open a 7-star sect, you must first be a 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. This made Jian Wushuang very shocked. In the original Morwa time and space, there was only a 7 Tribulations Realm powerhouse Qishan. But in the time and space of Guyu, is the 7 Tribulations Realm so worthless? A Yu country has a 7-star sect. But when he understood Guyu time and space a little bit, he would understand. It's not how powerful Guyu time-space is. It's that the time for this time and space to appear is too long. If the original Morwa space-time has experienced 5 eras, then Guyu's space-time has at least experienced hundreds of millions of eras. No wonder there are so many strong men born. But after so many years, there are very few 7 tribulations that are really still alive. Most of them are still the powerhouses in the scattered robbery realm after failing to cross the robbery. The powerhouse of the robbery realm is quite special. Jian Wushuang has known this for a long time. Once the robbery fails, those who are weak will die and die. They are up to the well-known, directly cut off their own catastrophe. Stay in a certain catastrophe forever. Those who have confidence in themselves will be able to overcome the calamity. If they fail, they will either fall or become powerful, and they can be transformed into a loose robbery. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang thought of the Qishan. With the strength of the Qishan in the 8 Tribulations realm, even if he failed to cross the tribulation at the beginning, he should have become a dispersing tribulation powerhouse. Why did he fall? But now in Guyu time and space, he didn't think about Morwa time and space anymore. Now he is more interested in what Wu Li said. According to what the other party said, the Jueyun sword on his body is in a master-servant relationship with the Jade Sword. When his deity appeared, the Jade Sword changed and led him to come. Jian Wushuang drew out the Jueyun sword and handed it to Wu Li. Wu Li also handed the Jade Sword to Jian Wushuang. 2 people observe at the same time. Jian Wushuang, who was holding the Jade Sword, truly felt that there was a complete source of divine power in the Jade Sword. It is also mixed with the power of life. Is this refined by Shinmu? Jian Wushuang is the material of the Jade Sword. If it weren't for the origin, he wouldn't be able to see it at all. Wu Li admired Jueyun Jian. He smiled knowingly when Jian Wushuang discovered the special Jade Sword and said, "The Taoist friends are like torches, and they are really extraordinary." It took years to find the jade sword and the tree. Related. For this kind of bragging, Jian Wushuang didn't care. What he is even more curious now is why the two are connected. The origin of this jade sword is very similar to the Jueyun sword. In other words, it was very similar to the Jueyun sword he had nurtured. All have the power of life. The connection between the two has the reason of vitality. But he clearly came from time and space, a tributary of the distant starry sky. This Guyu time and space is probably the 9-core time and space in the starry sky. How can there be a connection so far apart? Although curious, Jian Wushuang did not expose the life force in his body. He does not intend to be exposed in the future. Because of this ability, I am afraid it has something to do with the Gumu school. That is the 8-star sect. Possessed the superpower of the 8 Tribulations Realm powerhouse. More powerful than the Temple of Qi. Although there are no strong people in the 8 Tribulations realm in the contemporary era. But there is a strong man who has failed to cross the tribulation in the 8 Tribulations realm that is also stronger than the gods. Not to mention Jian Wushuang now. So it cannot be exposed. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. After playing with Jade Sword for a while, Jian Wushuang returned it to Wu Li, but the other person stroked Jueyun's sword with a look of reluctance, which made him feel a little funny. Seeing him returning the jade sword, Wu Li was too embarrassed to go to observe, so he handed the Jueyun sword to Jian Wushuang. After Jian Wushuang received it, he was not in the scabbard behind the income this time, but in the mustard seeds. After all, the current Jueyun sword contained a secret, and he didn't want to be so swagger. And even Wu Li could feel the speciality of Jueyun's sword. The opponent is just a powerful person in the 3 Tribulations realm. Although he has mastered the universe, he is a master of the universe. But this kind of strength is okay in Vietnam. Looking at Gumu continent, it is still not enough. After all, the top sect of the ancient Wood continent, but has the power of the 8 Tribulations realm. There are probably many 7 Tribulation realms. A master of the universe in the 3 Tribulations realm. What counts? When you encounter a more powerful Tribulation realm powerhouse, I am afraid that you can see the extraordinary of Jueyun's sword at a glance. He had to refine the life force in the Jueyun sword. Can't be ostentatious. Friends of Taoism, you can find the similarities between the two. Wu Li asked. Jian Wushuang nodded. There is nothing to hide. The power of life is indeed the same. Both are the same as the vitality of vegetation. In that case, I'll just say it. Wu Li went straight to the subject this time. Jian Wushuang also looked forward to. Although the life force is special, is not worthy of Wu Li's treatment. I'm afraid this jade sword has a usefulness he doesn't know. Before Wu Li spoke, the barrier had already been laid out. Yu Qi Mingfeng couldn't hear the conversation between the two of them. You can only see where the two have been sitting, and time seems to freeze. Wu Li's voice was very low, and his face was shaken. Friends, you know that the 1,000 willows in the center of Gumu continent are actually Wan willows, the most precious treasure left by the goddess who opened up time and space. Jian Wushuang shuffled to his feet and frowned, unable to believe his ears. Wanlu. This reminded him of the forest of 10,000 treasury. At the same time, I also understood why the life force in Jueyun's sword was so similar to that in Jade Sword. His life force is realized from the origin of all things. And in the origin of all things, there is also the origin of the forest of all treasures. No wonder the two are connected. Now he finally understands. Both are vegetation life. That is the willow sacred tree left by the goddess, which is much stronger than the forest of the 10,000 treasures. If he can get it, let alone breaking through the tribulation realm, reaching the 7 tribulation realm is not a problem. With a move in his heart, he asked a little excitedly, could it be that this has something to do with Wanlu Shinmu? This made him couldn't believe it. If it really matters, this matter will not be that simple. It's about Wanlu Shinmu. If it is spread out, even if the two of them have 10 lives, they are not enough to die. Wu Li was also very frightened by this sentence, and at the same time the barrier was thickened. Friends of Taoism, don't say it like this. Wu Li shook his head, and then said, I don't know if it has anything to do with Shinmu, but the Gumu faction keeps looking for people to find this thing, and there are big secrets hidden in it. Chapter 56-66. According to Wu Li, although the Wanlu Shunmu is in the Gumu sect, the other party cannot open the Shunmu. This jade sword is probably the key to unlock the sacred tree. Wu Li said vaguely, but Jin Wushuang was not stupid. He can think of it. It's just such an important thing. Why would you tell him an outsider? Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang had already begun to ponder the other party's intentions. Wu Li also saw his doubts and quickly explained, the Taoist is not from the ancient Wood continent. I don't know. Although the Wanlu Shunmu is in the ancient Wood sect, it does not necessarily need to be a disciple of the ancient Wood sect if you want to open it. As soon as this remark came out, Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. In the Hongmu era of the ancient Wood continent, a lord of Hongmu appeared. He also used the sword to have the power of the Tribulation Realm. He was a powerful man in the Sixth Tribulation Realm. He used the 3-foot wooden sword to unlock the sacred wood, took away a chance from it, and became a powerhouse in the 7 Tribulations realm. In the later stage, he soared to the sky and became a powerhouse in the 8 Tribulations realm in half a step. He was originally a powerhouse in the 6 Tribulations realm, and it didn't sound like he had broken through much. However, in how many 6 Tribulations realm, only one can become a 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse, and besides, he can reach the half-step 8 Tribulations realm. Even if it fails to cross the robbery, it can also be converted into a casual repair. It's a pity that the opponent, like the gods, has a mortal heart. Turn on the sacred tree. Jin Wushuang took a breath, very excited. If this can be opened, his chance of a robbery will come. Not only can he break through, maybe he can quickly become a superpower in the Tribulation realm. After seeing Jin Wushuang's longing look, Wu Li struck the iron while it was hot, and then said, Friends, do you know? Where does the Lord of Hongmu come from? I don't know. Jin Wushuang naturally didn't know. Wu Li replied, The Lord of Hongmu is a native of you, and the Sword Tomb is now the place where he sits and transforms. When the Lord of Eternal Wood failed to cross the tribulation, and only a breath remained, he returned to his home country and sat on a bitter mountain. After hearing this, Jin Wushuang was also shocked. Doesn't this mean that Wu Li has been inherited from the Lord of Hongmu? A half-step inheritance of the 8 Tribulations realm. That's the power comparable to the gods. Wu Li saw Jin Wushuang's thoughts, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, the Lord of Hongmu left only this jade sword and disappeared without leaving any bones. It's right to think about it. If Wu Li could get the other party's inheritance, it would still be just a 3 Tribulations realm like it is now. Even a pig can become a powerhouse in the 5 Tribulations realm. After hearing so much, Jin Wushuang probably understood the other party's intentions. This is the meaning of pulling him to work together. Open Wanlu Shunmu. Not to mention becoming a super strong like Lord of Hongmu. At least it would be no problem for Wu Li to go further. Jin Wushuang could see that the other party was not a powerhouse in the scattered Tribulation realm, and should have been suppressing his own strength. Not sure about crossing the robbery. The old man has said so much. I think fellow Taoists should understand my intentions. There are the core inheritance and secrets of the ancient Wood continent in the Wanlu Shunmu. You and I will join hands. If you really enter it, you won't say that you will become the Lord of Hongmu. It's not difficult for a person like that in the world to enter the 5 tribulations in his life. The Lord of Hongmu, as a half-step 8 tribulation realm, is indeed a figure in the world. The entire ancient Wood continent is also an 8 tribulation realm powerhouse, and also a sand tribulation powerhouse, the ancestor of the ancient Wood school. I don't know how many years I have lived, and I won't be born at all. The original Lord of Hongmu was almost an invincible figure in Gumu continent. If he can successfully overcome the tribulation, I am afraid he will be the only real powerhouse of the 8 tribulation realm in ancient Wood continent. Although Guyu Shikong is one of the 9 cores, there are still very few true 8 tribulations realm. This temptation is too big. The other party obviously took out the matter of Lord Hongmu to lure him. But he really eats this set now. There is only one way to improve your strength quickly. He entered the ancient moon time and space. In order to become the superpower in the robbery realm, return to the Temple of the Gods to solve the true monarch of the primitive universe and extinction. Extinction is the number 1 mortal enemy. The 2 can only survive 1. He had a hunch that even if he had been hiding in Guyu time and space, Mieshang would eventually come and look for him. The other party had laid out for Moruo's time and space. How could he give up like this? If you want to break the game, you can only improve your strength quickly. Before the Temple of Qixin is destroyed, the extinction will be solved. Mieshang is a half-step 7 Tribulations Realm powerhouse. He needs at least the 6 Tribulations Realm combat power to be able to return. But even if it came to Guyu time and space, it would be extremely difficult to become the 6 Tribulations Realm. No one dared to say that any emperor, even a powerful person in the 5 Tribulations Realm, would definitely be able to become a 6 Tribulations Realm. Even if Jian Wushuang had the confidence, he didn't have enough time to slow down. Right now is a great opportunity. The opportunity to allow him to break through quickly. Although I don't know what secret realm is in the Wanlu Shunmu, what chance you can get from reading www.ukanshu.com. But as long as he can improve quickly, he wants to give it a try. This time, he was lucky. He didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just when he came here. If it weren't for Wu Li's greed, I'm afraid he wouldn't tell him at all and would even kill people for treasure. Fortunately, his strength is enough to shock the opponent. Otherwise, a hard fight is inevitable. Wu Li is the lord of the universe. If he returns to his dojo, Jian Wushuang has nothing to do with him. On the contrary, Wu Li left his dojo and couldn't do anything with Jian Wushuang. So the two can be honest with each other. Only in this way can we achieve win-win cooperation. Cooperation? Jian Wushuang groaned. My heart moved to my heart, but I couldn't believe the other party's words. Wu Li also understood that it was a matter of great importance and had already had a countermeasure in his heart. All the plans he laid out were spoken out. Although the status of the old man in the Azure Cloud School is not top, but it is also a high level. And I have a concubine in the Ancient Wood School. Her strength is not as good as mine, but the background is not weak. Your Excellency enters the Azure Cloud sect and becomes the core, and then you can go to the Gumu sect to participate in the highest sacred meeting of the Gumu continent, and you will have the opportunity to meet the Wanlu Shinmu in the world. The meaning is very simple, that is, he first entered the King Yanzong, and then with the help of the background of the King Yanzong, he planned to participate in the holy meeting in the future. Then when the sacred meeting was held, the gods unconsciously entered the sacred tree. It sounds simple. It's really hard to do it. The key is that he is just the emperor now. The other party mistakenly regarded him as a robbery. Seeing the sincerity of the other party, Jian Wushuang also told the truth, telling him that he was only an emperor. Chapter 56-67. Are you the emperor? Wu Li stood up directly, his eyes staring out. He is also a person who has seen the world, but he has been slowed down for a while. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised to see the other party so surprised. At the beginning, in time and space of Moruo, there were characters like Emperor Juan. How could there be a few heavenly guardians in such a big Guyu time and space? Friend Wushuang, don't deceive the old. If you are really an emperor, how can you master space so skillfully? Wu Li asked suspiciously. Jian Wushuang pointed out that it was a black hole. Then the black hole was destroyed and turned into a mystery. His current state is very close to the universe Mahayana. A perfect universe, 10,000 black holes. There is already half of Jian Wushuang's origin space. If it is an ordinary master of the universe, it is said that Wu Li in front of him, although the other party is the master of the universe, he has less than 3,000 black holes. But in each black hole, there is divine power. Although it is a little different from the pure origin, it is not far from there. Jian Wushuang's spatial realm was about twice as powerful as the opponent. This made Wu Li amazed. But in terms of combat power, it also has a lot to do with it. Jian Wushuang's strength is not weaker than the 3 Tribulations realm. Although Guyu's time and space are large, there are really few who can compete with the Lord of the Universe at the highest level. Countless times have fallen, and there are only 1 or 2 emperors who still exist today. Wu Li's eyelids trembled and he couldn't let go of it for a long time, and exclaimed, "The rumors are really true. The heaven-defying emperor can really match the Lord of the Universe." Rumors? Jian Wushuang said in surprise. There should be a lot more powerful than me in the huge Guyu time and space. When he heard that he was stronger than him, Wu Li quickly shook his head and said firmly, "Impossible. the strongest emperor against the sky today. I have heard that he is a great priest in the dark, and he survives longer than me. It's all long, and his peers are in the 5 tribulations realm, but he is still at the top. It is rumored that he has cultivated a certain secret method and needs a secret method to break through, but his strength is not as terrifying as you. A good friend of mine has seen each other. The realm is not as good as you, but the combat power is unknown. Not as good as him? That combat power will not work. Now Jin Wushuang felt that his own realm was a bit low, and he was about to not match his strength. Since the success of Hadao, he seems to have never used his full combat power. Even a thought of the universe has not been used. Although the star catalog is his strongest whole card, he has used it when dealing with the avatar of extinction. But without the blessing of the universe, in his opinion, it is far from reaching the peak. If Wooly were to let Wooly know what he was thinking, I'm afraid he would go crazy. Not to mention the Emperor, even if he is a strong man in the 2nd tribulation realm, with his strength and background, he will wake up with a smile when he sleeps. Jin Wushuang himself, he was a little dissatisfied with his current strength. Really want to reach the extreme. Jin Wushuang has the confidence to kill the Lord of the Universe at the Emperor level. Even within the opponent's universe, he has a lot of confidence. The other party has the origin universe. He has a thought of the universe. And it's still a moving dojo. That's the most terrifying method. The most perfect universe, 10,000 black holes. Although Jin Wushuang is still far behind, as long as he has sufficient treasures and opportunities, he can reach that realm quickly. Where is Guyue divine religion? Jin Wushuang suddenly thought of the 9-star sect. 8-star sects have appeared strong in the 8 tribulations realm, and even if there are no real strong in the 8 tribulations realm, I'm afraid that there are also powerful San-tribulations strong in the 8 tribulations realm. What about 9-star sect, ancient moon god sect? This is the most powerful force in Guyu time and space. How strong will the strongest emperor within them be? It's just that when he said these words, Wooly was stunned for a moment, and then squinted at Jin Wushuang, as if Jin Wushuang was joking. Guyue divine cult. Although there are all experts in the tribulation realm inside, these experts in the tribulation realm are not very brilliant when they are emperors, and they are far inferior to the great priest. The ceremony was delayed for a while, but it still got the wrong meaning. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang noticed it, nodded quickly, and pretended to say deeply. These great abilities, so powerful, are often extremely common when they are weak. Like me, I am afraid it will be very difficult to become a catastrophe. Taoist Wushuang is too worried. As long as it is not for practicing special secret methods, it is not easy to become a catastrophe. As Wooly spoke, he brought up some rumors in Guyu time and space. I don't know whether the other party's temperament is like this, or because he has been in a high position for too long, and there is no peer chatting, and he keeps talking. If Jin Wushuang hadn't come from another time and space, he would have been impatient. Fortunately, he needs to be aware of these rumors now, otherwise he will not know if he asks 3 questions at that time. Will he be suspicious like a fool? Wooly watched Jin Wushuang listen with gusto, and completely opened the chattering box. Guyu time and space. The waves are magnificent, and there are countless opportunities. It is not difficult to become a robbery. The difficulty is that each calamity is powerful, and it has wiped out how many Calamity Realm powerhouses do not know. The inheritance of the Tribulation Realm alone could not be counted in Guyu time and space. The accumulated experience of becoming a robbery is extremely strong. That's why Wooly felt that it was not difficult to become a catastrophe. The hard part is how to finish the road behind the Tribulation Realm. From the 1st calamity to the 9th calamity. Although the 8 tribulations realm is rare and incomparable, there are still some rumors after all. But the existence of the 9 tribulations realm has never been heard of. Even in the ancient moon god sect, there is not a 9 tribulations realm powerhouse. The only recorded 9 tribulations realm powerhouse is the celestial lady who opened up the ancient moon time and space. But after opening up this ancient moon time and space, the goddess fell. There will be no one in the 9 tribulations realm behind, and the strongest is only half a step in the 9 tribulations realm. Of course, some people brag about being able to match the 9 tribulations realm, but no one has seen the 9 tribulations realm. Who knows if they can match the 9 tribulations realm? Guyu time and space did not. However, There are strong people in the Eight Tribulations realm, and when traveling to other time and space, they have encountered the strong in the Nine Tribulations realm and travel the endless starry sky. The divine body is the size of a universe, extremely dazzling. Even the Eight Tribulations realm could not be approached, let alone stepped forward to talk. Jin Wushuang was obsessed with listening, especially when I heard the Nine Tribulations realm travel the starry sky. The divine body is the size of the universe. Even the strong of the Eight Tribulations realm is not qualified to approach. How strong does the other party have to be? Teacher Xianyi, is that level? Jin Wushuang had a lot of doubts in his heart. Like the treasure of time and space, I am afraid it was created by these powerful people. Nine Tribulations realm, the same eternal existence. It is also a transcendent body, free from control and time. At ease. When he reached that level, he must travel the entire starry sky, read everything in unlimited time. The two talked more and more vigorously, but forgot the time. Chapter 56-68. Now the outside world is rumored that a mysterious strongman has appeared in the Wu family. And the strong of Mingjiao also came to Wu's house to find Wei Qi Mingfeng. Let's be here today. Wu Li said, Wu Shuang Taoist fellow, I have already transmitted the voice of the deacon of Qingyun sect. You can go to Qingyun sect at any time, and when you arrive in Qingyun sect, let's talk about it in detail. Jin Wushuang nodded and replied, Then I will be in Qingyunzong, waiting for your news. The matter of Wanlu Shunmu is not that simple. It needs to be discussed in the long term. Wu Li's plan alone has a long list. He first entered the Qingyunzong as a friend of Wu Li, and then went to the Gumu sect as a disciple of the Qingyunzong to participate in the holy meeting. It's just that the time of the holy meeting is different. Every holy meeting, there will be a saint of ancient Wood school. Wu Li learned from his concubine that the contemporary saints are about to cross the catastrophe, and there is no certainty, but they are not reconciled to become a powerful sabotage, and now they are already explaining the funeral. The two of them started the layout at this time, and it was not too late. Until that saint falls, the Gumu sect will take precautions, start the holy meeting, recruit all the powerhouses of the ancient Wood continent, go to the core of the ancient Wood continent, and participate in the holy assembly. It's a pity that the Gumu school only has saints, not saints. Otherwise, Jin Wushuang could do it. The two tore off the enchantment, and Yu Qi Mingfeng was finally relieved to see that the two were in peace. Brother Wu Li, we'll say goodbye first. Jin Wushuang hugged his fists, and then a trace of thought power wrapped Xiaoming Wang Wei Qi Mingfeng, and left the hall directly toward the space. Feeling Jin Wushuang's departure, Wu Li pondered for a long time. This time, he was lucky. Such a great opportunity fell on him. Originally, he himself had hoped to open the Wanlu Shinmu, but unfortunately the life force above the Jade Sword gradually lost, which reduced the probability of success a lot. It's just that he didn't tell Jin Wushuang. Generally, those who open the sacred tree of the willows are the ancient Wood sect powerhouses, and those special life powers are dominated by those people. Ordinary sect, not qualified to get it at all. Hey, I hope I didn't see the wrong person. Wu Li's figure also faintly disappeared. The hall fell into silence. The Wu family matter is not a turmoil, and very few people know it. Not long after Jin Wushuang left, news came out that Wu Li was receiving friends, which was considered to have hidden Jin Wushuang's reincarnation identity. It only took 3 days. Jin Wushuang returned to the peak and formally stepped into the magnificent ancient moon time and space. And just arrived, there was a big chance. Among 10 people, his luck can be said to be top-notch. Other people's luck is not so good. Ancient Wood continent. Green grass 16 kingdoms. Yu country is just one of them. Is considered a medium-sized country. It is not the 8-star sect Ancient Wood school that governs the 16 kingdoms, but the largest space-time secret realm above the Ancient Wood continent. It contains the strongest god-level country, Stone Kingdom, 10,000 years after the reincarnation of the 10 people in the Qishan Temple. A peerless arrogant appeared in Shurgua, was born as an immortal. He became an absolute perfection for thousands of years. He was almost invincible at the same level, and was already able to match ordinary robbers. A body of flame power, straddling the sky. The phoenix eyes open, and the sun rises. Fan Tianfeng is the reincarnation of Fanfeng, the head of the 18 gods in the Qixin temple. She and Jian Wushuang were reincarnated to the Gumu continent together, but their backgrounds were very different. Fanfeng's identity after being reincarnated is no less than that of the temple of Qixin, is the flame Hoi of an ancient family with absolute blood. In fact, it has taken 10,000 years to return to its peak, which is normal speed, even a bit slow. But she is completely integrated into the cultivation system of Guyu time and space, which is equivalent to recultivation once, so the speed is so slow. The strength is not improved, but it is very significant. Now her combat power is several times stronger than before her reincarnation. Otherwise, it would not be invincible at the same level in the Stone Country. I am afraid that it is only the Tianjiao of the ancient wood school that can be compared with it. The saintess of ancient wood? Fanfeng's mouth rose up, bathing his body in flames. She is now the descendant of the descendants of the flame god's direct line, the most dense blood, and she has a very high status, and she naturally disdains the position of the saint. Even if she has been practicing in the Stone Country, she can break through and become a catastrophe. In the dojo of the flame gods, Fan Tianfeng had received a voice from the ancestor, asking her to participate in the Gumu Saint meeting 10 years later to compete for the qualifications of the saint. Although a little puzzled, she couldn't refute the ancestor's order. Besides, she came to Guyu time space just to become stronger, and there is no reason not to go. At the same time, the Tianjiao of the 16 kingdoms almost all received the same order to go to the Gumu sect to participate in the holy meeting, regardless of gender, is not only for the position of the saint, but also because this time the holy meeting will give birth to 4 places. This place is very important to many superpowers. Emperor and Jiejing, there are 4. So this time, not only is the battle between the emperor and the emperor, but also the battle will be personally end. Yu Kingdom, within the 7-star sect Qingyun sect. Jian Wushuang has entered the Azure Cloud sect for thousands of years, but this time is too short for practitioners. So much so that he has been here for so long, and he probably didn't even understand the Azure Cloud sect thoroughly, let alone become the core. Although he is very powerful, he is still an outside deacon, and usually handles trivial things. This is still due to the effect of Wu Li's personal recommendation. If there is no recommendation, he might not even be the deacon of the outer door. Can only be an errand runner. I have seen it, deacon. On this day, Jian Wushuang went to the Shunji Hall as usual, and all the outer disciples he met respectfully saluted him. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly without stopping, and went straight to the backyard of the Shunji Hall. This place is the stronghold of Qinjianmen, and sect missions are also issued here. Jian Wushuang needs to come once a year. Sometimes 3 or 4 times a year. After 10,000 years, he is already familiar with the road. Brother Wushuang, I came here quite early today. In the backyard, there was a side hall. Jian Wushuang heard a familiar cry as soon as he entered it. Jian Wushuang also hurriedly clasped his fists and replied, "Isn't this the elder Mu Chen's longevity? He is kind to me and wants to find a treasure." After he entered the Azure Cloud sect, because of Wu Li's relationship, he went to the sect of Elder Mu Chen. The opponent's strength is not weak, Wu Li, and his background in the sect is also very hard. Following each other over the years, I didn't suffer. The main reason is that the Elder Mu Chen has a relationship with the royal family of the Yu Kingdom. Wu Li, this is to let him indulge in each other, so that he can start the layout. He entered the Azure Cloud sect all these years, almost always to please the Mu Chen elder. It was a coincidence that this Elder Mu Chen also valued him very much. Chapter 56-69. When he entered the trial of King Yanzong, he used the capital of the emperor to explode 90,000 times of supernatural power, with amazing potential and not weakening some of the core disciples in the door. Coupled with Wu Li's relationship, he was cultivated as a confidant. Many things within minutes are left to Jian Wushuang. The affairs of Liana's concubine were all handled by Jian Wushuang before and after running. Now that he has a big birthday, Jian Wushuang can't help but fall. If this doesn't follow the message from Wu Li, he will come to the Shunji Hall to give the elder Mu Chen the common flower vine. This thing grows in the territory of Vietnam. It is not rare, but it is a little troublesome to get it. For Jian Wushuang, this is not a problem. 100-flower vine? When heard this name, the person who leaked out of surprise after the case reminded, "Don't blame you for talking. This 100-flower vine is not simple. It is hard to get the strongest person. It is better to buy some ready-made." Jian Wushuang insisted again and again, and the other party didn't have much to say, so he took out some news about buy waiting and handed it over. The news of buy waiting is here. You can read it. In the eyes of the other party, Jian Wushuang also has a background, and the emperors who can enter the Divine Machine Hall are also from big families. Nature and Jian Wushuang are treated equally. If they are ordinary deacons with no background, they will make things difficult and get some benefits. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, and after thanking him, he copied a copy of the message in the jade slip and left the Shinji Hall. After leaving the Shinjitang, he went straight to his cave. That is King Yunzong, an inconspicuous position on the mountainside of Li. On the whole mountain, he is a cave mansion. The power of this place is average, and other deacons don't like it. Jian Wushuang is very satisfied with this place, because it is secluded. After entering the cave, he directly opened the forbidden formation, then took out a simple yellow mirror, tapped it lightly, and a figure appeared vaguely on the upper hand side. Brother Wu Li, this time Elder Mu Chun will go to the king's capital for his birthday. This is a rare opportunity. Jian Wushuang couldn't restrain his excitement. Has been planning for 10,000 years, and now the first step is about to take it out. Wu Li's face in the mirror was dark. He was not very concerned about Elder Mu Chen's affairs. He reminded, "Which one of the Gu Mu sect I have recently lost contact with? I'm afraid there will be a big move recently. Be careful." That Mukin sighed. Jian Wushuang said in surprise, "It's been so long. If you give up, wouldn't it be a pity?" Now he is a little hesitant. Mukin is the prince of the Yu Kingdom, and the contemporary female emperor of the Yu Kingdom is his sister. The most important thing is that today's eldest princess is recruiting horsemen, and that eldest princess is very strong, almost sweeping across the realm of Yu Kingdom emperor, is the most promising candidate from the Yu country to go to the Gu Mu sect to fight for the position of the saint. Wu Li and Jian Wushuang were both interested in each other's point, and they want to cheer Mukin. Although the strength of the elder Mukin is average, he has a good younger sister, who is one of the best superpowers in the Yu Kingdom. After all, the current Azure Cloud Gate doesn't even have a real Six Tribulations realm, only the power of the Six Tribulations realm. And that eldest princess has no father since childhood. Mu Chun has taken good care of her, and the two of them have a very good relationship. If it weren't for this level of relationship, with Mu Chen's strength, Jian Wushuang would never talk to him. After Wu Li heard it, he groaned for a while, and then said, "Mu Chun will go to the royal capital this birthday. By then, you and I will go together. I have already figured out a countermeasure." After an agreement, the two broke off contact. Everything is under control. Is just a countermeasure? Jian Wushuang did not ask carefully. It is estimated that he can only say it after meeting. But the general strategy, I still can't make it to the table. It didn't hurt to let him go to be a servant, but I heard that the eldest princess had a big waist. He was afraid that he could not eat it. All for the sake of chance. Fight it. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and prepared to go to find Baihua Vine. Yuegua, Jingshufu. This place is south, and there are many mountains and forests. This is not surprising. The ancient wood continent, chance completely covers the mountains and forests. The civil engineering is vigorous. Baihua vines grow on Baihua Mountain in Sakaishu. Jian Wushuang tore through the void, and in a day's effort he reached Baihua Mountain. This time, he also tried it. This Baihua Mountain is guarded by the flower demon, and among them is the flower demon of the catastrophe level. 100-flowered vines die every day, can be extended by 3 days at most. That's why this place has not been divided by some big forces. The main reason is that the flower demon king on the mountain is too strong. Rumored to rival the Four Tribulations realm, the Lord of the Universe has come, and everyone has to walk around. It's not that easy to get it, and it withers every day with bad luck. The vines withered, and people didn't get out of Baihua Mountain. Baihua Mountain, divided into 6 floors. The lower 3 levels are okay. There are very few flower monsters at the tribulation level. Can go up to 3 floors, Almost all of them are flower monsters. As for the vines, it is not the only treasure on the mountain. Jian Wushuang needs to reach the 4th floor to be able to search for 100 flower vine. If you want to calculate the exact time, you need to enter the 5th floor. It is 1 month before Mukin's birthday. He needs to sneak into the 4th floor and wait in secret. When the time is almost the same, he will go to the 5th floor. If you find Baihua vine, you have to leave as soon as possible and arrive at the capital at the first dry time. Fortunately, it's not far from the royal capital here. The peak speed of can be reached in 1 hour. The only change is going down the mountain. On the flower vine, the flower demon resides. Once is stolen, it will definitely attract the flower demon to chase and kill. I want to go down the mountain in 1 day. Even Jian Wushuang is not too sure. After all, this is the place of the flower demon. If it is a single 3 Tribulation Realm flower fairy, he has the ability to get rid of it. There are still many flower monsters in the 3 Tribulations realm on the 5th floor. Even the flower demon king would go to the 5th floor from time to time. If I meet that one, it's over. For a short time, I can't get out of it. Is really not good. He can only use the life force. These flower monsters should not understand the special life force. Of course, he was also afraid that other practitioners would see it here. Now that he also has a general understanding of Guyu time and space, Wu Li was able to see the special life force from the Julian sword. It's because Wu Li originally had a jade sword. Others may not be able to see it. This old thing, how can it be a bite? Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly. He is very passive now. 100 flower vine is actually nothing special. It can enhance divine power and can also be used to refine divine pills, but these can also be done after withering. The most precious thing about fresh vines is that they can nurture their original supernatural power. Has a pure source of vegetation within it, which can make the divine power extremely strong. Divine power has different origins. If you want to maintain a strong divine power, you need not only the secret method and the realm, but more importantly, the nourishment of the treasures. Chapter 56-70. Jian Wushuang feels the same way. His divine body was smashed out by treasures. Although Guyu time and space has a perfect divine body cultivation method, it is not much worse than the original cultivation method, and it is very difficult. Or treasures are promoted faster. Like Jian Wushuang, when he used Dongjun's skeleton to raise the divine body, it has been raised tens of thousands of times in just a few hundred years. If in Guyu time and space, it would take several epochs to cultivate the top-level divine body flow cultivation technique. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's mouth raised. When he left the temple of Qixin, the true spirit gave him Dongjun's skeleton. In these 10,000 years, his basic divine body has risen to more than 90,000 times, and is about to reach 100,000 times the Emperor's consummation. In the temple of Qixin, the Emperor was 80,000 times complete. But Guyu time and space are different, because it is the reason of the divine power. The Emperor can increase the divine power to 100,000 times, and achieve the tribulation realm with a perfect posture. Jian Wushuang is now very close to 100,000 times of supernatural power. Once the basic divine power reaches 100,000 times, he will use 3 times the power of the beast god. At that time, he can only use the divine power to give the power of the 3 tribulations realm. Dongkun's skeleton. If it were not for the restriction of the true spirit, he would have liked to swallow it all. It's a pity, he is just an emperor now. The prohibition above requires him to reach 100,000 times before it can be unlocked. The true spirit was afraid that he would take the skeleton apart and sell it, so he put down the ban when he was worried. This can only be said that the opponent's pattern is small. In the Temple of Qixin, the Emperor's supernatural power reaches 80,000 times. Is different here. 100,000 times is not perfect. He has the bones of Dongjun and can go farther. At that time, Dongjun's skeleton was torn down and devoured one by one. After became the Tribulation Realm, he didn't need to worry about improving his divine power. Just go to Guyu time and space to pick up the treasures that enhance the origin. Divine power is the main force, and the source is supplemented. The treasures of the origin are naturally inferior to the treasures of divine power. But he is the main source, supplemented by divine power. Can make a formidable price difference. All the sacred treasures obtained at that time will be exchanged for the original treasures. The chance is right in front of you. Jian Wushuang's figure continued to shuttle, and he had entered Baihua Mountain. And the chance is indeed right in front of him. Being able to enter the ancient moon time and space is the greatest opportunity. After entering the first level, Jian Wushuang didn't stay much longer, hiding his figure and relying on the realm of space. And those flower monsters at the Emperor level couldn't see him at all. It was easy to enter for the second time. Was also the second time he met a lot of practitioners. Are just these practitioners who have been addicted to it. On the first 3 floors of Baihua Mountain, there are countless flower demon beauties, and these practitioners are already addicted to them. This is also the first 3 floors of Baihua Mountain, the most distinctive treasure. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sighing. Said that the beauty of the world is true, but it is also more like on the earth. Wiped out the heart of the strong. Here, you can't stay for a long time. Jian Wushuang increased his speed and passed directly through the first 3 floors to the 4th floor. After reaching the 4th floor, he calmed down a lot. There are almost no practitioners in sight, and the flower demon here is also bursting, far from the charming feeling of the first 3 floors. Jian Wushuang also saw the reason. These flower monsters devour the divine power in the practitioner's body and improve their strength. Is a shortcut, but it also has backlash. After became a robbery, his personality was also perverse and violent. Jian Wushuang is very interested in the devouring power in their bodies, and being able to swallow the divine power, this is very similar to him. He can also swallow it. At the beginning, he swallowed the opponent's divine body and then transformed into divine power. Only later discovered that there would be a backlash in this, and never did it again. At most, after taking the opponent's divine body, it is refined into pure divine power and swallowed. It's just a bit troublesome. It is better to go directly to find the treasure of the gods and swallow it. Now that he saw these flower demon empresses, he started this attention again. I want to take the opportunity to study it. Guyu time and space, but divine power dominates. If he can improve the backlash in the swallowing, the entire Guyu time and space will become his back garden. It's a pity how simple it is. I really want to do that. I'm afraid he is walking the path of extinction. If the death of life swallows the power of life, it will achieve consummation. The entire time and space will be transformed into a reincarnation field. Achieve the reincarnation dojo of extinction. Although it is also an invincible road, Jian Wushuang's absolute road is not suitable for him. Even in the future, kill and die. Swallowed the power of death, and he would not use the power of reincarnation to achieve invincibility. Instead, continue to walk your own way. Origin time and space is the right way in the starry sky. Although Guyu time and space are strong, it is also the route of divine power that can be taken. Break through 10,000 laws with one force. Although domineering, but too difficult. Assistant is okay. Time and space are the only ones. Is it more enjoyable to travel through time and space? And he is more suitable to take the time and space route because of the extreme way. After observing for a long time, Jian Wushuang could not understand the devouring power of these flower monsters. It's right to think about it, the original extinction, to open a new route. I don't know how long it took. How could he succeed so easily? Jian Wushuang hidden on the 4th floor, transformed into a piece of rubble, hiding in a stream. Time is fast. 1 month, but a sigh. On this day, Jian Wushuang turned into a stone, following the stream. When he was about to go to the 5th floor, but he felt a wave of divine power. Yep. Is it the movement from the 5th floor? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Ukanshu. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time. There are people fighting on the 5th floor, which will help him attract a lot of flower monsters, and he can just take the opportunity to collect 100 flower vine. This is a great opportunity. He will naturally not let it go. Jian Wushuang turned into the main body directly, broke the space with his hand, and directly entered the 5th floor. The scene in front of me is full of flowers. Is exactly midnight. Is just a piece of peace. But the divine power fluctuates, but it is getting bigger and bigger. The breath of more than one person has at least 3 tribulation realms. Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless. Nianli carefully explored and began to search for 100 flower vine. Fortunately, The fifth floor is not big. His thought power can cover 1/10, and further expansion will risk exposure. Although Jian Wushuang is in a hurry, he has not messed up his position. It was just a stick of incense, and I found a piece of vines in the southeast direction, and it seems that there are 400 flower demon seeds above it. Is far beyond the average Baihua vine. It is rumored that on the 6th floor, there is 1,000 flower vines. I don't know if it is true or not. No one knows. At first, an unbeliever of the 5 Tribulations Realm Emperor went to check, but finally left in a dingy manner. This place is the flower demon's lair. If it is on the 6th floor, the 5 Tribulations Realm will not take advantage. Kind-waiting Jian Wushuang didn't dare to think more. He was very satisfied with the 400-flowered vine in front of him. This thing, if it is taken out, birthday wishes to Mu Chun, more than enough. Chapter 56-71. Jian Wushuang slowly touched it, and there were only 10-second tribulation flower monsters nearby, and none of the 3 tribulation flower monsters. It was a godsend opportunity. Took this vine, he could leave instantly. There are still 10 hours before the dinner arranged by Mu Chun. He has enough time. Baihua Mountain, the 5th floor. Young master, I have contained a large number of flower monsters, so I can do it. An old man in a green shirt, his supernatural power is extremely violent. One person dragged the flower demon at the level of several tribulation realms. Behind him there are 2 tribulation realm powerhouses. Their strength is not weak. At least they are all 3 tribulation realm powerhouses. Are just these 3 tribulation realm powerhouses, not the master of the universe. Is the strong man who disperses the robbery. Sanjia compared with the real tribulation realm, the difference is the dojo. Cut off his own way, and the universe of the dojo naturally collapsed. And the old man in the blue shirt is a real master of the universe, and his strength is several times stronger than those of the 2 dispersion realms. One person controls a large number of flower monsters. There are also several flower monsters in the 3 tribulations realm. In a hidden bush, a girl wearing a light blue skirt has sharp ears and a pair of bright green eyes, which looks very strange. After hearing the old man's voice transmission, the divine power in his body did not explode, but the speed was abnormally fast. A few of the 3 people who escaped from the siege of the flower demon went straight towards the 400 flower vines. It's just that she doesn't know yet. Someone has already made the first step. Yep. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, feeling a very weak force approaching, without threat. But that kind of power is very special. He didn't dare to be careless. After carefully harvesting the vines, he disappeared and prepared to leave. Those flower monsters couldn't find him at all. However, after the Baihua vine was stolen, many flower monsters turned their eyes and made sharp noises, which were extremely ear-piercing. Jian Wushuang's figure slowly appeared under the sound waves. Do they still have this ability? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. The rhythm is one. He learned about it in Mayan Mountain. At the moment when his figure was exposed, he was not disguising, and directly exploded with nearly 100,000 times the basic divine power and left violently. The strange girl who rushed from below found that a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared. She was shocked, and then thought of the mystery. When she turned her head and looked at the vine, her face sank, her small mouth puffed up. Elder Feng, 100 flower vine was taken away by other strong people. You quickly go to the 4th floor and stop this person. The long-planned thing was taken away by others, and the girl was very angry. It's a pity that she is not yet in the robbery realm. Otherwise, she has to go up and slaughter the opponent. But the next moment, when he discovered that the mysterious power was fluctuating, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The supernatural power is less than 100,000 times. The girl leaped into the sky. Her power exploded. Although she was not in the tribulation realm, she possessed more than 100,000 times the divine power. When she stood up and broke the strange treasure, her divine power could be increased to about 120,000. Jian Wushuang, who was about to leave just now, saw the girl who was in front of him, and was a little surprised that the other party, an emperor, could be so strong. Of course, it was just an exclamation. Should be the arrogant of a big family, Otherwise, he would not come to the 5th floor of Baihua Mountain. Presumably, the other party also came for 100 Flower Vine. Just got the treasure in his hand, wanting to take it away again. It's not that easy. Jian Wushuang proudly said indifferently, "Little girl, I advise you to get out." Now he has no time to conflict with these people. "Take the chance of this lady and let me go. You are so bold." The girl akimbo her hips, staring at Jian Wushuang. She didn't mean to let go. Instead, she was ready to take Jian Wushuang. Although she is an emperor, her strength is comparable to that of an ordinary tribulation realm. In her opinion, Jian Wushuang is just a most common calamity realm, and his divine power has not reached 100,000 times. Is not her opponent at all. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his arm and clenched his fist slightly. Only then did he understand. He is regarded as a soft persimmon, a little emperor. Even if it can be comparable to the tribulation realm, it is not worth mentioning in front of him. Then do it. Jian Wushuang suddenly clenched his fist and yelled. His divine power suddenly skyrocketed. The powerful divine power. The airflow brought directly overturned countless vegetation around. The supernatural power has also risen from nearly 100,000 times to 130,000 in an instant. The quirky girl exclaimed, "You are small, but you didn't expect your divine power to be 130,000. But this strength is not enough." After finishing speaking, he dared to take the lead. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the other party would be so confident. He had only 120,000 supernatural powers, but he dared to fight him. When the girl rushed in, Jian Wushuang's deity had already left, leaving only an afterimage. One shot was defeated, and the girl hurriedly turned her head, trying to find the whereabouts of Jian Wushuang. Could Jian Wushuang, an old fried dough stick with extremely rich combat experience, how could it be so simple? The moment the girl turned her head, he appeared on the other's head, crossed his hands and 10 fingers, and shot the girl down from the air with a heavy punch. Then, relying on a fast speed, he returned to the ground in an instant. Before the girl fell, the power of all things condensed with one hand was injected into the divine body, directly erupting a force of more than 150,000 times of divine power. This force formed a beam of light and rushed straight into the sky. That girl, even if she does not die, she will be seriously injured. The time for the fight was just an instant, and Jian Wushuang made it in one go. "I told you to get out of here." Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled bitterly. I thought that he had already solved the opponent, but when he just turned around to leave, he felt that there was a powerful force behind him that was rising. That power burst into fiery flames. Jian Wushuang raised his brows, and when he slowly turned his head, the firelight shone on half of his face. Behind him, a huge root of grass and trees appeared, and it was still rising. This scene instantly attracted the attention of those flower monsters. Was originally besieging the 3 robbery realm powerhouses, but now when they saw this scene, they all came crazy. And in this scene, even the flower demon on the 6th floor was alarmed. The old man in the green shirt changed his complexion drastically and said tremblingly, "The young master opened the restriction and quickly go to help, otherwise the power of backlash will swallow the young master. Manager, let's notify the palace first. In case of an accident, you and I can't afford it." The old man in the green shirt gritted his teeth. This time he ran out with the girl secretly. If he asks for help, he might also be punished. But if I don't ask for help now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out. When there are some accidents, they can't afford it. After hesitating for a while, the manager of Qingshan finally nodded in agreement. Pass the news here back to a certain palace in the Yu Kingdom, and then the 3 of them rushed in the direction of the girl's eruption. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 5672. At this time, Jian Wushuang realized that the flower monsters had surrounded him, and it was impossible to get out. And that mysterious girl suddenly broke out, "I am afraid it is anxious, and he can't get away even more." If he knew he had gone to find other Baihua vines, encountered such a tricky thing now, it's not that he is afraid, but that it is troublesome. But this place is completely closed, which is good for him. He can boldly display his strength, and he is not afraid of being peeped. In the flames, the green aura on the girl's body turned into a fiery red. Her eyes were like bells, and she was angry all over. Behind her, there was a towering koala in the shape of a ball. "You angered me," the girl pointed out. S divine power exploded again, from 120,000 times, directly soaring to 150,000. Jin Wushuang shocked. 150,000 times the divine body has reached the level of the second tribulation realm. The opponent, an emperor, could be so powerful. With this strength, among the 10 people in the Temple of Forbidding God, I'm afraid that Hui Qing has the same combat power with him. Guyu time and space. Not losing is one of the 9 core long rivers. More domestically, if you encounter a Tianjiao, you will have such strength. Unfortunately, the other party made the wrong person. You, an emperor, can have such strength, very good, but unfortunately not enough. Jin Wushuang breathed out. This time he didn't plan to leave in a hurry. Anyway, there is still more than half a day to play with each other. After hearing Jin Wushuang's words, the girl's expression changed drastically, and she did not dare to say, "Can you see that I am the emperor?" Her status is extremely noble. She has the treasure of the family inheritance and can conceal her realm. Back then, the ancestor said that unless she is a powerful person in the 5 tribulations realm, she can't see her realm at all. Could it be that the opponent was disguised by an old monster in the 5 tribulations realm? Thinking of this, the girl was a little scared. Jin Wushuang saw the other's expression and knew that he had said something wrong again. He is a practitioner of the origin of time and space, and he can see the realm of the opponent, which is very easy for him. Can be ancient moon time and space, but it is based on divine power. Ahem, the eye of this seat. Looking at you as a little girl, can you still not see through? Jin Wushuang pretended to be profound. Also raised his eyes to look at the huge koala. The other party's body has an aura that exceeds 150,000 times of supernatural power. Is a difficult guy, and the flower demon has gathered. He wanted to leave this time, so he couldn't leave, he could only fight. Looking at the girl, Jin Wushuang was also a little at a loss when he didn't make a move. Both have scruples for each other, but those flower monsters have no scruples. Has come close. Jin Wushuang could only deal with those flower monsters first. Countless vines attacked, and Jin Wushuang instantly floated several starry sky sword auras. This power is completely different from the power of Guyu time and space. When the girl felt that power, her eyebrows flashed, a terrifying power that oppressed her to make her dare not move. Also believes that Jin Wushuang is definitely an old monster from the bottom of my heart. Jin Wushuang did not know what the other party thought. Faced with so many flower monsters, Jin Wushuang could only use the starry sky sword intent to quickly clear it away. At the same time, he also started to walk towards the entrance of the 4th floor. The 3 Tribulation Realm powerhouses who came from a distance were relieved when they found that their young master was fine. "Miss, I have sent a message to the palace, and within an hour, there will be strong people coming," Qingshan Chief said respectfully. The girl put away the secret method of prohibition, and the koala slowly disappeared. No matter how many people are called, it is useless. The mysterious strong man should be an old monster in the 5 tribulations. Hearing the 5 tribulations realm, the 3 of them were all taken aback, and the cold sweat from their backs broke out. The tribulation realm, 9 tribulations. The first 3 tribulations can only be regarded as the first entry, and only when the 3 tribulations have mastered the cosmos can they be regarded as the master of the universe and enter the ranks of the strong. Then there is the 4 tribulations realm. The calamity realm to this point is the most. It's not that easy to reach the 5 tribulations realm, in Yu country, and even the entire Gumu continent. 5 tribulation realm powerhouses, almost all of them are influential figures. Because the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm is almost never born. He is the leader of a party. The Lord of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm is the person who disturbs the situation of one party. As for the sabotage powerhouse, even the sabotage powerhouse in the 6 tribulations realm is ultimately sabotage, without any improvement, and the strength is still declining. can only fall asleep to maintain peak state. The more powerful the sabotage powerhouse, the greater the consumption. Like the 7-star sect Qingyun sect, there is a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse, and he has existed for endless years. But in these endless years, a total of 3 awakened. Every time my strength drops a lot, there is generally nothing important, and it will not recover at all. There are only 8 calamities in the realm of scattered robbers, and you can't see it at all. The 8 tribulations realm ancestor of the ancient wood sect has never appeared at all, and there are very few records. As for the Lord of the Universe in the 7 tribulations realm, and even the Lord of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm, that would be even rarer. This kind of character is the real superpower in this time and space. There are some 8-star desolate 8-star sects, and there is no even the Master of the Universe in the 7 tribulation realm. It is also precisely because of those who have scattered the robbery powerhouse, the 8-star sect, which exists almost eternally and has never been destroyed. Guyu time and space, 19 8-star sects, have all existed for endless years. No one knows how many scattered robbers are there in the 8-star Zhongmen. The 5 tribulations realm, the other party may also be Sanjia. The Qingshan general manager comforted. Even the Lord of the Universe in the 5 tribulations realm, I have to give me more face. The girl shook her head unexpectedly and said, after all, she is a powerful person in the 5 tribulations realm. It's better to not provoke or not to provoke. Then now, let's go, just a piece of vines, even if it doesn't matter. I have other gifts to prepare. The girl completely gave up facing Jian Wushuang. And now Jian Wushuang slaughtered those flower monsters wantonly. She just took the opportunity to leave. The 3 tribulation realm powerhouses also nodded one after another. Can walk is the best. Boom. For some reason, those flower monsters only besieged Jian Wushuang and ignored the mysterious girl and the group. This makes Jian Wushuang particularly annoyed. Starry Sky Sword Intent, although he can use it at will, it's just the sword intent in the Starry Sky catalog. Even if the 5th floor is slaughtered, it doesn't matter. But he doesn't have that time now. Jian Wushuang was also relieved to discover that the mysterious girl and the group had slipped away quietly. He was afraid that the other party would be anxious and shot him. At that time, the enemy will be defeated. Forget it. Let's improve your divine body. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. S figure plunged into a black hole, and a secret realm appeared behind him. The flower monsters who were slaughtered by him all fell into his cosmic secret realm. The violent divine power, transformed, is pure divine power. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 56-73. It's a pity that I extract too little, just a few hundred times the divine power. This bit of supernatural power he could still see before. Now he has Dongjun's bones, and he doesn't like it anymore. Using Jin Qi again, after strangling dozens of flower monsters, Jian Wushuang was about to leave. But the next moment, the ground began to tremble, and an earth-shattering breath radiated from above. Jian Wushuang frowned, and this breath was probably from the Flower Demon King. The breath of the 4 Tribulations realm. Although the opponent is a sage, the 4 Tribulation realm's Sanjiki powerhouse does not consume much. With this natural dojo, it can quickly recover even if it consumes a lot of money. Is a difficult character. No wonder, even the 5 Tribulations realm hadn't been offered for a favor. But he doesn't want to conflict with each other. It's better to leave as soon as possible. The entrance of the 4th floor was right in front of him. Jian Wushuang slid into the hole directly. A large group of flower monsters rushed into the air, and then rushed towards the hole on the 4th floor. But at this time, a voice came from the air. Let him go. The voice of the Flower Demon King is an absolute command. Even those flower monsters became extremely violent because they swallowed the monk's supernatural power and calmed down. The Flower Demon King descended from the sky, and thousands of flowers bloomed behind him. After came to the ground, he felt the power of the starry sky, and a cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Starry sky strong? It seems that my plan is going ahead. The Flower Demon King dispelled the Flower Demon Queen and returned to the 6th floor of Baihua Mountain. As for her plan, it really has something to do with Jian Wushuang. Can't say that it has something to do with Jian Wushuang alone, but it has something to do with the whole ancient Wood continent. The Gumu sect's holy meeting will be held soon. The 4 places and the position of the saint will all be born. Everyone is staring. Now the Flower Demon King, who sees countless stars as strong stars, is aware of the difficulty of the quota. I don't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang today is not so easy to leave. After reaching the 4th floor, it was very easy. Jian Wushuang also no longer concealed his figure, but directly exploded with divine power and rushed out with all his strength. Along the way, although there was a flower demon in the 2nd tribulation realm, it did not hinder him. This surprised Jian Wushuang, but it was best. After leaving the 4th floor, he directly tore through the space of Baihua Mountain, leaving Baihua Mountain in the turbulence of time and space. When appeared again, he had already reached the outside state capital. Finally out, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh, and then returned to his original appearance, suppressing his strength to the ordinary tribulation realm, and the aura on his body was also completely divine. At the same time, when Jian Wushuang appeared, a group of mysterious girls passed by. Jian Wushuang recognized the other party, but now he has changed his appearance and breath, and the other party can't recognize him. Amidst the luxurious immortality, the mysterious girl felt a breath of emperor, but she ignored it. Miss, this person is the deacon of King Yanzong. The old man in Qingshan naturally also saw Jian Wushuang, and recognized Jian Wushuang's identity from the other's clothes. Mysterious girl calmly said, "Don't worry about it. Go back to the capital first." "Yes." Ignoring Jian Wushuang, this group of people left straight away. Jian Wushuang waited for the opponent to leave before starting to leave. It seems that it should be the prince of a certain family in the capital, but I don't know who it is. Jian Wushuang did not tell Wu Li of this. The emperor possesses the combat power of the 2nd tribulation realm, so the identity of the opponent is not simple. It's better not to provoke me. Let's cooperate honestly with Wu Li and plan the of Wanlu. It takes at least 3 hours to travel from Jingzhou to the capital. Of course, if Jian Wushuang is in his peak state, he can get there with a stick of incense, but it is not necessary. It's only noon, and the dinner is in the evening. There are still several hours. And the Baihua vine, it took less than 3 hours to pick it. Before the first dead, it happened to be the banquet of Elder Mu Chan. As long as the relationship with Mu Chan is established, he can get into the core. Will be eligible to go to the ancient wood school at that time. Otherwise, like him, a strong man without a name and no surname. Even with Wu Li's recommendation, it would be very troublesome to enter the Gumu sect. Even in the Guyu time and space, he is also particular about one origin. That's why he clings to each other. Even if he pinched his nose and went to fetch the eldest princess, he was willing. For the Temple of Qishan, this time he has lost his blood. Dongkun's skeleton, he didn't take it for nothing. The capital of the King of Vietnam, located on a fairly flat crust, is extremely magnificent. Is the core of the Yu Kingdom, and its prosperity is even more majestic than the Qingyun city under the Qingyun sect. This also depends on the strength of the female emperor of Yu Kingdom. The Lord of the Universe at the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations is rumored to be a super powerhouse who has the hope of successfully transcending the tribulation. And among the royal family, there are also the ancestors of the scattered robbers in the 7 tribulations realm. The background is not bad, King Yanzong. The current Azure Cloud sect, the surviving power is not considered strong. S reputation in the ancient Wood continent has fallen to the bottom. There is not even a master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. Only the master of the universe in the 5 tribulations realm supports the facade. Therefore, Wu Lizhong's plan is to let him cling to the Yu royal family, not the King Yanzong high level. After entering the royal capital, he directly contacted Wu Li. Because it was still almost time, the two of them first went to a residence of the Wu family in the royal capital to settle down, and when it was dark, they went to the Mukin Palace. Mukin, titled Mu Wang, is one of the 8 kings of Vietnam, is also the only one in the 3 tribulations realm among 80,000, and he is also the Lord of the Universe. Has a high status in the royal family. Only the female emperor of Yu Kingdom is stronger than him in the present age. Therefore, his big birthday will inevitably attract strong people from all sides, and it is rumored that even the empress will come in person. Wu Li also went with him naturally. After all, he was the ancestor of one of the top 10 families and a good friend of Mu Chan. The strength is even half a step in the Four Tribulation realm. Jian Wushuang, but later heard of some things about Wu Li. This old guy hid deeply, and his name in Yu country is also very big. Otherwise, the Wu family would also be unstable. The top 10 families. Brother Wushuang, you really spent a lot of money this time. You actually got the 100-flower vine, which seems to have just been picked. Wu Li looked at the 100-flower vine in the wooden box with hot eyes. Originally, he also prepared a birthday gift for Jian Wushuang to Mu Chen, but now it seems unnecessary. Jian Wushuang picked up the tea, savored it carefully, and said calmly, "It's nothing. Without a little effort, the other party may not really value me that much." Although his strength is good, there are still many top students and disciples under Mu Chan. After Wu Li returned the wooden box containing the 100-flower vine to Jian Wushuang, he was amazed at Jian Wushuang's strength in his heart. Can get such top vines, at least to go to the 5th floor. Where's the flower monster? The strength is not weak. Even if he went there, he was out of luck, and he wouldn't be able to get such a treasure. And I have to pick time and then return. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 56-74. Jian Wushuang's strength is not inferior to him, maybe even stronger than him. He also felt more and more that it was a wise move to choose Jian Wushuang to cooperate in the first place. At the same time, he was extremely curious. Jian Wushuang was so powerful, he was only an emperor. Identity is definitely not simple. Is not the children of those horror families, or the inheritance of a certain 8-star sect. And it is still the most powerful Tianjiao, not one of them. Emperor, there are many who can match the 3 Tribulations realm, but the emperor who can defeat the 3 Tribulations realm is very rare. In today's era, I'm afraid there are not many. Even that great priest is probably not as powerful as Jian Wushuang. He thought, if Jian Wushuang reveals his strength, I am afraid that Gu Mu faction will rush to ask for it. Just in this way, he will definitely track down Jian Wushuang's details. Wu Li also had a guess in his heart. It should be that Jian Wushuang was unwilling to reveal his identity in his previous life, or because his identity in his previous life was more sensitive. His news is very well informed. The Emperor of 9 heavens and 10 places, he has collected information during this period of time, and there is no one that has anything to do with Jian Wushuang. In the last 10,000 years, I have never heard of that emperor's fall, although there are some doubts, but now the two are in a cooperative relationship, naturally they will not ask too much. After chatting for a while, Wu Li took Jian Wushuang out of the mansion and headed to the Muwang mansion. Just outside the Muwang Fu, a shout came from a distance. "Brother Wu Li." Looking along the voice, a strong man with a dragon head and an iron tower walked over. When Jian Wushuang saw the opponent, his eyes narrowed slightly, but his heart was a little shocked. Is not because of the opponent's strength, but a familiar sense of oppression. That kind of oppression, he felt it in Broly. I didn't expect to be able to encounter this kind of breath here. Broly is the superpower of Change Dao. Is it possible that the opponent is also Change Dao? Is also unlikely. This is the time and space dominated by divine power. Besides, that sense of oppression is related to the divine power radiated by the opponent. After seeing the other party, Wu Li also leaked a smile and hurriedly stepped forward and said politely, "Brother Pound, I haven't seen him for a long time, and his strength has improved again. Haha, recently I went to Shurgwa with the Scorpion Wives, but received a lot of goods." Pound is very outspoken, without any concealment. This caused Jian Wushuang to have a good impression of the burly man in front of him. Has become a powerhouse in the robbery realm, and the character is still good, but it is not uncommon. In other words, he has never seen him except Hui Qing. This is the second place. Pound also noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, stared at him, and said, "Brother Wu Li, who is this kid?" "My nephew." Wu Li beckoned, introduced Jian Wushuang over, and then said, "A few days ago, I couldn't hang around in Outland. Come to join me. Now I have an errand in Qingyunzong. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless, and Wu Li took advantage of it for nothing. But at the beginning, his identity was just a friend of Wu Li. Now that it has changed, I am afraid the relationship between the two is unusual. In this way, it also seems that his identity becomes more three-dimensional. After all, the identity of a friend is not exact. Jian Wushuang is an emperor. How can he be a good friend? Can only be said to be a relative. Outland. After Pound heard about Outland, he became very interested in Jian Wushuang and exclaimed, "It is not easy for an emperor to stay in Outland, and you see that I am so indifferent, I must be strong. It's almost where to go. How can you go to the Qingyunzong where the birds don't shit?" Jian Wushuang heard a wry smile and didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Wu Li was more sleek and quickly said, "Hey, I was chased and killed in Outland, injured, and no treasures to recover, so I can only come to me in a desperate way. If this is the case, when the injury recovers, it's better to follow me to Shurgua. Where is the place where you emperors roam?" Pound nodded, and he could see Jian Wushuang, so he would say this. Jian Wushuang could only smile awkwardly and went over it in a perfunctory manner. Upon seeing this, Wu Li turned off the subject and said, "Hurry in, but today is for Brother Mu Chan to wish his birthday. Now the time is almost up, and many people have already entered the palace." The three also walked towards the palace. Outside the Muangfu, it is extremely lively. A lot of desolate beasts and immortals, exuding the aura of robbery, landed on both sides. There are a lot of great powers in the robbery realm. Is a rare event in Vietnam. A lot of experts from the Three Tribulations realm came. The Three Tribulations realm is also regarded as the top powerhouse in the U Kingdom, and even the Four Tribulations realm powerhouses have come. Is the elder of Qingyunzong, Elder Mukin, went out to greet him directly. Wu Li and others waited naturally and interestingly. After the super powerhouse of the Four Tribulations realm entered the mansion, Elder Mu Chan saw Wu Li and Pound walking along with smiles. "Brother Wu Li, Brother Pound?" Elder Mu Chan hurriedly walked over and chatted with the two. When he saw Jian Wushuang, he also nodded. "Then he'll wait, he'll go in first." "Okay, be sure to drink 2 more glasses later." The relationship between the three is very good. Wu Li is the ancestor of the Wu family, and Pangda is also the leader of the Pang family of the top 10 families in Vietnam. When he was young, he was the same generation as Mu Chan. After entering the palace, someone led them into the banquet hall. The layout here is very grand, even more magnificent than when it was a concubine. After the three of them entered, because Jian Wushuang's identity was just an emperor, naturally he couldn't sit in a high position with the two of them. We'll also separate first. Jian Wushuang, under the guidance of his servant, walked to a relatively backward position. Stopped in front of a beautiful note. After the case of, there is a futon with Jian Wushuang's name written on it. Jian Wushuang thanked the servant and sat down. All the emperors sitting near him, there are not many acquaintances, so they didn't go to talk, but used the power of mind to eavesdrop on the conversations in the robbery realm above. In this way, I learned a little more about Gumu continent. Also noticed some emperors who could sit on an equal footing with the robbery realm. Each are the emperors of the U Kingdom. The combat power is comparable to the tribulation realm, and the divine power has reached about 100,000 times. Belongs to the emperor with perfect power. This kind of character, that thrown into the temple of Qishan, can make the true spirit cultivate like a treasure, is just the arrogant of a country in the ancient wood continent. Not to mention looking at the entire ancient wood continent, even if you go to the strongest country, these people in Shurgua are not ranked. Although he didn't have a deep understanding of Gumu continent these years, he still knew a lot about one-sided things. Today's 8-star Zuman Gumu sect is somewhat similar to the Kinjianmen of U Kingdom, belong to the low period. In terms of the existing strength, the Gumu school is not as good as the Stone Country, because there is a flame in the Stone Country whose strength is terrifying. Chapter 5675 is equivalent to the ancestor of the Gumu school. In the contemporary Stone Country, there have been several cosmic masters of the 6 Tribulations realm, and there is also a cosmic master of the 7 Tribulations realm. On this point, Gumu school cannot compare. The ancient Wood sect saints of this generation are only in the six tribulations realm, and they are about to cross the tribulation, and there is a high probability that they will also fail. At that time, morale will decrease again. Really want to be like this. In fact, it is also very beneficial to Jian Wushuang. His plan with Wu Li is the sacred tree of Wanlu. The weaker the Gumu faction, the greater the chance for them both. Wanlu Shenmu is not exclusively owned by the Gumu sect, but most of it is occupied by the opponent. It is impossible to open it quietly. The two of them did not have the strength of the original Lord of Hengmu, can only approach the ancient Wood school first, and then find a way to open the Wanlu Shenmu. According to the news that Jian Wushuang has heard over the years, many practitioners have entered the Wanlu Shenmu, but apart from the disciples of the Gumu school, there are very few. It's better to enter the Gumu sect first, and then open the Wanlu Shenmu. It depends on today's performance. Yu Kingdom has a place to participate in the holy meeting. If you want this place, you need not only your strength, but also your connections. Wu Li's network is very strong, but not enough. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about how to get a quota, a loud shout came from outside the door. "Your Majesty, Fengqian is here to congratulate." Sure enough, the majestic empress came. Jian Wushuang also put away his thoughts, and even put his thought power into his body, not daring to expose it. Also stared at the threshold, wanting to see the honor of the empress. The voice just fell. The first to cross the threshold were two thin old men, dressed in luxurious and introverted auras, but they could still make people feel that the aura of these two people is not simple. For Tribulation Realm Powerhouse is just a monk of Sanjia. But even so, this pomp is big enough. After the two entered, they stood on both sides of the threshold. Then came a cold and delicate face. His eyes are like a knife, and his thin lips are like a blade. Wearing a golden dragon robe, the five-claw golden dragon embroidered on the top is lifelike. When she entered the banquet hall, she heard the sound of the dragon faintly. At this time, whether it is the powerhouse of the robbery realm or the emperor, one after another got up. Everyone bowed their heads to see you. Long Yin Emperor, his complexion remained unchanged. He calmly took the main seat and took his seat calmly. Flat body. After hearing these words, everyone dared to straighten up. Jian Wushuang can feel the extraordinary in the other party, the Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm, that is not just talking. Although he had been in close contact with the powerhouse of the Six Tribulations realm back then, it felt different to him. When he helped Fuego, he was his own person after all. He was very kind to him, and deliberately suppressed his breath. But this empress is different. Her breath comes directly from the sky. Is different for everyone. For the robbery realm, it is a shock. For the emperor, it was shocking. After everyone's recollection, Elder Mu Qian got up from the second position, first said a lot of useless words, and then to his own sister, the female emperor of Yu. After bragging about it, the banquet was completely opened. This banquet is actually very boring. It is nothing more than a group of old friends taking this opportunity to gather together. Maybe there is some chance, when the time comes, they will meet to go out together. But there is another highlight in the early stage. That is the birthday gift. From low to high, one by one, they stepped forward to pray for Mukin's birthday. Can also see all kinds of treasures. As soon as the banquet started, someone took the initiative to step forward. Junior, the fourth protector of Mingjiao, give a birthday greeting to Senior Mu Qian and offer a 9-leaf fan. After speaking, he took out the treasure and took it over. Mukin smiled. His mouth was polite, but his hands were not polite. With a wink, he asked the servant beside him to collect the treasure, then nodded and said a few polite words to the protector of Mingjiao. The Mingjiao protector was also very acquainted. He didn't miss the time, and he returned to his position after a few words. Those who can offer gifts are not the Tianjiao among the emperors, or the powerhouse of the robbery realm. Has a respect and order. In fact, this is arranged in order according to the weight of the treasures. Of course, the more powerful the treasures, the more precious they are. No, Jian Wushuang has received Wu Li's transmission. He will follow Wu Li to present gifts together. An emperor, together with an emperor of the Three Tribulations realm, came forward to offer gifts. This is a rare thing. Even the young patriarchs of some big families do not have this qualification. Wu Li also wanted Mu Chun to attach importance to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had no objection to Wu Li's arrangement. He was thinking about the value of the treasure he sent. Just now there was a disciple of the King Yunzong inheritance, and the treasure he sent was worth 200,000 universe crystals. Secretly marveled in my heart, this strong man in Guyu time and space is really rich. In the Temple of Qixin, it is very difficult to get tens of thousands of universe crystals. As a result, in Guyu time and space, these emperors and arrogances were hundreds of thousands at hand. The universe crystal on his body now is only a few 100,000. Is too poor. At the beginning, he also exchanged a lot of universe crystals in advance. Now it seems that he thinks too much. In Guyu time and space, it is much easier to obtain the universe crystal than in the Qixin temple. But some of his treasures, even in Guyu time and space, are incalculable, such as the treasure of time and space Guantian chessboard. There are also beast soldiers. The beast at the time of the birth of Guyu time and space has long since fallen to nowhere, and there are very few rumors. Don't mention the beasts. There are no such treasures, but it does not mean that there is no treasure more powerful than the beasts. According to the division of ancient moon time and space, the treasures of the universe are also divided into 9 calamities. This also depends on the strength of the origin in the treasure of the universe. The origin of the beast warrior, the peak is the 5 tribulations realm, and now it is only the 3 tribulations realm. If you want to improve, you need nurturing. A master of the universe of the 5 tribulations realm, at least it has to accumulate tens of thousands of epochs to be able to accumulate a treasure of the universe at the level of the 5 tribulations realm. The stronger the treasure, the more time it takes to nurture. Above the 9 tribulations is the treasure of time and space. Whether it was in the original Morwa time and space, or the current Guyu time and space, there is very little news about the treasure of time and space. Hardly even. It may also be that Jian Wushuang's identity is too low, and he has not yet touched the real core level. Just like this banquet, Jian Wushuang saw and heard more than he heard in thousands of years. The same precious treasures were presented, and Jian Wushuang was extremely enthusiastic. There are many precious treasures of original cultivation. It's a pity that they all went into Mukin's bag. Mukin has a big birthday every epoch, and every time he sits still, he can get so many treasures. It is good to have status and status. Jian Wushuang is also a little envious. After he arrived at the Tribulation Realm that day, he also went to experience the taste of a side overlord. This is just a powerful prince. The wealth of the female emperor is probably even more amazing. Uncle, am late? A thick voice came from outside the door. Everyone's eyes were all attracted. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 56-76. The coming person is not a robbery, but an emperor. Has a big waist and round waist, like a bucket, and his face is even more hideous and terrifying. According to common sense, the appearance of the immortal empress can be changed at will. You can change your appearance even with some secret techniques. This emperor is showing people with this face. It's the eldest princess, someone reminded in a low voice. Most of those who are able to come here have met the eldest princess. There are also some younger generations. This is the first time I have seen you. We're all taken aback by the appearance of the princess. Jian Wushuang was also surprised. But unlike these people, he felt a familiar breath from the other person. And I saw each other not long ago. Koala. Jian Wushuang raised his brow, and a smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious Baihua Mountain, the koala summoned, is very similar to the princess in front of her, and the aura is even more similar. There is a big connection between the two. Plus, if you observe from the other's breath of life, the eldest princess in front of you is probably not the deity. At this point, the strong below the 5 tribulations realm can't see through it at all. Jian Wushuang, however, can be felt with the special power of life. The eldest princess in front of me is definitely not the body, but the koala. The opponent's deity should not be here, but in the palace. Usually, The princess uses the koala as the deity. Thinking of that quirky girl, Jin Wushuang was very interested in her scheming and plans. The arrival of the princess made Elder Mu Chen very happy. He got up personally, took the burly koala, and said with concern, "Little girl, if you can come, I will be very happy, so why bother?" "Uncle, this time I have specially prepared a great gift for you," the princess said, and ordered the servant, "Managerly, present the heart of the lotus leaf." When heard the lotus leaf heart, everyone's complexion changed. That's an incredible treasure. The heart of lotus leaves is a treasure unique to Shurgwa, a treasure with a price, but no market. Ordinary people can't buy it if they want. Unless it is a person with a strong background and strong ability, it can be obtained. Elder Mukin also moved his heart when he heard it. His complexion changed a little, and he secretly transmitted, "Girl Jinshin, you are trying to bribe your uncle. Uncle, you must help me this time. My mother is already determined to hire a son-in-law for me." The eldest princess Jin Chun said aggrieved like an 800 catty little chubby. Elder Mu Chun, who has always loved this niece, frowned and sighed, "Girl, I can't help you this time. No one can change the things set by the clan." He knew why this niece rebelled so much, and even did not hesitate to refine her incarnation to show others that she didn't want to be recruited by the family. But how can this stop the emperor's life? Your country needs a prince. The prince must be the eldest princess. That's why I have to recruit son-in-law, and also recruit an emperor of the same rank with a clean background and good strength. But this eldest princess has already had a sweetheart. But that person is a child of the Stone King clan. Even if the other party was willing to be the door-to-door son-in-law, the Yu country would not dare to lead wolves into the house. The eldest princess is the future empress. How can she recruit an uncontrollable son-in-law? Even if the empress had the confidence to face Shurgwa, the clan would not be able to pass. Princess Jinshin pouted her mouth, complaining in her eyes when she looked up at her mother. Elder Mukin pulled Princess Jinshin to his seat and then nodded to continue. This kind of housework still has to be solved in private. Wu Li nodded towards Jian Wushuang at this time, and at the same time, he passed through the sound, and he was at the two of them immediately. "Brother Wushuang, you don't want to be fooled by this little girl. This is not her deity. If it becomes this time, I promise you that you will never suffer." Wu Li Chuanin promised. Actually, he doesn't need to comfort him. This is a matter of Wanlu Shenmu, the chance of the robbery. According to Wu Li's most conservative speculation, the goods received after the two of them entered, as long as they came out alive, they could quickly become the five tribulations realm. This is also the experience of the exchange, inferred. The premise is to come out alive. Must go first. To get in, you need the qualifications of the Holy Congregation. This qualification is very rare in the Azure Cloud sect. Only through the royal family of Vietnam can you get in. Wu Li himself is fine. He has some contacts in the Gu Mu sect, so it's easy to get himself in. If you want Jin Wushuang to go, you don't have that ability. After all, that is the 8-star sect, not what he can do in a half-step four tribulations realm. Don't worry, I have a sense of measure. Jian Wushuang transcribed. He is not a stunned kid who was just born. How can there be a grudge in this kind of thing? After Pound presented his birthday gift, Wu Li also slowly got up, and at the same time deliberately greeted Jian Wushuang to come in front of everyone. Jian Wushuang behaved very obediently, like a junior, obediently walking towards Wu Li. This made many people notice Jian Wushuang. Some people still recognize him. After all, he has been following Elder Mu Chun for thousands of years, and he is considered a famous person. And these people have heard that Jian Wushuang has an unusual relationship with Wu Li. Presumably, he is also an emperor with an unusual background. "Brother Mu Chun, my nephew has received a lot of care from you since he entered your door. This time I have to clamor for congratulations, but it was a bit sudden." After Mu Chen heard it, he smiled knowingly and replied, "Brother Wu Li, since he is his own nephew, why should he meet outsiders? I think Wu Shuang's younger generation has good aptitude, but it is not considered to be taking care of him. King Yunzong must have a good job. By the way, the next intersect trial, Wu Shuang nephew can try it." Jian Wushuang held the wooden box with both hands, and his heart moved when he heard it. "I really flattered a few words, and the benefits came straight away." He didn't offer a birthday gift, so he left the inner disciples' affairs to him. Said it was a try. How could it be unsuccessful? It is a pity that Jin Wushuang and Wu Li are not just the inner disciples of King Yunzong. Wushuang, don't thank Elder Muchen too much, Wu Li said with a serious face. Jin Wushuang respectfully handed out the wooden box containing the vines, pretending to be excited. Thank you, Mu Chun. The younger generation will never forget this kindness. The general manager of the palace took the box in Jin Wu's hands and opened it as before and prepared to report the name of the treasure. But when it was opened, a shocking divine power leaked from the top. The general manager of the palace was so knowledgeable, he couldn't help but swallowed, paused, and then shouted, 400 flower species, 100 flower vine. And it hasn't reached the first dry. This also means that it was only taken from Baihua Mountain today. Please remember the domain name of the book's first publication. Apex Novel Mobile Version Reading URL. Chapter 56-77. Feeling this power and hearing 400 flower seeds at the same time. Many people couldn't help but take a breath, and at the same time couldn't help but guess Jin Wushuang's intentions, or Wu Li's intentions. Jin Wushuang, an emperor, would bring out such a treasure. Many people thought it was Wu Li's treasure and counted the favor on Jin Wushuang's head. This piece of 100-flower vine, if it were auctioned at this time, would definitely be able to sell for the price of 3 million universe crystals. If 3 days have passed, the maximum value is 300,000. This great gift, the Emperor of the Three Tribulations realm seldom can give it out, was taken out by an Emperor Jin Wushuang. No one would believe it. The eldest Princess Jin Chun, who was sitting next to Mu Chun, showed hesitation when she saw it. I took a closer look and found that it was indeed that part of the Baihua vine that she was climbed first on Baihua Mountain. When looking at Jin Wushuang again, his eyes narrowed slightly. If others feel that this thing was given by Wu Li as Jin Wushuang after it was obtained, then the eldest Princess Jin Chin feels that there is someone behind it. The terrifying power of the Five Tribulations Universe Master. Elder Mu Chin's eyes were hot. He didn't expect Wu Li to give such a big gift. After thinking of what Wu Li said to him a few days ago, I also understood something in my heart. After today's birthday banquet, I can have a chat. Such a precious treasure. Wushuang-yi nephew is too polite. Mu Chin didn't verbally agree to anything this time, but got up in person and had a drink with Wu Li Jin Wushuang. So many people are watching, it's hard to talk too much. Wu Li also understood naturally and pulled Jin Wushuang back to his position. After returning to his position, Jin Wushuang could feel a lot of gaze coming. These people also have their own little abacus in their hearts. Yugo recruits son-in-law. This matter can be a lot of people staring at. Now it seems that Wu Li is also eyeing this matter. Birthday, proceeding in an orderly manner. The Emperor of the Three Tribulations realm and Mu Chun are considered the same generation, and the number of them is considered to be the largest. There are hundreds of experts in the Three Tribulations realm, come to congratulate. Most of them are the masters of the universe. Only a small part is scattered robbery. The powerhouse of the dispersal tribulation realm means that they cannot be promoted, and their strength and status will drop a lot. There is a big gap with Wu Li, who is the master of the universe in the half-step 4 tribulation realm. In addition to these people, the rest is the 4 tribulations realm powerhouse. The 4 tribulations realm, whether it is the Lord of the universe or the sanctions, S status is much beyond the 3 tribulation realm. Even if Mu Chin's background and status are high, there are still few people coming. Also came from the 4 tribulations realm powerhouses of the Yu King clan and Qingyun sect. There are 6 people in total. Although the treasures took out were different, they were not too valuable. Being able to come is Mu Chin's greatest face. But Jin Wushuang noticed one thing. Each of these 4 tribulations realm powerhouses brought their descendants or their own direct disciples. Although they are all emperors, they are all good in strength, and each is very strong. And recommend my younger generations either intentionally or unintentionally. Jin Wushuang hadn't reacted yet. Wu Li sent him a voice message to clarify his confusion. Brother Wushuang, pay attention to these people later. They don't need to worry about their strength, but the backgrounds of these people are not simple. Their purpose is the same as that of the eldest princess. Wu Li smiled, looked at Jin Wushuang, and nodded. Soon, Jin Wushuang understood. This is not for Mu Chun, but for the empress. Shou Yin is just a guise. In fact, it is for recruiting son-in-law. It seems that the rumors are true. Yugua is true about recruiting son-in-law, and it is also very anxious for success. This is probably related to the position of the saint in the future. The strength and talent of the female emperor of the Yu Kingdom will definitely go to the holy meeting, and the goal is also the position of the saint. Once in this position, the status of Vietnam will also increase. The position of the empress needs someone to inherit. Now the princess is a very suitable candidate. A future female emperor needs to recruit her son-in-law, which is normal. And recruiting son-in-law, not too strong, is not a strong strength, but a strong background. Can't recruit a strong background, the strength does not matter. As long as it is the same level, even if it is stronger than the eldest princess, it is fine. The throne of is supported by imperial power. The emperor's power is the background of the Yu Kingdom, as well as those sleeping powerhouses in the Sanjia realm. Jin Wushuang's current status and strength are very suitable. On the surface, his combat power may be almost inferior, but as long as he reveals some strength at a critical moment, there is nothing he can do. He also observed the sitting Emperor Tianjiao. The strongest background, but the young master of the Yu Kingdom family, this is still incomparable with the Yu Kingdom family. As for combat power, in Jin Wushuang's eyes, it was average, not too dazzling. Among these people, his identity is not a beast, but he is not at the bottom. Backed by the Wu family, he is also considered a famous family. Regardless of true combat power, he is only 100,000 times the current basic divine power, and he ranks in the forefront of these people. Over the years, Wu Li's layout seems to have played a role. He has unknowingly entered the vortex of this contention. When some Emperor Tianjiao looked at him, they also leaked unkind eyes. It seems everyone's purpose is the same. Jin Wushuang is very calm, sits motionless, looks like an expert. Birthday is almost over after these people retired. Now, the only female emperor left in the hall has not yet spoken. Everyone is also looking forward to it. But they didn't dare to look directly at the female emperor, but waited for the other side to speak. Today's emperor's big banquet. I also wish the emperor to advance in realm, break through the fourth calamity, and go one step further. The female emperor suddenly said, and the atmosphere heated up. Mukin even got up quickly and respectfully accepted the treasure from the empress. This time I didn't let the next person pick it up. The female emperor is his own sister, but for the stability of the imperial power, everything must be respected and orderly, and take the lead in order to let people follow suit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Chun bowed his body and thanked him, carefully taking the treasure. The birthday celebration has come to an end. Next, it's business. Mukin first dealt with all parties and expressed the intention of the Yu royal family. Of course, the truth cannot be said. Even if everyone understands it, it is impossible to say it directly. Everyone today, Xiao Wang's birthday, I also took this opportunity to recruit sons-in-law for the eldest princess, wise nephews of all parties, and hope not to be restrained. After finishing patting the eldest princess' broad shoulders, he motioned her to get up. But the princess had already had a sweetheart, so she would be willing. But she stood up when she felt a striking gaze. Some emperors who didn't know the truth took a breath. It was not because of the news, but because of the appearance of the princess. I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. Recommend the new book of Urban Great God Lao Shi. Chapter 56-78. Even if the other party's status is noble and powerful, he still can't raise much interest. These people don't know, and there are some Emperor Tianjiao who know the truth, such as Jin Wushuang. He cast a kind look at the eldest princess. When the Princess Jin Chun saw Jin Wushuang's gaze, she gave Jin Wushuang a vicious look. Although she recognized the 100-flower cane that Jin Wushuang took out, she didn't think Jin Wushuang was so powerful, but felt that Jin Wushuang's background was definitely not as simple as the surface. Jin Wushuang was dissatisfied with her gaze, but responded with a smile. At the same time, Those Emperor Tianjiao with a strong background, and you also showed their demeanor and strength. Everyone is eager to try. This makes the ordinary Emperor Tianjiao a little puzzled. They really can't understand. These Emperor Tianjiao with head and face need background and background, strength and strength. Why they have to marry such a eldest princess? Information. The importance of information is thoroughly realized at this moment. Not only did they know that the eldest princess deity was not what it is now, but they also knew the benefits of marrying the eldest princess. The number of places in the holy meeting. The entire country of you. I am afraid there are not many. The royal family of you, King Yunzong, Mingjiao, and the top 10 families. Spread out, I am afraid there is only one in each family. Is definitely to give the place to the powerhouse of the robbery realm. If there are 2, it can be given to 1 emperor. The key is the 10 big families, which also have a gap in strength. There are probably only 1 or 2 families that can get 2 places. Other families have to find a way. The saint will be half the emperor and half the robbery. It is best to have 2 places. Family at the bottom, like the Wu family, can only have 1 quota, and this quota is due to Wu lease reasons. There are 20 places in a country, and the family accounts for at least half. The remaining 3 powers are divided into points, each of which is extremely precious. There is nothing superfluous at all. That's why I have to fight like this. The method of recruiting son-in-law is also very simple. All emperors who come here today are qualified to see it. But in the end, it was decided by strength. The background of the emperor who can come here has been found out, and the only thing left is the competition in strength. When Mu Chun saw that some people were still a little inactive, he said, "There is one more thing, but this king has forgotten to say. The sacred meeting in Gumu continent will be held soon. This time there are 20 places in the country. There will be a consort." After hearing this, the weaker forces looked sideways. Holy meeting is a holy meeting for the election of saints. If they usually do, they would go to see the excitement at most. Even if they are given places, the family has no suitable candidates to participate. The candidate of the saint must be the Lord of the universe, but also a female practitioner. Just this threshold has blocked 99% of the strong. Now recruiting horses, why do you want to mention this? This time it was not Mu Chin's turn to explain, and the female emperor said in person, "This time the holy meeting is not trivial. It is related to the Shenmu king. You can find out more." Godwood King. Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. Even Jian Wushuang frowned. He hadn't heard Wu Li say that this time the holy meeting would involve the Shenmu king. Although Wu Li's news was extremely well informed, he didn't know that this holy meeting was related to the Shenmu king. For this name, Jian Wushuang knew it when he first went to King Yunzong. As long as the practitioners who have a little knowledge of the Gumu school, they know it. Go up to the robbery realm and down to the commonplace. Everyone knows what Shenmu Wang represents. That is the ancestor of Gumu school. The king is strong. The strong men who can be crowned kings are the ancestors of the 8-star sect. If the ancestors fall, they will be hereditary. A super powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang held his breath. If this sacred meeting is really related to King Shenmu, then the matter between him and Wu Li might not be so easy to proceed. That's a strong person in the 8 tribulations realm. Although it is the realm of dispersal, there is no cosmic dojo. It's not like they can peep. The candidates for the general saint screening of the saints, at most. It is not bad for Gumu to send 1/7 tribulations realm. Is now related to the Shenmu king. I am afraid that ancestor will be born. This also represents this holy meeting, not only for the saintess candidates, but also other actions. Like Jian Wushuang, Wu Li and Jian Wushuang both leaked out of shock and looked at each other. The empress is here. The 2 of them dare not say anything. They can only endure, wait for the banquet to pass, and then talk privately. Jian Wushuang couldn't let go of the job of recruiting his son-in-law. This holy meeting is of extraordinary significance, and the movement is very loud. Even if the Shenmu king appears, the 2 will try it together. Even if the Wanlu Shenmu hadn't been opened, I still had to go to the holy meeting. Wu Li has attended many times, and it may be nothing to him. But Jian Wushuang just arrived in Guyu time and space. This kind of holy meeting must not be missed. Wow! After everyone was shocked, the empress directly took out one of her palms and fell into the center of the banquet hall. Guests on all sides can just be seen. The meaning of is very clear, and there is no need for everyone to say anything. If you can, just go straight up. At this time, Muchin smiled and got up, fell into the square cave, and said, "Everyone can enter. You only need to stay in this square for a quarter of an hour. After entering, you can shoot at will. Don't have any scruples." Obviously, the candidate this time is not alone. Is a group of people. Persist in a quarter of an hour. It is impossible to be just one person. It may produce several people. It's even more interesting to be able to shoot each other in the middle. As soon as Mukin's voice fell, the emperor among the guests couldn't bear it. "My son, don't worry, go ahead. Be sure to hold on for a quarter of an hour." Yes, is not only a family child, but also a strong robber in the Azure Cloud sect, but also let his disciple go. Became a horse, but there is a place in the holy meeting. There are only 20 such key places in the entire U country. When I don't pay much attention to it, half of the emperors can go, and the rest are the powerhouses in the robbery realm. Now this time is different. I am afraid that most of the forces will still let the robbery go forward. After all, there are still too few emperors against the sky. Not to mention that the U kingdom is too small compared to other dynasties. Just like now, half of the powerful emperors in Vietnam are here, and Jian Wushuang did not see that there is one who looks like the sky. Is incomparable to the gods and generals of the Temple of the Gods. "Wushuang, you go too," Wu Li said with a serious face, pretending to be deep. Jian Wushuang just got up, and after saluting respectfully, did he enter the world in the palm of his hand. For a time, several streamers flew in. 100 people have entered. The robbery realm in the hall is focused on the descendants of these emperors. Chapter 56-79. Thanks. One generation is inferior to one generation. Pound slammed his lips and said, "There is no decent one. How can it compare with the emperor of Shi Guodian?" Although the words are terrible, they are also truthful. "But now the position is different," Wu Li retorted. "I think these little guys are pretty good. At least they are much better than us before." The rest of the Tribulation Realm powerhouses who brought their younger generations also spoke in agreement. "Haha, Pound. I remember that when you were an emperor, your supernatural power was only 90,000 times. Look at these little guys. Which one is not stronger than you?" "They are the future." Pound sneered and shook his head. He has been in the Stone Country all the time, and his knowledge is much better than these people. The heaven-defying monarchs in the Stone Country, not to mention the top ones, just ordinary Tianjiao, the divine power can explode to more than 100,000 times. Look at the emperors below. Whether it can reach 100,000 times is a question, not to mention breaking through 100,000 times. In the entire country of Vietnam, it is recognized that the strongest is the princess. Is now using the combat power to choose the horse for the eldest princess. Is ironic enough to say it. I have to fish in a puddle like Vietnam. What can I catch? Although Pound is relatively straightforward, he didn't say much about it. He knows what those people think. Mukin saw that people had almost entered, so he pulled away and left. After taking a look at the Empress, he said, "Now it's officially started." Dongtian world began to close, but the people in the hall can be clearly seen. Jian Wushuang, who entered the cave sky, did not find anything special. When the cave sky was closed, his body became heavier and heavier. Is also limited. According to his calculation, the constant increase in gravity within a quarter of an hour will not threaten them too much. The position he chose is relatively aside. At this time, people like them didn't feel the pressure, so they looked around. "Everyone, I don't think we need to take action. Why don't we wait for a quarter of an hour?" The speaker is the young patriarch from one of the top 10 families in DU. Although he is a young patriarch, his strength is average, and his divine power is around 95,000. If we don't make a move, everyone can survive a stick of incense with this little gravity. What should we do then? I'm not going to fight. Tianyang's complexion changed slightly, and the aura on his body began to rise. He originally planned to stabilize these people first, because his strength is already considered top among these people, and he will definitely be besieged. This time picking a horse. If strength is so important, why bother looking for them? I can't just make a name by cleverness. Among them, there are also sensible people, or they have been reminded by the strong family, and they also know the cause of the matter. Do it. Boom. 3 emperors took the lead in an instant. The person who dealt with was the young master of the general family. The strength of these 3 people is good, and their divine power can soar to around 90,000 in an instant. With the beginning of these 3 people, there were continuous battle groups in the follow-up. Jian Wushuang was not conspicuous, so he was not targeted. Some people even proposed to join hands with him to deal with the strongest Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang didn't have this plan. The guesses of these people are correct, or that there is nothing wrong with the guesses of the tribulation realm. Jian Wushuang received a message from Wu Li. Don't suppress too much, defeat everyone as much as possible. This screening is not as simple as it seems. Jian Wushuang's figure is erratic, and he has been walking on the edge of the battlefield. Just an instant, several people left the scene. Were all seriously injured by the siege, and taken away by the strong robbery. In the hall, the Empress sighed slightly. These people are still too weak. She is so strong. Even if she recruits her daughter for the royal family, she can't be too weak. The background can be weak, but the strength cannot be too weak. This time recruiting son-in-law is not what the outside world thinks. Elder Mukin also saw the female emperor's thoughts and whispered quietly, Your Majesty, I have arranged a follower in the palace, and I don't necessarily need to choose from Vietnam. No, you must choose from them. The ones you arrange can deal with those people in Shurgua, but they can't join the royal family. Their foundation is not clean. Yes. Muchen didn't say much. Wait for the situation within the cave. Jian Wushuang's performance at this time is very subtle, and his strength is the deepest hidden among these people. These people hardly knew Jian Wushuang, and only when Jian Wushuang took out the 100-flower vine, they found out more. But I asked people around and got very little news. Jian Wushuang, are you planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight? As people continue to withdraw, the number has now dropped by half. Many people also took time out and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang stopped his figure and felt that the gravity was getting more and more terrifying. He knew very well that if he didn't make a move, these people would lose their combat effectiveness later. It's time for him to perform. The best of you quit now. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists with both hands, and the breath on his body began to explode. A dark red light covers the whole body, and the scarlet arc represents the power of the beast god. His supernatural power began to rise. Gravity increases. The stronger the emperor, Yuka Vanshu. Calm is of great help. Jiang Tianyang had already escaped the siege of several people and began to confront others. He originally thought that the battle was almost over, and the rest was up to whoever persisted for a long time. I didn't expect Jian Wushuang to make a move at this time. The Emperor Tianjiao who stopped Jian Wushuang also looked sideways. They could feel Jian Wushuang's divine power, which instantly increased 90,000 times. His divine power should be around 97. Jiang Tianyang stared at Jian Wushuang, and at the same time ridiculed those stronger people who specifically besieged them. This time, you mentioned the iron plate. Jiang Tianyang, just under the peak secret method, can burst out 98,000 times the divine power for a short time. Among these emperors, can be ranked in the top 3. There are 2 more divine powers that can reach 99,000. Jian Wushuang is left. He has not been able to see through Jian Wushuang, and now Jian Wushuang is beginning to explode his divine power. He can feel Jian Wushuang's strength is extremely powerful. I am afraid it is not weak. The emperors who were preparing to besiege Jian Wushuang also stopped. Jian Wushuang did not stop. His divine power has soared all the way. If he hadn't suppressed it, it would have exceeded 100,000 times. You must know that his current basic divine power is almost 100,000 times faster, and now with the power of the beast god, it can easily exceed 100,000 and even reach 130,000. But it's not necessary, just play. Jian Wushuang was unaffected by gravity, so he directly flew into the air and his fists suddenly exploded, and he screamed from the sky. The supernatural power directly broke through 100,000 times. became the strongest emperor on the field. Chapter 5680. How is it possible that his divine power has exceeded 100,000 times? Jiang Tianyang couldn't believe it. The emperors who besieged Jian Wushuang were even more pale in fright. 100,000 times of supernatural power. This is already regarded as a super first-class emperor against heaven in the Yu Kingdom. Even the powerhouses of the Tribulation Realm in the main hall looked sideways at Wu Li and understood in their hearts why Wu Li would take out such a powerful treasure to offer it. It turns out that I really have that confidence. 100,000 times of supernatural power, more than enough to join the royal family. The eldest princess Jin Chun also stared at Jian Wushuang. Although she was a little surprised, she was still not optimistic about Jian Wushuang's strength. The outside world only knows that her divine power can reach 100,000 times. But they don't know that after her secret Mahayana, the divine power that can burst out is not weaker than those of the arrogance of Shigua. 100,000 times, but just a basis. Jian Wushuang's strength is enough to deal with those emperors who are not even 100,000 times divine power. Mu Chan became more and more satisfied with Jian Wushuang, not only because of the role of treasures. From the perspective of overall strength and background, Jian Wushuang is perfect. Although he was not the emperor of the Yu Kingdom, he had a very close relationship with Wu Li. He was backed by the Yu Kingdom, his strength was not weak, and he seemed to be very young. Is one of the most suitable candidates. Brother Wu Li, your nephew, very good. Even Pound couldn't help but admire. There are still very few emperors with 100,000 times of supernatural power. I am afraid that there are not 3 in Vietnam. Even in Shigua, it is at the level of Tianjiao. Wu Li smiled on his face, but sneered in his heart. If Jian Wushuang really broke out, there would be no more than 10 of Jian Wushuang's opponents. This is still regarded as the female emperor and those strong in the 4 tribulations realm. He also calculated according to his own strength. Wu Li's combat strength was in the hall and could be ranked in the top 10. He believed that Jian Wushuang's strength was not weaker for him, and he could naturally also be ranked in the top 10. Jian Wushuang's divine power exploded, directly suppressing everyone in the cave. Now, even if they didn't contain them, they couldn't move under the influence of gravity. Everyone, you are offended. Jian Wushuang only flicked with one hand and directly shook all the emperors out of 10,000 battles. Being able to shake these people back under such gravitational conditions, they have no chance. Jiang Tianyang is even more clear. The current gravity, without 100,000 times the magical power, can't move the body at all. They are just the fish on the board. Can only be slaughtered by Jian Wushuang. Instead of this, it is better to take the initiative to withdraw. Jian Wushuang, you have such a combat power. I admire Tianyang and I am willing to quit. After Jiang Tianyang finished speaking, he voluntarily gave up and was directly moved out. The others only hesitated for a moment and then took the initiative to withdraw. Within a quarter of an hour, Jian Wushuang was left in the cave. I'm also fascinated. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. Compared with these emperors, it's just a little trouble. The divine power of more than 90,000 is almost comparable to some newly promoted tribulation realm. If it is in the Temple of Qishan, it is definitely the pinnacle of existence. But compared with Vietnam, it is still a bit worse. Even the original Morwa time and space, I am afraid it can be comparable to a continent in Guyu time and space. In the ancient moon time and space, there are 9 heavens and 10 earths. 10 great ancient land, 9 great heavens. It can be compared to one of them, and it is not bad. This is one of the 9 longest rivers of time and space in the starry sky. After everyone took the initiative to retreat, Jian Wushuang became the only candidate. The female emperor naturally took Dong Tian and released Jian Wushuang. Mu Wang, take him into the palace later, I will leave first. The empress came here mainly for this. Now that it is over, she is also very satisfied with Jian Wushuang. So she got up and took the reluctant eldest princess Jin Chen with her. Left. Everyone again respectfully bid farewell. It was not until the empress left that the sense of oppression was lost in the hall. Mu Chen directly beckoned Jian Wushuang to come and sit up. Jin Wushuang also obediently approached Wu Li and greeted Elder Mu Chun with a fist. The banquet will end later, and I will rest in the mansion with Brother Wu Li for a while. I still have something to ask you, Elder Mu Chun said indifferently. He had to confirm Jin Wushuang's identity and strength again. This was naturally not a problem, and Wu Li directly agreed without waiting for Jin Wushuang to speak. Jin Wushuang also sat down beside Wu Li. The banquet was held next. During the banquet, the affairs of the holy meeting made everyone particularly active. If it was in the past, it has not been so lively. After all, some of the three Tribulation Realm powerhouses here, many have participated in the holy meeting. To be able to participate in the holy meeting, the weakest needs to be the Lord of the Universe in the three Tribulations realm. As for the Emperor, he didn't have much demand. Anyway, he got some secrets from the ancient wood school to pave the way for the foundation of the robbery in the future. But this time it's a little different. Shenmu King was born. The Gomu school must have had a big move. Only this time, I don't know why the Shenmu King appeared. Therefore, it is best to give some extra places to the robbery. Jin Wushuang was listening, a little worried in his heart. At this time, Wu Li said, "Don't worry. At least 30% of the 20 quotas in the U country will be given to the Emperor. Now we are one step away." Enters the palace to see what the royal family is doing. Once you join the royal family, the quota is not a problem. Will there be resistance to the appearance of King Shenmu? You just arrived in ancient Wood Continent. You may not know that King Shenmu failed to reach the top of the 8 Tribulations realm at the peak. It was just the most common 8 Tribulations realm. Later it turned into Scattered Tribulation. After the dojo was destroyed, he was gone. The battle power of the Tribulation realm has lingered until now. It's not bad to be able to maintain the 8 Tribulations realm for half a step. The treasure in the Wanlu Shenmu is even more eager than we are, and we really want to open Wanlu by the two of us. Not only will he not stop it, I am afraid I will beg us to go in and help him find a treasure to restore his life. These things Wu Li heard from the concubine, and 80% of them are true. Wanlu Shenmu, that is the core of ancient Wood Continent. The ancient Wood School was established after the goddess fell behind, but Wanlu survived in the goddess era. This one cannot be compared at all. Even the Gu Mu sect wanted to enter the 10,000 Willows Divine Wood, but every time they could only travel around the periphery, they couldn't enter the deepest core at all. If you want a big chance, you still have to go to the deepest place. After Jin Wushuang heard this, his heart was very bright. Vitality. The master of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm can naturally give birth to a steady stream of vitality, but the load of the scattering Tribulation realm is too large, and the vitality consumed by one shot may require countless epochs to sleep. Shenmu King, a strong man who pioneered the ancient Wood School, could not be maintained. This made him think of extinction, whether extinction is also a dispersing Tribulation realm. Being able to kill Dongjun at the beginning at least surpassed the 7 Tribulations realm. After the divine destruction, Miexing entered Morwo's time and space, and only half of the battle power of the 7 Tribulations realm remained. After reaching the long river of time and space of the primitive universe, Miexing's strength could only maintain the level of the 6 Tribulations realm. Chapter 5681. Before he left, Miexing had turned into the Temple of Mishi. If there is really no worries about Miexing, why should I enter the Temple of Mishi? Why not go directly to the Temple of Qixin? I am afraid he also has some kind of flaw. It's like real spirit. The true spirit has a sea of origin, which can keep alive all the time. Plus, he helps the true spirit restore the body of the when he leaves. Just the vitality of the flesh took him a long time. If he is really an expert in the 7 Tribulations realm, he will probably spend countless epochs. That is not comparable to a 6 Tribulations realm, an 8 Tribulations realm with a severe loss of life. Jin Wushuang was speechless. For a while, in a trance, it was time for the banquet to disperse. It's very midnight. Looked up, the stars in the sky were shining brightly. These bright lights that can be seen with the naked eye are not stars, but universes. Each universe represents a cosmic master of the 3 Tribulations realm. In this starry sky, Jian Wushuang saw several dazzling universes, which were extremely huge. Should be some universe of 7 tribulations realm. As for the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, Guyu time and space should still exist, but they couldn't see it at all. Those old guys are able to collect the universe into the body, or hide in the turbulence of time and space. Outsiders can't find it at all. Wu Li and Jian Wushuang panted their hands, standing in another courtyard of the Muangfu, waiting for Mu Chan. Brother Wushuang, are you thinking about something? Wu Li looked at Jian Wushuang and stared at the sky in a daze. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, "It's nothing, just thinking. If these universes are formed, will they become the shackles of the tribulation realm?" Haha, my brother has a lot of thoughts, but there are also some truths. The universe was born above the ancient wood continent and cannot be moved unless it becomes the 8 tribulations realm. Wu Li also raised his head and looked at the starry sky, and he could see his universe at a glance. Then he said, "I thought about it before, but now that it is true, how can there be such a great ambition to reach the 5 tribulations realm in my life? I will be satisfied." Yes, the stronger the strength, the more clearly he can see his future. Wu Li, a half-step 4 tribulations realm of the universe, is actually quite good to be able to break through the 4 tribulations realm. Since he mastered the universe, Wu Li has deposited countless epics, and it hasn't been long before the next triumph. Now his strength and background, there is nothing to worry about. But after becoming the 4 tribulations, he should be anxious. In fact, with his current combat power, he can cross the tribulation earlier, mainly because once he successfully crosses the tribulation, when he reaches the 4th tribulation realm, he has no certainty to cross the 5th tribulation. Instead of breaking through early, it is better to accumulate the foundation first. At least when he encounters the 5th calamity realm, he goes to the 4th calamity. Many peaks of the 3 tribulations realm think so. But in the end, the forced crossing of the tribulation has become the 4 tribulation realm. There is no chance in front of him, and I can only wait anxiously. In the end, he is depressed and specializes in sand tribulation. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. He was nothing. Mastering the universe will not be in Guyu time and space, but will condense the universe in one's own body. This is the benefit of Jidao. Will not be bound by this world. But it was not so easy for the other people who came to Guyu time and space with him. After becoming the tribulation realm, there is a high probability that it will take root in the ancient moon time and space. Even if it returns to the time and space of the primitive universe, it will eventually return to the ancient moon time and space. Is rooted, it is the person of Guyu time and space. Jian Wushuang shook his head, not thinking about it anymore. At the moment, getting the quota first is the key, and there is not much time left for them. The holy meeting is 10 years later. This is the news that Wu Li just got. Squeak. The door of the small courtyard was pushed open, and the person here was Elder Mu Chan. It's just that the current Elder Mu Chan changed his spirit in the hall, but he was a little late. Brother Mukin. Elder Mu Chan. The two hurried forward to greet. Elder Mukin waved his hand and said casually, "There are no outsiders here. Don't have to see outside. Sit down and talk." The 3 people were sitting in a pavilion. Wu Li was also very winking. He took out a teapot and poured a cup for Mu Chan and Jian Wushuang. Ahem. Elder Mu Chan was also polite and took a sip from his teacup. Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were waiting for Elder Mu Chan to speak. I drank the tea, and everyone was there. Elder Mukin shook his sleeves and went straight to the subject. Since I'm all my own, I won't hide it from the 2 of you. This time I'm really helpless in recruiting my son-in-law. Next, under the narration of Elder Mu Chan, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were amazed. It turned out that the eldest Princess Jian Chun lived with her grandfather in Shirgua since she was a child, and she returned to Yu country after she became an immortal fairy. In the ordinary time, he had a baby kiss with a Shirguo Xianjiao. But with the rise of the Empress, the future emperor is likely to belong to Princess Jinchen, and the marriage was also stranded. If it were to be that simple, there would not be so many bad times in the future. The Shirguo Tianjiao is not an ordinary person, but a child of the Shirwang clan. Although he is not a direct child, where's the background? The son of the king of Shir is in the family. If this matter spreads out, where will Shirguo's face be placed? But these 2 are not giving up. The Tianjiao even chased the country from Shirgua to the country of Yu, and is now in the palace. And the other party also released ruthless words, "It's okay to divorce. But I have to give him an explanation, unless the emperor who married the eldest princess can defeat him, otherwise he will not agree to this marriage." Jian Wushuang frowned when he heard this and said, "He is very persistent. It's a pity that the Yu kings beat the Mandarin ducks. Whether it is for the face of Shirgua or for the imperial power of the Yu royal family, it is impossible for the eldest princess to marry each other. Helplessly, the two are also childhood sweethearts, and it is not so easy to force them apart. Ukanshu, see him, isn't it?" Elder Mu Chan shook his head and said, "This is also to blame for your majesty today. She had to send that little girl to Shirgua for training. Now she is so big, but she doesn't understand the royal family's efforts. A son of the Stone King family, and a direct son of the Yu King family. I really need to talk about background and strength, but in fact, the two are very close. But if it's a superfluous, it won't work. Yu Kingdom is afraid of introducing wolves into the house. Shir Kingdom is afraid of embarrassment. The latter is okay, and can be overcome. The former is absolutely impossible. No matter what, the children of the Stone King clan cannot be admitted. This is a major event threatening imperial power. Elder, there is something I need to do. Just say it." Jian Wushuang probably understood what the other party meant. Wu Li also stared at Mu Chan. In fact, the matter is very simple. Just defeat the Shirguo Xianjiao and let the other party give up. Wu Li was overjoyed when he heard this. This is too simple. But where did Mu Chan know the true strength of Jian Wushuang? He is still very worried now, but he can't say anything about attacking Jian Wushuang. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5682. The Tianjiao of Shir Kingdom, named Shirjiao, is very strong. Mu Chan worried. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, so that Elder Mu Chan could say that he was strong, and that really required him to take it seriously. But Wu Li is more confident than Jian Wushuang. He patted his chest and said, "Brother Mu Chan, don't worry. Since I'm all myself, I'll just say it. My nephew can't get along in Outland, but he definitely has the strength of you two. Have you ever heard of the fifth master of the Shir family?" Mu Chan didn't answer Wu Li's words, but spoke of a prominent figure in the Yu country. Wu Li heard it, pondered for a moment, and then surprised, "You mean Shirxiao of the Stone Royal family?" "Yes, it's him." Mu Chan nodded and said, "That Shirgua Tianjiao is his grandson." Wu Li also frowned this time and said, "His grandson? Why haven't I heard of it? I also just learned that he has an illegitimate child, and that illegitimate child is Shirjia's father. This matter is rarely known to me, and a friend of mine told me." Mu Chan shook his head and sighed. If it wasn't for the royal family who needed to recruit his son-in-law, he would really like that Shirgua Tianjiao. That is Shirxiao's grandson. Ishahide is a real figure in Shirgua and the backbone of the contemporary Stone King family. The reason why the Stone Kingdom was able to overpower the 16 kingdoms in this era, even comparable to the 8-star sect of the ancient Wood School, is that there is such a ZTE figure. Half-Step the master of the universe in the Seven Tribulations realm. In the future, Gomu continent has the most hope to be promoted to the master of the universe of Seven Tribulations. Seeing Wu Li's expression, Elder Mu Chan picked up the teacup and took a sip, thinking it was frightening Wu Li. The news really scared Wu Li, and he directly transmitted the sound to Jian Wushuang in private. "I will go to the palace later. Do something sharp. His background is too big. We can't afford to offend it." If this is heard by Elder Mu Chan, I'm afraid he will drop his jaw. That is Shirxiao's grandson. Although Shirxiao has many grandchildren, he still has the blood of Shirxiao, a half-step Seven Tribulations realm powerhouse, so how weak can it be? Jian Wushuang thought Wu Li was too dear to him. Under normal circumstances, he does not use the power of the beast god, and he may be hanged by the opponent. The true supernatural power of the eldest princess, he has learned, has a supernatural power of 130,000. Shirgua Tianjiao, who made the eldest princess so desperate, the other party's divine power, I am afraid it will be around 150,000. He used twice the power of the beast to be able to crush the opponent. To defeat, you need 3 times the power of the beast god. In the Temple of Chishin, the only person who can allow him to display so much power is probably only the robbery. An emperor is so strong. Your country does not allow such a powerful emperor. How about it, are you sure? Elder Muchan said straight away, Jin Wushuang. You can tell me whether the 130,000 supernatural power can reach it. Jin Wushuang also understood Mu Chen's thoughts and immediately got up. The power of the beast on his body immediately exploded. His basic divine power has changed from white arrogance to dark red, and his divine power has soared from less than 100,000 to 130,000. Exercising the power of the beast god, now he can make his divine power reach 130,000. 2 times is 160,000. The triple limit can reach 200,000. Is also the peak of his current normalcy. If you use the power of the starry sky to perform eternal transformation, then it is not divine power that can be converted. After all, he is a time-space practitioner, and now he has been recognized by time. If the eternal change is carried out, it will arouse suspicion by outsiders. It's better not to display it, or not to display it. The pinnacle of his supernatural power is enough for the emperor. The peak reaches the peak of the 3 tribulations realm with regular combat power. In the entire Guyu time and space, the great priest Wuli said had the power of the Lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. As long as his luck is not too bad, he will not meet such a perverted emperor. After feeling that Jin Wushuang's supernatural power exceeded 130,000, Mu Chen nodded in satisfaction, not too surprised. It must be a bit of strength for Wuli to take out such a valuable treasure, otherwise the treasure would be given away for nothing. My nephew, I can rest assured that you have this strength, but there are some things I said before. Now I have prepared 3 people in the palace. These 3 have nothing to do with Jin Qin regardless of whether they win or lose. You can rest assured, but I am right. The 3 of them don't have much confidence, and the main thing is to look at you. Mu Chen gave them a clear picture this time. Wuli chuckled and said, They are all my own nephews. We will be in-laws soon. Things were set, and the 3 of them didn't stay longer, and left the Muangfu directly to the palace. Yu Kingdom, Imperial Palace, is up to the top of Yunding in the royal city. Ordinary people can't see the appearance of the palace at all. Jin Wushuang also followed Mu Chen's lead to reach the front gate of the palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to find the gate. No wonder he didn't feel the powerhouse in the palace when he entered the royal city. Now that I get outside, I can feel a faint pressure. Great luck, Lord. The guards guarding the door are all experts in the robbery realm. What a style. Under the guidance of the guards, Jin Wushuang and others entered the palace. After entering, Jin Wushuang understood what the robbery realm force was. What you see here is the appearance of the time when Moro was at the peak of time and space. The Temple of Qi is said to be the Moroa time and space in the ancient times of the Inheritor, but it is still far behind compared to here. East Palace, Prince's Mansion. Snapped. Dongsheng Hall. The eldest princess Jin Chun regained his original appearance, and it was the young girl Jin Wushuang saw. At this time, the eldest princess, in front of the empress, smashed the Optimus Prime in the hall with a palm. I won't marry anyone except him. Princess Jinshin's temper came up, and no one could stop it. The female Emperor Feng Chan frowned, stared at Jin Chun, and exclaimed, You want marry? If you don't marry, even if I sit on the throne, I want marry. The figure of the empress came to Princess Jin Shan instantly, and she slapped her hand because the words just touched her bottom line. The sound is very crisp. Princess Jin Chun was stunned. She raised her head and stared at the eyes that were very similar to the Empress Fengchen. They were very watery and still filled with tears. You hit me. Jin Shun couldn't believe it. Her mother, although she is very cold to the outside world, she has never been like this to her. Empress Fengchen coldly shouted, Aren't you sitting on the throne? She wanted to laugh out loud. You kingdom's throne. I don't know how many people are staring at it. As long as he sits on the throne, the royal family will tilt resources. Now the potential of the princess will soon be able to reach the 3 tribulations realm and master the universe. In the later stage, countless resources are needed. This resource is only produced by the royal family in the U country. Even if it is produced, it depends on the person. Becoming the emperor of the U kingdom naturally has that qualification. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5683 became the female emperor, which means that you can become a powerful person in the 4 tribulation realm from the start. Sit 4 and look at 5. This is a dream that many people can't ask for. Why doesn't she understand it? In this world, how can there be so many emotions? Once the strength can't keep up with the other party, it will be cast aside. This is the eternal truth. When the time comes, one party will become Sanjia, and the other party will be the energetic master of the universe, and it will be too late to regret. Looking at his mother's cold eyes, Jin Chun didn't dare to talk back. This matter is beyond your control, but I can also give you a guarantee that after you achieve the throne and become the 4 tribulations realm, I will no longer care about you. These words gave Jin Chun a hope and an excuse. Jin Chun is also very smart and soon understood his mother's intentions. She can marry someone she doesn't like, and of course she can also have a different room. Even after becoming the 4 tribulations realm, she can still go to her brother Sergio. But even so, she was still a little reluctant. When will it wait? She is now an emperor, and there is still a way to go before the tribulation realm. After breaking through the tribulation realm, it can quickly become the 3 tribulation realm, but the 4 tribulation realm is not so easy. Brother Sergio, can you wait for me? Jin Chun muttered silently in his heart. At this time, Jin Wushuang and the others just arrived outside the hall and saw 2 other people waiting here. These 2 are the old and the young. The strength of the old man Jin Wushuang couldn't see through it. It should be stronger than Wu Li, but it's not that strong. There is little vitality. It should not be the lord of the universe, but the realm of dispersal. The young man standing next to him is bold and strong. His face is determined, his hair is tied, and his crown is meticulous. It seems that this person is that Shigua Tianjiao, Shijulai. Just when the 3 of them stood firm, another 3 arrived. Are all emperors? It should be the 3 emperors arranged by Elder Mu Chan. Are all the god-defying emperors from other countries? This kind of thing can actually be solved with a little money. It's just that the royal family is not too exaggerated because of its face. As for those in Vietnam, they were all dissuaded from leaving. There are also more than 100,000 times, but the difference in strength is too much. Calculated like this time the 4 people who challenged Shigua Tianjiao, each of them are from Vietnam, and it is ironic enough to say it. Fortunately, Wu Li had the foresight, and he arranged Jin Wushuang to appear in the Azure Cloud sect early, and he was under the door of Elder Mu Chun. Now he is considered a Vietnamese. Prince Mu. The 3 emperors were very polite when they saw Elder Mu Chun. After all, Elder Mu Chun invited him. It's just that there are outsiders at this time. Mu Chun didn't say much, just nodded lightly. The 3 of them glanced at Jin Wushuang first and did not notice anything surprising, so they ignored it, but looked at Sergio himself. This is the enemy. Your Majesty, summon everyone, come with me. After a while, a feminine old man with a black robe and top hat walked out of the hall and summoned everyone to enter. After entering the Dongxing Palace, he saw the Empress, but did not see the figure of Princess Jinchen. At this time, Princess Jinchen stood behind the screen and could clearly see the scene in the hall, but everyone in the hall could not feel the presence of the princess. Sergio looked around, but he didn't find his sweetheart, a little uneasy. He was not afraid of the emperors of the Yu Kingdom, but he was afraid that Jin Chen would be threatened by others. Weak thought power came. Sergio received Jin Chen's voice transmission, his breath stabilized, and at the same time, he silently read the voice transmission in his heart. Don't worry, I won't let you wait. Princess Jin Chen didn't want Sergio to spell out her own thoughts. As long as she reached the 4 tribulations realm, no one could stop her, but Sergio was very confident. Among the emperors, he was not afraid of anyone. In Shigua, there are still a few talents who can threaten him, but in Yuegua, the emperor is invincible. This is not madness, but fact. If it weren't for Jin Wushuang's sudden arrival, even if you turned Yuegua over again, you wouldn't be able to find an emperor who could rival Sergio. Stone family boy, Don't say that the more I am not tolerate you. If you defeat my Yuegua Tianjiao today, I won't worry about the two of you. The Empress said directly. Elder Mukin had already told all about Jin Wushuang. At this time, the Empress also had some confidence. Your Majesty, said Jiuding, Shi Jiao is willing to fight. Shi Jiao stepped out and stood in the center of the hall, his eyes sharpened. Who will come first? He looked at the four of them, and his breath kept rising. Jin Wushuang was about to step forward, but was stopped by Wu Li. Let those three go first. Mu Chan has already paid for it, so I can't make them so easy. Wu Li Chuanin said. Mukin also meant this, and wanted these three to go and try each other's details. The strength of the three of them is similar. They came here to do this. They didn't hesitate, and they walked out one person at the moment. I learned it. The man was dressed in rugged armor, his voice just fell, and the same breath broke out. The supernatural power soared directly to 130,000. Has reached the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. Shirju looked sideways. He had never heard of the person in front of him, but he was not a mediocre person who could explode with a power of 130,000. He also exploded with a supernatural power of 130,000. Jin Wushuang stared at the two of them, as he could feel that Shi Jiao did not exert all his strength, but the emperor who was recruited by Elder Mu Qian had already reached the peak. And the vitality of this emperor is a bit weak for some reason. Should be much older than these people. Princess Jinxin and the Tianjiao named Shi Jiao should have been born in less than 1,000 years. 1,000 era, in Guyue time and space, that was quite a short period of time, especially for those in the tribulation realm, is a time of retreat. In the long river of ancient time and space, such as Guyu time and space, the long time is calculated by the era. For example, the age of the gods at the peak of the ancient wood continent www.unravel. The flame gods in the stone country, the top 8 tribulations realm, are famous throughout the ancient moon time and space. The characters who can create an era are generally the masters of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm. The age of the flame has not long passed. The peak of the current era has not yet come, and everyone has a chance. Let's do it. Shi Jiao stretched out a hand and waved it casually, and silver scales appeared on his body. The two of them are wrong, and they shoot each. Was just a face-to-face, and that Emperor Jiao Jun could feel the horror of Shi Jiao, and if he was dealt face-to-face with the punch just now, he might be seriously injured. But he could feel that Shi Jiao didn't show any more supernatural powers. It is clearly 130,000 supernatural powers. Why is the gap so big? Jin Wushuang was also amazed. This was the first time he had seen Guyu time and space's Emperor Tianjiao fight against him. He found an amazing gap. In the case of the same rank and the same combat strength, experience is more important. Although Shi Jiao raised his divine power to the same state as the opponent, he was still able to easily defeat his opponent. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5684. Mangjia Emperor shot again, raising his aura to the extreme, continuously attacking, and the divine power of each punch can reach 130,000 divine power. Kept pushing Shi Jiao back. Every one of his moves can hit Shi Jiao. The frenzied attack of a few breaths of time has reduced the aura of Emperor Mangjia. Shi Jiao, who has been passively beaten, has nothing to do. It's me. Shi Jiao raised the corner of his mouth, flashed, and instantly arrived in front of Emperor Mangjia. His hands suddenly changed, but he lifted his foot and mentioned Emperor Mangjia's face fiercely. Just a kick. The Emperor Mangjia stepped back directly. His head was not covered by Mang armor, and the divine body was directly cracked. He couldn't believe it. With the same supernatural power, he didn't hurt his opponent even if he attacked. In the end, he was only repelled by the opponent's move, and he was also injured. This is impossible. Unacceptable. He wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, once again raised his breath to the peak. His hands were sealed, and he madly shot out a group of divine power condensed air, bursting out an incomparably astonishing breath. Jin Wushuang saw this and shook his head slightly. Divine power is the mainstay. One of the downsides is that it consumes too much. Although the power is violent, but if you continue like this, you may be exhausted before defeating the opponent. Emperor Mangjia really played a role in his madness. Shi Jiao gradually couldn't bear it, and there was a slight drop in his divine power. But Mangjia Emperor is not much better. His divine power has dropped to 120,000. Fell down again, and the attack launch did not pose any threat to Shi Jiao. Shi Jiao resisted the impact of countless air waves, with his arms in front of him, stepped back slightly, and broke out again in the next moment. His whole body aura suddenly changed, directly resisting the impact of the air wave, and forcibly rushed up. The Emperor Mangjia, who was completely in the offensive, did not expect Shi Jiao to be able to rush over. Isn't there a saying that the best defense is offense? Why doesn't it work anymore? Shi Jiao rushed in front of the opponent in an instant, struck out with a punch, and the entire fist was sunken directly into the chest of Emperor Mangjia. Even the Meng armor appeared some fragmentation. That is the treasure of the universe. The treasures of the universe, there was a slight crack, not to mention the divine body of Emperor Mangjia. Now it has been completely broken. The supernatural power fell from 120,000 to less than 50,000. Almost fell asleep. Originally, the Imperial Emperor wanted to use the injury for injury, but he didn't expect to be defeated so easily. The remaining two looked at each other and suddenly lost a trace of confidence in their hearts. Originally, the two were still thinking about a wheel fight, and if the first one is not good, then the second one. This will continue to wear down the opponent's supernatural power. But looking at it now, Shi Jiao's divine power hasn't changed in any way, and even his aura hasn't changed. It's still so stable. It's as easy as just taking a sip of tea. Emperor Mangjia got up with difficulty and said tremblingly, "I lost." After speaking, he withdrew to the side, while Elder Mu Chan was pale. He never thought that Shi Jiao could be so strong. Princess Jinshin's strength is more than 130,000. Even if the divine power is not average, plus some secret techniques, it is one level stronger than these three. But the combat power displayed by Shi Jiao was at least several levels stronger than these three emperors. Empress Fengchen, as the strongest person present, the Lord of the Universe in the Five Tribulations realm, saw the most thorough. This time, I am afraid I will lose. Also hesitated in my heart. If you lose, how can you save it? Shi Jiao moved his wrist, and he seemed not satisfied with the punch he just made. He stared at the few remaining people and said, "Why don't you go together? This is too provocative. They are all Tianjiao. How can they be together? That's too shameless." Elder Mukin was thick-skinned and said directly, "If this is the case, let's go together. Young people like to challenge the limit." After speaking, he winked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang has not moved at all. Then Elder Mu Chun looked at Wu Li again. Wu Li had some headaches, and he spoke privately, "Brother Mu Chun, my nephew is relatively young. You know the young man. You take face seriously, but don't worry, no matter how strong your opponent is this time. I have absolute confidence in him." Said that, and Mu Chun didn't insist. The remaining two emperors nodded to each other, took the money to do business, and couldn't care about the face, so they could only bite the bullet and go together. This time, the two of them are fully prepared, and Mu Chun has made a promise. As long as he hurts the stone, it is a great achievement, and the previously promised treasure can also be added by 50%. "Why, are you two left?" Shi Jia's gaze shifted from the two to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang also looked at each other. Only a slight smile leaked, and he nodded lightly. There was an electric arc across Shi Jia's eyes, and he could feel Jian Wushuang's extraordinary, definitely much better than the two in front of him. But his strength is not so. Even if Jian Wushuang has a whole card, he also has a stronger whole card. He is Shi Jiao's grandson, not only has a strong bloodline, but also has powerful treasures. Because his father was an illegitimate child, he suffered a lot from snacks, and later because of the fall of his enemy, Shi Jiao felt that he owed that son. So he made up for everything to the grandson. Shi Jiao did not live up to that Shi Jia contemporary best, and he is the super powerhouse of Zhongxing Shigua. Yue has also become one of the most outstanding emperors of Shi Jia contemporary, and he has always preserved his strength and has always been concealed. This is related to his early experience. Before his father fell, he had asked him to hide his strongest whole cards at any time, and only the unused methods were called whole cards. Once it is displayed, the opponent will fall. Only in this way can it become the whole card forever. It's a pity that he would have the wrong meaning. At the beginning, it was as moisturized as it is now. You don't need a whole card. The more you show yourself, the more you can get attention and get more treasures. Sergio, don't be arrogant. The two Emperor Tianjiao shot together, only to find that Sergio didn't put them in his eyes at all. He was particularly annoyed for a while, and he burned the divine body when he came up. Elder Mukin has made a promise to them. All the treasures consumed during the fight will be counted on him, even if he goes to fight. The two were also not stingy, and directly burned 30% of the divine body, reaching the limit. The divine power exploded directly to 136,000 times. This is the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. The peak of the second tribulation realm is about 180,000. The normal divine power of the three tribulations realm is around 200,000. Sergio condensed with one hand, and suddenly made a fist. When he stretched out his palm, there was already a cloud of purple thunder in his palm. His divine power has not changed, but the ball of thunder in his palm has exploded with more than 140,000 divine power. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5685. This is. The two Emperor Tianjiao's expressions were shocked, and before they were the same, Thunder Wanjun burst in front of them. Shijia's eyes burst into thunder. Just a glance, thunder descended like a waterfall, swallowing the two of them. Even the Empress was a little moved in this scene. The trace of power just now seemed to have exceeded her expectations of the Emperor. Is there really such a powerful Emperor in the world? Mukin is even more ashamed. This is a little different from the news he got. How could the opponent be so strong? The two emperors were wrapped in thunder and couldn't get out at all. They were already trapped to death. How can he be so strong? Both of them couldn't believe it. This thunder cage had already exploded with a supernatural power of 150,000. Can't be defeated by the two of them at all. Sergio is a leisurely manipulation of the thunder cage. He only needs to shake hands to easily defeat the two. Who? Jian Wushuang shook his head and didn't want to look anymore. Instead of wasting time here, he might as well shoot early. Among those present, apart from Wu Li, I am afraid that no one is optimistic about Jian Wushuang. Even the Empress Fengchen felt hopeless. Elder Mukin sighed even more. Brother Wu Li, this time my information is wrong. Blame me. He already thought that Jian Wushuang had no hope. Brother Mu Chun, the universe is uncertain, there may not be no chance. Wu Li was very confident. Elder Mu Chun, who had been suspicious, he looked at Jian Wushuang with solemn eyes. Why is Wu Li so confident? Is this Jian Wushuang Wu Li's illegitimate child? The more he looked, the more he felt that they looked alike. But since they all said so, he can only believe Wu Li's words, and the two people in the thunder cage gave up directly. Those two also felt hopeless, and they were not prepared to persist. But I was a little unhappy to hear that Mu Chun had to deduct treasures. Mr. Mu, my brothers have another trick, which can definitely hurt each other badly, but the price is a bit high. Mukin didn't believe it, but he nodded in agreement. He is out at all costs. It is best to be severely injured. Princess Jean Chen behind the screen was excited to watch. She did not expect Sergio's strength to be so powerful, and she could easily defeat these three emperors. In the end, these two erupted out of 136,000 times the divine power. Although it is not as good as her, if she joins forces, let alone defeated, I am afraid it will be difficult to suppress. Thinking of this, she understood a little bit. Maybe Sergio didn't seem to hit her, so she has always retained her strength. She is a very strong person, which is very similar to the Empress. Sergio indeed has been hiding something from Jean Chun for this reason. Of course, what his father told him is more important. Give up, it doesn't make sense anymore. Sergio manipulated the cage with his palm, exerting a slight force, and the two in the thunder cage almost knelt down. Can't bear it at all. Thanks, Tusk. You are indeed very powerful. You are obviously just the same divine power, not even as powerful as the two of us, but you can perform such a powerful trick. I admit that I can't beat you this time." The two of them stared at Shurjiu, and they really wanted to give up. But it will also make the other party so relaxed. But don't think about it too much. As soon as the voice fell, Shurjiu's eyes shrank, and he felt a threat in an instant. As soon as his palm was hard, he wanted to directly defeat the two. But it's too late. The thunder cage was instantly dissolved by a black air, and the black mist came straight to his face. At the moment the black mist appeared, the Empress stood up directly from the throne. Her eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Staring at the black mist, her eyes were full of fear. That black mist, she has seen and heard of it. This is a force that does not belong to this era. How can it appear here? Others can't see the specialness of black mist at all. Even Jian Wushuang just felt that the power of the black mist had swallowed it, and there was nothing special about it. But after dissolving the thunder cage, when he raided Shurjiu's body, the familiar breath made the sword faceless and shocked. The power of death. That is extremely powerful death power. When Shurjiu was contaminated, he swallowed most of Shurjiu's vitality in an instant. Shurjiu's divine power also fell instantly. Fortunately, the power of death does not belong to the two emperors and is constantly weakening. Otherwise, this is enough to kill Shurjiu directly. The threat this time was something Shurjiu had never felt before. It was terrifying. If the Sanjia realm encounters a group of black fog, I am afraid that it will leave a curse, and it will be impossible to regain its vitality in a lifetime. Fortunately, Shurjiu is only an emperor. Even so, the black mist dissolved half of his body, leaving only bones. The same is true on the face. The horrified bones are leaking to the outside world. Jin Chun saw this scene extremely distressed, almost rushed out, but fortunately was stopped by the Empress. The Empress was also prepared to stop her, but when she thought of Jian Wushuang losing again, she really couldn't stop her. Finally endured it. Haha, he really can't resist it, so he will shoot now. The two emperors took the opportunity to shoot again. Shurjiu now is the most weak, unable to stop the two at all. Even if the current two emperors are weaker, they can't stop them at all. Jian Wushuang couldn't stand it anymore, hitting two with one, and still resorting to such despicable means. Also, the appearance of the power of death made him vigilant. Mukin was very excited. The battle turned around. Shurjiu is now as fragile as a piece of white paper. Maybe he won't need Jian Wushuang to make a move. Look at the battle. It is indeed the case. Shurjiu's supernatural power has fallen below 100,000. Jian Wushuang doesn't think so. Although the divine power has fallen, but the divine body is not broken at all. The source of divine power can be restored instantly. Shurjiu took out a piece of uncut jade from the mustard seeds and crushed it in a hand. After that, the missing body instantly grew out of his body, and his divine power began to surge and recover. Death to me. Shurjiu had killing intent in his eyes and directly attacked the killer. His divine power directly skyrocketed to 150,000, and he beat the two in an instant with one punch. And again, a thunder was condensed in the palm of the hand. This thunder was not a cage, but a sharp blade, which passed directly through the two people's chests. Mukin shot directly at this time and said, "Keep these two people alive. It's just a competition, not a killer. This is stipulated in advance." Shurjiu heard Mu Chen's words, not only did not stop, but instead swung a knife with one hand, wanting to solve the two directly. He almost died in the hands of these two people just now, and if he hadn't had a backhand, I'm afraid these two people would kill him if they didn't kill him. Mu Chun saw that Shurjiu was still going to make a move, and immediately dashed in front of the opponent. With a powerful force of power, he directly separated the three of them forcibly. The two emperors were thrown away like dead dogs and fell to the ground, unable to move at all. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5686. Empress eased her emotions at this time and transmitted the sound to Mu Chun. The two of them couldn't let go. They had to figure out the origin of the black mist just now, although Mukin didn't understand. But the Empress said it all. It shows that things are not simple. Did not ask much. Shurju is a little angry. And Shurju's Four Tribulations realm powerhouse also opened his eyes at this time. Instead of looking at Mu Chun, he looked at the female emperor of Yu Kingdom. Although he didn't speak, he let out a cold snort, but the hall was shaking. Senior Shurhan, it was indeed rude just now. The Empress nodded slightly, apologizing. This Shurhan is a man of the Shur Kingdom in the last era. There was the power of the peak of the Four Tribulation realm back then, but it was a pity that it failed to cross the tribulation, and now that it became the scattering tribulation realm, the voice has become the power of the ordinary Four Tribulation realm. But even so, he would make a move just now, but he was stopped by Shurju. If he makes a move, the Empress will definitely take the opportunity to drive him away. For Jin Qin, he resisted a lot. Your Majesty Fengchen, don't forget, he is the grandson of the fifth master, and he keeps the blood of my Shur family. Shurhan's voice was loud. This is not a big flag. Today's ancient wood continent, the Shur family is a pivotal existence. Besides, there are flame gods in the stone country, which can stabilize the existence of the Wood King. A small Yu country actually deceived the Shur family so much. If it weren't for Shurju's infatuation, he would have liked to shake the matter out and let Yu Guo know how terrible Shurguo looked after his anger. Senior Shurhan, don't say anything. I, Shurju, can come here with determination. Shurju panted, first was injured by the force of death, and then was shaken out by Mu Chun. Due to internal injuries, the divine body is a little unstable. Now his strength has dropped a lot, but it has little effect. Now Jin Wushuang is left. As long as he defeats Jin Wushuang, he can marry Jin Shen in a fair way, or marry into Yu Kingdom. He is also willing. His grandpa will support him. That's enough. Princess Jin Shen behind the screen saw this scene, her eyes full of distress. The female emperor looked a little embarrassed when she heard this. Has she ever been threatened so much? Shiji's anger? The female emperor also has anger in her eyes. If she is in the Seven Tribulations realm, why should she be afraid of the Stone Kingdom? Why are you afraid of others entering Vietnam? What a pity she is not. That's why I have to fight. At this holy meeting, she must get the position of saint. Then he abdicated the emperor of the Yu Kingdom and went to the Gumu sect. With endless resources, she would have no worries about the sixth calamity. After becoming the Sixth Tribulations realm, he prepared for the Seventh Tribulations with all his heart. Is backed by Gumu school, she also has a lot of confidence. If she has been crossing, even with the power of the whole family, she would not have the confidence to reach the seventh calamity. The sixth calamity is already the limit, and it's still unstable, otherwise she would have crossed the sixth calamity early. Mukin didn't pay attention to that Shurhan, but looked at Jin Wushuang and said, "It's all up to you, don't stress. Shurju is already injured, you still have a good chance." Jin Wushuang nodded lightly and took a step forward, already in front of Shurju. When the female emperor looked towards Jin Wushuang, she couldn't quite see it through, but she hoped that Jin Wushuang could defeat the opponent. The eldest princess Jin Chun, who was behind the screen, also stared at Jin Wushuang. She always felt that Jin Wushuang was very similar to the mysterious powerhouse he met in Baihua Mountain, and she was very worried. "You are very strong." Jin Wushuang and Shur faced each other. No one thought that the first sentence Jin Wushuang came up would be Kwa Shurju. Shurju leaked a smile and said calmly, "Although I can't see through you, I can feel that you are not the same as the three in front of you. It is indeed different." Jin Wushuang also directly admitted, without any concealment. After finishing speaking, under everyone's surprised eyes, he took out one of the mustard seeds, the fruit of life brought from the temple of Qishan. This is the treasure to increase the divine body, and it is also the treasure to restore the divine body. In the time and space dominated by divine power, it is most suitable for practitioners. Jin Wushuang threw it past without any hesitation. Shurju was taken aback, but still took it. Not only is Shurju, the others also don't understand what Jin Wushuang is doing. The previous Emperor Mangjia, who was easily defeated by Shurju, was even more surprised. What did he want? The female emperor's eyes were constantly flickering, and she couldn't understand Jin Wushuang's intention. "Brother Wuli, what kind of way is this?" Could it be that the fruit is very poisonous? Mu Qing guessed privately through a voice transmission. Wu Li rolled his eyes and felt that the prince was too embarrassed, so he said directly, "It's nothing. Maybe my nephew thinks it's too embarrassing to defeat a wounded emperor." This? Mu Chun was completely stunned. This is too confident. Shi Jie's previous explosion of divine power has exceeded 150,000, and it was still the explosion when he was injured. Maybe stronger than this, and there are backups. Are you afraid of losing? At this time, he couldn't control so much. He directly reminded Jian Wushuang, "Wushuang's sage nephew, you have to think clearly. If anyone marries Jin Chun, he will have a place in the holy meeting." Brother Mu Chun, this kind of thing is boring to say. Shirhan, who was standing on the edge, sneered at the two of them, but he was a little stunned at Jian Wushuang's actions. Compared with the previous ones, Jian Wushuang is obviously more pleasing to the eye. This idiot, Bai Xia just used the whole card. The two emperors who were almost killed by Shi Jiu looked at Jian Wushuang like idiots. Shi Jiu shook the green fruit in his hand, explored his mind force, and found no fault, and said sincerely, "Thank you." Click. Take a bite, and the green juice flows along the corner of the mouth. Formidable vitality and infinite divine power instantly emerged into Shi Jiu's body. Only in an instant, he returned to his peak state, was even stronger than before. Shi Jiu clenched his fists, slightly hard. His divine power burst out, and the power of thunder also appeared on his body. 150,000 supernatural power. How's it going? Is the state restored? Jian Wushuang asked. Shi Jiu took out 100,000 cubic cosmic crystals from the mustard seeds and thanked him. "I would like to ask fellow Taoists to accept it. Such a precious treasure is a bit of a waste to me." He actually has a treasure for recovery, but the effect is definitely not as good as the fruit of life. It's a fruit. It's not worth mentioning. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head, but since the opponent insisted, he accepted it. Avoid the time when the other party is embarrassed to give him all his strength. Elder Mu Qin couldn't help it anymore. He now doubted whether Jian Wushuang had been bought. Just when he was about to exit, he was pulled down by Wu Li. He is also from Yugua. Although he is not a royal family, he also feels that if Mu Chun continues speaking, Yugua will lose his face. Although the Empress was a little puzzled, she still recognized Jian Wushuang's practice. The dispute between gentlemen is upright. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5687. If Jian Wushuang really wins, she is more of the royal family, but she has found the treasure. A quota for a holy meeting can attract such talents. This transaction is not a loss. And when the time comes, it also represents the Yu country, and even more represents the Yu royal family. This is a chance for them to have a long face. The eldest princess behind the screen clenched her fist, ecstatic in her heart. She is now full of confidence in Shi Jiu. "Let's start then." "Go ahead." Both are angry at the same time. Jian Wushuang used the power of the beast god, instantly raising to 130,000. But this is not enough. In order to be safe, he directly used twice the power of the beast god. At this time, his supernatural power reached a terrifying 160,000. This is already the top level in the second tribulation realm. Shi Jiu's eyes flickered. He expected Jian Wushuang to be very powerful, but he didn't expect that at the beginning, he burst out with 160,000 supernatural powers. Even if he is proficient in divine power and can easily defeat opponents under the same divine power, Jian Wushuang is not bad. Mukin even beamed his eyes, pulling Wu Li's arm, and said excitedly, "Brother Wu Li, he is his own family, and you actually conceal it from me. Wushuang nephew can actually burst out of 160,000 supernatural power. Jian Wushuang is so powerful. He is more excited than anyone else. The current Jian Wushuang is stronger than Shi Jiu, and it is beyond the supernatural power of 10,000 yuan. The gap is much larger. The three emperors who had been defeated earlier had their jaw dropped even more. Didn't they say that they are all about the same strength? And they also know that it is the Emperor Tianjiao who is not against the sky in Vietnam, otherwise they will not come. How come a super arrogant of 160,000 supernatural power suddenly appeared? There are such arrogances, why are you still looking for them? This is simply a naked humiliation to them. Without self-confidence. Shirhan was also shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang explode with 160,000 supernatural powers. 160,000 supernatural power, this is already comparable to the best batch of Tianjiao in Shirgua. However, he is very confident in Shijiu. 160,000 is nothing. Shijiu's experience of mastering supernatural power in the same rank is the most powerful emperor he has ever seen. Inside the door to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. Although Jin Qian is also a super arrogant among the emperors, but the peak of his divine power can reach about 140,000. At this time, seeing Jian Wushuang's 160,000 divine power, I can't help but feel a little worried. Shijiu, as a party, naturally did not dare to be careless. The difference of is 10,000, that is a gap, so it is necessary to use the secret of whole cards again. Ha! Shijiu shouted angrily and broke out again. His divine power soared from 150,000 to 160,000, and countless electric arcs appeared on his body. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and it hurt suddenly. Is much stronger than he expected. Under the same divine power, he doesn't have much confidence. The other party is the divine power of the major. Although he has double cultivation, he can deal with such a super arrogant who specializes in divine power. He does not have much confidence in his current state. Jian Wushuang took the lead. Using the subtlety of space, he could suppress Shijiu in speed. In terms of combat experience, he is not weak against the opponent. Shijiu can also clearly feel Jian Wushuang's speed is unusually strange. Was extra careful when he shot, and then moved again after dodge, before daring to stop. Could Jian Wushuang's speed is more than that. Shijiu had just stabilized his figure. He had waited in that position long ago, gathering chi with one hand, and his divine power exploded. A group of dark red light waves directly hit Shijiu's back at close range. Shijiu felt threatened, and he wanted to escape. Could Jian Wushuang followed closely, surpassing Shijiu's speed by a lot, and appeared directly on top of Shijiu's head. With a punch, he smashed the vacated Shijiu fiercely, just collided with that light wave. Boom! Jian Wushuang didn't give the opponent any chance. No matter what opponent he encountered, he didn't like to drag. Crossed his hands, the divine power on his body exploded again, and then suddenly raised his hands. All the divine power on his body exploded. With him as the core position, it exudes a vortex of endless mighty divine power. The female emperor insisted. She pointed it out and directly arranged the next enchantment to resist the shock of terror. Otherwise, this hall will collapse. Rumbling. After the last aftermath of the divine power vortex, only countless smoke and dust remained. Jian Wushuang could feel that the breath below was already weakening. Who? Shijiu's figure appeared from the dust. The other people in the hall were shocked to see. Except for Wuli, I found it incredible. Originally thought that reaching 130,000 is already the peak. I didn't expect to see two super talents with 160,000 supernatural powers today, and the battle was still so fierce in Jiaozuo. In terms of combat experience, the two's methods are no less than the master of the universe. Shijiu walked out of the smoke. His silver armor was not in Chengliang, and his hair became a little messy. The breath on his body is constantly rising. How many years have you been? You were the first to defeat me head-on. Shijiu's voice trembled a bit, but the aura on his body was constantly breaking through. Quickly recovered to 160,000 supernatural power and did not stop. 165,000 times, 168,000 times, 169,000 times, 170,000. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and said, "Your supernatural power should be 180,000. He can feel that Shijiu is still hiding. Thanks. Didn't you use your full strength?" Shijiu's mouth raised, and the next moment he didn't explode, but made an instant shot. This time Shijiu's speed increased a lot. Jian Wushuang had time to dodge in the future, and his frontal punch was like a bolt of thunder, directly hitting his face. As he retreated, Shurjiu rushed again and directly grabbed his ankle. Shurjiu tried his best and directly threw Jian Wushuang out. Followed, Shurjiu charged up again, elbowing up and down, the blood in the mouth of Jian Wushuang who was hitting up. Wumshu, calm spirit. Shurjiu yelled a word and gathered a wave of extremely powerful divine power with both hands. Yuan. The second word came out, and the divine power contained in the aura rose to a level again. The pure divine power of that wave of air has gathered up to 180,000. Cut. The last word was spit out, and the divine power gathered in Shurjiu's hands completely exploded. A total of 190,000 supernatural powers, condensed into a mass, rushed towards Jian Wushuang who had lost gravity. When I felt the huge threat, it was too late. Has not stabilized the figure, the huge light wave has already arrived in front of him. Jian Wushuang used both hands to block, but with only 160,000 supernatural power, it was like a praying man's arm as a car. The power of the beast god. Triple. Jian Wushuang directly doubled super, and his divine power instantly soared to 190,000. Has the same supernatural power as Lingyuan Zhan. Was finally blocked while leaning against the barrier. But if this group of huge divine power bursts completely, he will definitely be injured. Chapter 56-88. The two sides barely left room, and they erupted directly to the peak. But it can be clearly seen that Shurjiu's secret method can reach 190,000 divine power, but his own divine power is not so high, and can only maintain the appearance of 170,000. Jian Wushuang is different, and now the peak secret method of hard anti-Shurjiu. His own divine power has also exploded to 190,000. This is a real 190,000 supernatural power. Already had the combat power of the Three Tribulations realm. The Emperor is so powerful. There are not a few in the entire Gumu continent. Even the Upper Empress couldn't help but marvel. 190,000 supernatural powers. She didn't expect Shurjiu to be so powerful, and she didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful. It seems that no matter how strong Shurjiu is, Jian Wushuang can stabilize the opponent. This kind of pressure made Shurjiu a little breathless for a while. The strongest secret method was blocked. This is impossible. Shurjiu was a little unacceptable. 190,000 supernatural power. Actually couldn't beat Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held the hot air wave with both hands and wanted to push back. He doesn't have so many surprises and hesitations now. Shurjiu's strength is indeed beyond his imagination. 190,000 divine power wave. The other party's secret method is too bad. It is a pity that he has not yet obtained the true core secret, otherwise he would not be so embarrassed. Ming Ming is much stronger than Shurjiu's divine power, but he is inferior to the opponent's divine power and control. On the basis of the divine body, 20,000 divine powers broke out again. With the supernatural power of 170,000, the supernatural power of 190,000 was still not lost. Even now, the passive is Jian Wushuang himself. Jian Wushuang tried his best. The beasts and gods ran wildly, and the origin was compressed to the lowest level. His supernatural power has approached 200,000. Get me back. Jian Wushuang yelled angrily, resisting the scorching sensation from his hands, and forcibly pushed Lingyuan Zhan back. With such a powerful divine power, the connection world is trembling. The female emperor had to increase the power of the enchantment again. Mukin and others quickly backed away. The battle between these two emperors has been able to threaten them. Especially seeing Jian Wushuang's divine power, it was almost 200,000, and his shocked eyes were about to come out. Although the Shurjia Sanjia powerhouse was shocked that Jian Wushuang would be so powerful, he was more worried about Shurjiu at this time. Lingyuan Zhan was pushed back. How could Shurjiu stop him? Your Majesty, we surrender. It was discovered that Shurjiu was still ready to resist. Shurhan was completely unable to stand up and directly chose to surrender for Shurjiu. If this continues, Shurjiu will undoubtedly die. Even if he could block this backlash, he wouldn't be Jian Wushuang's opponent. The gap was still too big. If it weren't for the shackles of enchantment, Jian Wushuang could completely avoid this trick, and his body skills would be flexible. No matter how Shurjiu calculated from that angle, he had no hope of winning. No. Shurjiu was still unwilling. His hands were madly unprinted, and the purple thunder on the center of his eyebrows flashed wildly. The power of restraint. The female emperor was about to suppress that group of arrogance, but she saw Shurjiu's determination, and the aura in him was still rising. She understood that Shurjiu still had yet to show his cards, then maintained the enchantment again, but did not stop it. Shurhan felt that it was too hard, and it was totally unnecessary. It's really not good. You can let Shurjiu personally propose marriage, or even take the eldest princess away. There is no need to make it look like this. It's crazy. Is this still the emperor? Mu Qin's hands trembled. The three defeated emperors retreated to the corner. The eyes are absent, and he is obviously scared. The supernatural power of 130,000 is just the pinnacle of the one tribulation realm. But the two players on the field are able to explode the combat power of the three tribulations realm, and they also have whole cards. Even if Wu Li had confidence in Jian Wushuang, he felt a little unstable at this time. Fortunately, he chose Jian Wushuang. If he were someone else, he would be desperate now. You must win. Wu Li prayed from the bottom of his heart. He had seen Jian Wushuang's true strength. The current Jian Wushuang hasn't made a sword yet, didn't even display the eternal changes. Once the power of the starry sky is used, it is not a divine power to calculate. Jian Wushuang is just the peak of normalcy now. Realizing that Shurjiu still has a backhand, Jian Wushuang was also shocked by the opponent's strength this time. Guyu time and space, the strongest emperor, isn't that the great priest? Listening to Wu Li's tone, the other party can suppress the Lord of the Universe. Mastering the tribulation realm of the Emperor of the Universe is too far apart from the tribulation realm who has not mastered the universe. For example, the ordinary combat power of the three tribulations realm is between 180,000 and 220,000. But if you master the universe, the divine power can burst to the peak of 300,000. Wu Li half a step into the four tribulations realm. He has 300,000 supernatural powers. Has more than 100,000 supernatural powers. The gap between and the second tribulation realm is even greater. Therefore, the emperor who goes against the sky usually reaches the threshold of the three tribulations realm, can be compared to the Lord of the Universe, and even suppress the Lord of the Universe is the legend of an era. But now the aura erupting in Shurjiu's body has been equal to Jian Wushuang. He once again pushed Lingyuan Zhan towards Jian Wushuang. This time, the divine power in Lingyuan Zhan exploded to 200,000. The sword has no double-sided whiteness, so it can only be supported. This time, it was indeed his carelessness. Knowing it a long time ago, he would exceed 100,000 times his divine power and first go to fuse Dongjun's bones. In this way, the peak of the power of the beast will never be 3 times, but can reach an astonishing 5 times. By then, his normal combat power will be comparable to the Lord of the Universe. With his current combat power, he wants to resolve the battle quickly, which is somewhat impossible. Shurjiu's eyebrows were completely restrained, and the divine power in his body surged upwards. Now it has surpassed Jian Wushuang and reached 200,000 times. At the center of his eyebrows, there is the treasure of the universe that his grandfather has refined for him. A treasure of the universe at the pinnacle of the 6 tribulations. Contains the divine power of the half-step 7 tribulations realm. Once unfolded, the potential for explosion is endless. Will increase with the opponent's strength. This kind of heaven-defying treasure is already comparable to Jian Wushuang's beasts and gods. According to Jian Wushuang's guess, the beast god weapon was refined during the peak of Qishan and should be the treasure of the universe in the 7 tribulations realm. It's just that although the internal source has been restored, it has not yet returned to its peak state. If it reaches the true peak, it will be better than it is now. Broken. Shurjiu suddenly shook his hands, and the aura in Lingyuan slash completely burst. At this moment, the restraining power in Shurjiu's body has also reached its peak. Light is a protective cover condensed from the outside, and it possesses 200,000 times the power. Stone Country, in the dojo of the gods. Half a step towards the Seven Tribulations realm, Shirshio was sitting on the mountain and was comprehending the way of the flame god, but at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. According to the bloodline and the precious feeling that he refined by himself, he felt that the very good grandson was in a certain dangerous situation. Chapter 5689. Through time and space, he saw Yu Guo at a glance. Vietnam? Emperor. At the end, Shirshiomu revealed surprise. He thought that his grandson had encountered a powerful tribulation realm and forced to open the restriction. But he didn't expect that the opponent who fought with his grandson was actually an emperor. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It seems that this holy meeting is unprecedented." The Gumu sect's holy meeting, although it is for the selection of saints, will also recruit some core disciples when screening the saints. This is why the quota is so precious. It's not that easy to become a core disciple of the Gumu school. Even Hoi, a direct line of the Seven Tribulations realm, needs to go through many screenings before he can become the core disciple of the Gumu sect. But even so, how many more can become the Five Tribulations realm? Also the saint can reach. Some of the remaining core disciples, even if they were cultivated by the ancient Wood school, most of them stopped at the Three Tribulations realm or the Four Tribulations realm, is like his grandson, or the emperor who fought with his grandson. Such a god-defying emperor is more than enough to enter the ancient Wood school. It is even possible to become a candidate disciple of the ancient Moon God sect. Is considered to be a few talents in Shijazhuang. Shirshio thought of the Hoi who had risen in only 10,000 years. Fan Tianfeng also has a divine power of 200,000. The strength is unfathomable. Coupled with some of the original Gumu sect, this time the holy meeting is really very interesting. I felt that after Shirjiu was in Yu Kingdom, Shirshio transmitted his voice to an ancient powerhouse in the Yu royal family. A strong man in the Sixth Tribulation realm, used to be the emperor of the Yu Kingdom in a certain era, and also led the Yu Kingdom to its peak. The 16 countries with green grass are also ranked. Yugua currently ranks at the bottom, but in the time of the ancestor, it was able to rank in the top 5. Is also a half-step 7 tribulation realm existence, but unfortunately, he failed to cross the tribulation and became the dispersal tribulation. Shirshio, why call me? An ancient voice passed through time and space into Shir's country. Shirshio said calmly, I have a junior, in your Yu Kingdom palace. I hope my brother will keep him forever. Thanks, immature little guy. The two great powers just separated and communicated. Shirshio lowered his posture and said that the ancient powerhouse of Yugua would naturally give this face. He is the sabotage going down the mountain, and Shirshio is the master of the universe going up the mountain. Within the palace of the Yu Kingdom, after receiving a voice from an ancestor in the royal family, the female Emperor Fengchen's expression remained unchanged. She is naturally measured. Today's Yu country is still hers. Even if there are several ancestors in the royal family, after all, she is in power, and those ancestors will give her face. If you really want to kill a Shirjiu to increase the strength of the Yu country, no one will hesitate. It's just unnecessary. The best thing is to let Shirjiu retreat. The current female emperor, Jian Wushuang, is more and more pleasing to the eye. Is not only strong against the sky, but the background is also in line with her appetite. The relatives and children of the Wu family have the support of the Wu family. In the future, the Wu family will also stand with the Yu royal family. Can be regarded as mutual achievement. Click. The barrier began to emit cracks. Ling Yuanzhan burst completely, and countless divine powers surrounded Jian Wushuang, as if swallowing Jian Wushuang's body. Everyone not only gave Jian Wushuang a cold sweat, of course, except for the Jinchen princess. Even Shirhan and Shirju didn't want Jian Wushuang to fall like that. The strong, all will be sympathetic to each other. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had previously given him the treasure to restore his supernatural power for a fair fight. Even if he returned the universe crystal, it is impressive to have such a gentleman's deeds. Surrounded by countless divine powers, the candle dragon wings behind Jian Wushuang wrapped his whole body, Even though the violent divine power invaded, it could not break through. The defensive power of the Beast Warrior still has no problems. Weaken 99% of the divine power attack. Those who fell on Jian Wushuang could break his divine body at best. Is not a serious injury. As long as it is a regular injury, he can recover instantly. Lasted a full time for a stick of incense, before the violent supernatural power completely disappeared. Shurjio was suspended in the air. His clothes were ragged, and his silver armor was somewhat damaged. Looked at the beast god figure in the center of divine power. Who? Jian Wushuang spread out the candle dragon wings. His divine body is indeed broken, but in the next moment, his divine body instantly recovered to completeness, and the breath on his body exploded again, reaching 190,000. Your secret method is very strong. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but exclaimed. Shurjio's eyes widened, and he said in shock, "Are you hurt at all?" Is not only Shurjio, but everyone watching the game followed and felt incredible. This time, even Wu Li frowned. The more he understands Jian Wushuang, the more he feels something is wrong. Jian Wushuang's strength seemed to be beyond his expectations. This time, he can recover from serious injuries magically and quickly. Unfortunately, just like this, it can't threaten me at all. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and he rushed out in an instant. Just an instant, he has already reached Shurjio, clenched a fist with one hand and blasted directly on the opponent's chest, followed by a series of melee. Shurjio faced a frenzied attack and soon stabilized. Used the power of restraint. Although he gained a short-term promotion, his time was limited. He is more anxious than Jian Wushuang. Ling Yuan Zhan. Shurjio stepped back half a step and performed the pinnacle secret method again. The same trick. It will be boring to use it again. Jian Wushuang drew away, gathered a huge blade with both hands, fell from the sky, and killed Shurjio's face. The hand decision has not been formed yet. Shurjio can only step back and dodge. Jian Wushuang didn't give him any chance at all. After obstructing the opponent's secret method, he leaped forward again. Shurjio quickly parried. Now he has the last resort. Has been dragging, he will undoubtedly lose. But using that trick is extremely expensive. May fall into a deep sleep. Shurjio exploded with divine power again, directly raising the divine power to 200,000. He didn't dare to use that trick easily, so he could only open the restriction completely. 200,000 supernatural powers exploded to fight Jian Wushuang. Feeling the constant flow of divine power, the sword is cold without double-sided color. He thought that Shurjio could be consumed, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so resistant. It's been a quarter of an hour now, and there is no sign of weakening. On the contrary, the Vietnam War is getting stronger, and now it has exploded to 200,000 divine power. If this goes on, he will be at a disadvantage. Beast God Realm. Jian Wushuang also shouted. Under normal conditions, he has completely reached the extreme. Supernatural power, 190,000. Boom! Jian Wushuang gathered his chi with both hands, blasted countless violent waves, and went straight to Shurjio. Chi waves surrounded, constantly attacking. Shurjio allowed Jian Wushuang to attack and carried them all down. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5690. Greeted countless airwaves and rushed straight up. Hit Jian Wushuang with a punch. He now has the upper hand. Jian Wushuang at this time was not an opponent at all. Under the crazy attack, Jian Wushuang completely gave up the defense. Zhao Zuo's battle situation caused everyone watching the battle to take a breath. They can also see that Jian Wushuang's divine power has begun to decline, and Shurjio's divine power is constantly rising. What's going on? Mu Chen exclaimed, "Isn't Shurjio who used the restriction?" Not only him, but Wu Li is also very puzzled. It was Ming Shurjio who used the power of restraint. After such a long time, Shurjio was not weakened by backlash, but Jian Wushuang's divine power kept declining. Now Jian Wushuang's recovery speed can't keep up with the consumed supernatural power. Shurhan's eyes were hot, and he said excitedly, How could it be so simple for the pinnacle treasure made by the fifth master? Jian Wushuang is about to lose. The three emperors who were defeated before have now recovered a bit of aura, staring at the two on the battlefield, shaking their heads and sighing. They thought that Jian Wushuang would win, but they didn't expect Shijio to make a comeback. But the two people in the barrier now can accept whoever wins. Because of their strength, they have exceeded what they can see. Even everyone has heard of it. Great priest? After all, they have never seen it before. This time they saw from the beginning to the end. The two super emperors fought desperately. The supernatural power has soared from the 130,000 entry point to 200,000. Are you going to lose? Empress Fengqian was not optimistic about Jian Wushuang either. She originally thought that Jian Wushuang could definitely win, but now Shijio is getting stronger in the battle, and she is not subject to any restrictions. Jian Wushuang is getting weaker and weaker, and there is no chance. Unless there is a whole card. The eldest princess Jin Chan behind the screen is the most excited. Snapped. She broke open the screen and rushed out. Stood on the edge of the barrier, looking at Shijio excitedly. This kind of scene, no matter who it is, will be moved. My sweetheart sacrificed his life for myself. In order to marry her, Shijio paid a lot. The empress saw this scene and thought of it. Is not blocking either. Because once Jian Wushuang loses, she has no excuses. It was the promise she made at the beginning, so she couldn't go back on it. If that's the case, I'm afraid Shijio will come in person. When the time comes, it will not be reasonable, but it will lose the general trend. Boom. With a muffled sound, Jian Wushuang's left arm was completely broken. That is, the left arm fused with the arm of the candle dragon, was broken abruptly by Shijio. The blood is pouring down the wound. Jian Wushuang's supernatural power dropped directly by about 10,000. Now his supernatural power is only about 160,000. Shijio took the arm that had just been torn from Jian Wushuang in one hand, did not take the opportunity to attack again, but stopped and stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "If you lose, if you continue to compare, you will be divided into life and death." Jia. Jian Wushuang held the wound with one hand and let out a gloomy, weird smile. This is the first time someone has pity on him. Admit defeat? He has never thought of surrendering in the face of the same rank. It's time to end. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. Originally wanted to drag and try, but found that he couldn't consume the other party at all. Then there is no need to hold on. Your strength is very strong, and your foundation is definitely much higher than mine. If I didn't have the treasure from my grandfather, I would have lost it long ago. Shijio did not forget to comfort Jian Wushuang at this time. Could Jian Wushuang straightened up, a surging life force spread, and his lost arm grew out in an instant. It's just that the divine power has not increased. There is no need for that anymore. Even if it is restored to 190,000 times, it doesn't make any sense. Moved his arms a bit, Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief, and his whole body relaxed. You are wrong about this. My supernatural power is actually not as good as you. Jian Wushuang shook his head. For the control of divine power, he originally thought that there should be no gap with the opponent. Now it seems that he guessed wrong. There is still a gap. After all, the opponent has been majoring in supernatural power since childhood. How could it be better than the other party? This is Guyu time and space, a super time and space river that is countless times stronger than the original Morwa time and space. Temple of Qi is not enough to see here. What he saw was nothing more than the inheritance left by a half-step 8 tribulation realm. Guyu time and space, even the 9 tribulations realm appeared. How could it be comparable to the Temple of Qishan? In this time and space, even if there is an emperor who is stronger than Jian Wushuang, it is not surprising. In 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang was actually quite disappointed with Guyu time and space. Until today, he didn't feel a trace of fun. There was a war intent in his heart. Only an ancient wood continent, a super emperor like Shijio appeared. Moreover, the opponent's strength is probably not the strongest emperor in Gumu continent, and there are even more powerful Tianjios in Shigua. The core disciple of the emperor in the ancient wood school is not weak. This is only the ancient wood continent. 9 days and 10 places, he hasn't walked again yet. There are countless Emperor Tianjiao. You can't just hear about it. That is not accurate. like Shurjiu in front of him. At first they thought that the opponent's strength was only 130,000. Now it has exploded to 200,000. The great priest, who has lived for several generations, may have a deeper background. Maybe even he is not an opponent. As long as you haven't played against each other, you can't be sure that the opponent is weaker than him. Jian Wushuang thought he would be number one at first. Now he doesn't have that confidence. But he has the confidence to hit the first position, outside the barrier. When everyone saw Jian Wushuang's breath sink, their complexions changed. Although there was still a glimmer of hope in their hearts, they had to give up when they saw Jian Wushuang, and they couldn't help sighing. Wu Li also has a solemn expression, sighed inwardly. Brother Wushuang, you should show your real strength. It's over. Wushuang nephew will give up. It's already very good. With such strength, your Yu country can fully absorb and enter the core, and your future achievements will not be weaker than those of Shurgua's top talents. Shi Han's expression was indifferent, because Shi Jiao was about to defeat Jian Wushuang. So naturally he became very relaxed. And he still has plans in his heart. If Yu Kingdom does not absorb Jian Wushuang into the core, then he will personally pick up Jian Wushuang to go to Shi Kingdom. Enter the core of the royal family. In the Stone royal family, it is not only the Stone family. There are also elders with foreign surnames. As long as he is the core figure, he enjoys the same treatment as the strong Stone clan. Can also participate in the holy meeting. This time the holy meeting is not trivial, and the number of places will increase. A god-level country like Shurgua, how could it be like Yuegua, with only 20 places? When the time comes, you can get Jian Wushuang a place. Jian Wushuang in the enchantment never expected that he and Wu Li had calculated this way, and as of today, there has not been a finalized quota. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5691 is so worthless in Shurgua. If I really knew, Jian Wushuang would probably break his thigh. Such a simple thing. Why bother to make it so complicated? Now, he can't get off the stage. Shurjiao, look forward to it. Emperor against the heavens, it's not just divine power. Jian Wu's double-faced color is serious. His voice has just fallen. His breath has changed from normal, converging to the extreme. Shurjiao also frowned slightly, and suddenly couldn't feel Jian Wushuang's breath. A light blue breath just instantly replaced the dark red power of the beast god. This breath is as unchanging as ever. It is in the starry sky, anyone can see it. But there are no people who can use it, because no one has noticed this kind of power at all. The power of the stars. Jian Wushuang's eyes all turned light blue, clenched fists with both hands and screamed. Even his hair turned blue, and there was a light blue arc around him. Everlasting change. In an instant, Jian Wushuang transformed from the Emperor of Divine Power to the Emperor of Time and Space. The power of time is mysterious. The time and space in the enchantment are all within the grasp of Jian Wushuang. His changes did not seem to be aroused by any breath, but the strong power represents everything. I can't see it. Even the Empress could not see Jian Wushuang's strength. Just felt Jian Wushuang's supernatural power disappear, and replaced by a mysterious power. Time and space? The female emperor's expression changed, and she exclaimed, "It has something to do with the origin of the universe." Wu Li and Mu Chun are both the masters of the universe and have their own universe. Naturally, they have also seen that Jian Wushuang's power is related to the origin of the universe. Haha, it's about to come back. I know he still has his whole cards. Wu Li said excitedly, "Look, Shurjiao is determined to lose." This time Mu Chun didn't dare to be sure. He just asked curiously, "Wushuang is just an emperor. How can it resemble the aura of the origin of the universe?" Don't ask more about this. Who doesn't have any secrets? Otherwise, can it be so powerful? Mukin also realized that he had asked more, so he didn't say more. Hope Jian Wushuang can win Shurjiao. Although other people found Jian Wushuang's supernatural power disappeared, they didn't see much. Even Shurjiao himself couldn't see anything strange. "Is this the power you were talking about?" Shurjiao said with some uncertainty, "Your divine power doesn't seem to have changed in any way." Jian Wushuang didn't deny it, but said lightly, "Divine power, not the only one. Then let me learn something other than divine power." Shijiu was full of fighting spirit, and he was full of confidence at this time. It was the princess who was standing outside the barrier with a surprised look. She has seen this light blue breath. That was in Baihua Mountain. The power erupted by the mysterious Five Tribulations Realm powerhouse. The more she looked, the more she felt like it. It's just that the mysterious powerhouse is performing Kendo. But Jian Wushuang didn't have any Kendo aura on him. Kendo and Ji Dao are completely separated, but they are in a state of fusion. The power of Jian Wushuang is the power of the stars. And Kendo is more like a realm he cultivated with the power of the stars. But dealing with Shijiu, he didn't need to use Kendo at all. The power of killing and cutting is too heavy. I am afraid that using Kendo can kill and deal with it instantly. It's just eternal change. That's enough. Jian Wushuang in peak state. He doesn't know how strong he is when converted into supernatural power. But facing the Lord of the Universe in the Three Tribulations realm, he has enough confidence. This has already explained the problem. Shijiu. Before the voice came, Jian Wushuang had embraced his arms and appeared behind Shijiu. This scene surprised everyone. Even Elder Mu Chun couldn't see the speed of Jian Wushuang just now. Only Wu Li looked around in a daze. The Empress on the throne showed an incredible look. Is not how fast Jian Wushuang is, but time slows down on everyone. Only when the Empress was not affected did he clearly see Jian Wushuang's methods. And Shijiu's complexion changed drastically, and he felt the power of nothingness behind him. Although he didn't know why Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared behind him, he still bit his scalp and hit it with an elbow. Snapped. Jian Wushuang caught it with one hand, shook his head and said, "It's too weak." Click. With a slight force on the palm of his hand, he directly smashed Shijiu's arm. 200,000 supernatural power. In the peak state of the sword without hands, like an ant. The current Jian Wushuang is stronger than when he joined the road. I don't know how much. In the original world, half of the universe that has been lit up is shining, bursting out with endless original power. When these forces enter the dark starry sky, they will be transformed into starry sky power. Jian Wushuang now is completely different from the past. Used to borrow the power of the stars. Now he can condense the power of the stars himself. Is the same as the power of everything. Slowly become familiar and master. Is just the power of all things, and now it is more suitable for assisting. The power of the starry sky is the strongest power. Huh! Jian Wushuang yelled, grabbing Shijiu's neck and pulling Shijiu's broken arm with his other hand. Tear directly tore off his arm abruptly. Take the other way and return it to the other. Shijiu's face turned pale instantly, and his divine power was a little unstable. He didn't expect that just a face-to-face can easily crush him. Is this another kind of power Jian Wushuang mentioned earlier? Is too strong. He has never felt it in Zhejiang. Outside the barrier, seeing Shijiu injured, the eldest princess Jin Chun became worried. Was about to win. Jian Wushuang is like changing a person. The strength is not clear at all. The strong is a bit terrifying. Even Wu Li swallowed. This kind of power is beyond his imagination. His previous speculation is still a little conservative. If he is facing the current Jian Wushuang, I am afraid there is not much hope. So horrible. The supernatural power seemed so vulnerable before Jian Wuduan. You lost. Jian Wushuang didn't rush to kill, but he shot Shijiu out of 100 meters away with one palm. The palm just now penetrated Shijiu's chest directly. Even the silver armor was completely cracked. Shijiu got up with difficulty, trying to learn Jian Wushuang's appearance and restore his arm, but suddenly thought that his current strength comes from the power of restraint. There is no extra vitality to supplement the physical body. There is only one-armed Shijiu. There is no hope anymore. Divine power can't be maintained at the peak state. Even in the peak state, it is crushed by Jian Wushuang. The current Jian Wushuang is full of oppression. The light blue breath envelopes, and the blue arc shines. The hair is blue. Although the aura is not fierce, but that powerful force prevents the opponent from breathing. The absolute oppression is the purest oppressive force. https://mobile version reading URL Chapter 5692. It's too strong. Although I can't see how strong his divine power is, but Shiju, who can easily defeat 200,000 divine powers, is probably not weaker than the Lord of the Universe, or even stronger. Han's eyes were deep and his tone of voice was deep, feeling desperate for Shiju. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang did not kill. Not weak, Shiju will undoubtedly die. 1. Elder Mu Qian turned from despair to excitement. Shiju is desperate this time. Today Jian Wushuang became famous in the first battle. Not only will it spread in Vietnam, but it will also be famous throughout the ancient Wood continent. God against the heavens can even be said to be the strongest emperor against heaven in the ancient Wood continent. They really couldn't think of the emperor who could defeat the current Jian Wushuang. The people present, even some Jinshan princesses who hate Jian Wushuang, think from the bottom of their hearts that Jian Wushuang is definitely the strongest emperor in Gumu continent. None of them. As for the entire Guyu time and space, it would be too big, they couldn't guarantee it. But after seeing Jian Wushuang's true strength, they also felt that Jian Wushuang could at least rank in the top 10. The almost invincible great priest in the rumors, the strength described is similar to the current Jian Wushuang. Facing the 200,000 supernatural power Shiju, he crushed easily. This combat power is no different from the Lord of the Universe. I lost, Shiju said lonely, but his supernatural power is still rising. Admit defeat on the lips, but still have attachments in my heart, so I obviously won't give up easily. Jian Wushuang slowly landed, stepped forward without rush or slowly, encircling his chest with his hands, and said casually, "Actually, you can give up?" I promised her that she would do my best. Even if the catastrophe is over, I must make this promise. Shiju turned to look at Princess Jinchen outside the barrier, with eyes full of pampering. But the eldest Princess Jinchun has red eyes. She wants Shiju to give up now. Don't fight it anymore. Even if Jian Wushuang is not a killer, if he continues to fight like this, he will definitely die. Even Jian Wushuang was a little moved, staring at Shiju's embarrassed look, reminding him of the past. He was so persistent before. It was only later discovered that clinging to this kind of thing is useless. Only when this kind of attachment is transformed into practice will there be results. If Shiju was in the Tribulation Realm, the power of the 7 Tribulation Realm, how could he be so embarrassed? Who would dare to stop him in Vietnam? Within the royal family, the ancestor who opened up the Yu Kingdom was nothing but a lingering and dying 7 Tribulation Realm. I really want to confront the last master of the universe in the 7 Tribulations Realm. I am afraid that I dare not stop it at all, and will pack Jin Chun and send it to him. Although this obsession was used in the wrong place, Jian Wushuang also admired Shiju very much. If only I could be as cool as you. At the beginning. Can't bear to look back. Jian Wushuang raised his head, not looking at Shiju, pretending to be relaxed. I will respect you, but don't think I will keep my hands. Holy meeting place, he must get it. Open Wanlu, this is his great opportunity. On the far side of the starry sky, there is a long and weak river of time and space, waiting for him to save it. The expectations of countless people, he can't live up to, nor dare to live up to it. Can't have any kindness. Shiju stood firm. His divine power began to increase rapidly. He still had to use that trick. Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are very strong now, and the strength is beyond my imagination, but the next move will be my life. You have to take it. Shiju laughed frantically, and a scorching light burst out of his body. In the light, a pair of eyes looked at the Yu Kingdom Princess Jin Chun for the last time. Seems to be saying goodbye. Sword has no double-sided color change, angrily said. Are you crazy? This is going to be desperate. And it's taking his own life in exchange for his life. Shiju in the light and shadow has only one arm left, with his toes floating in the air, making a fist with one hand, and shouting, "Death, hum." The space was shattered in an instant. Jian Wushuang protected his face with both hands, just so hard to resist. He doesn't worry about himself. It's just that Shiju really doesn't need this. Even if he enters the royal clan as a patriarch, he will not have the same room with Jin Chun. After attending the holy meeting, if he can successfully open the Wanlu Shenmu, There is a high probability that he will run with Wu Li. Wait until the strength is strong before coming out. Open Wanlu Shunmu. On the bright side, the Gumu school will not interfere. But I don't know how many people secretly will stare. It's not easy to open, but it's much simpler to kill people and win treasures. So I must avoid it for a while. Even if he didn't hide, he would leave Gumu continent and go to other areas among the 9 heavens and 10 places, looking for the 10 sons of Qishan Temple who came together back then. At that time, we will be together. The people of Guyu time and space, it is not that Jian Wushuang distrusts, but is unnecessary. No matter how powerful these people are, they will not travel with him to the long river of time and space of the primitive universe to save prosperity. In the eyes of the practitioners of Guyu time and space, there is a remote place. There are no treasures of chance who will spend a long time drifting in the past. Only those of them who come from the temple of Qishan can care about the time and space of their hometown. They are all fighting one by one. Jian Wushuang, how dare not to fight? His strongest opponent, but extinction, is still waiting for him. The turbulent power struck. Jian Wushuang was completely wrapped in the power of the starry sky, without fear. In his peak state, even if he fights against the Lord of the Universe, he will not suffer. Ah! Shi Jiao yelled to the sky, clenched a fist with one hand, and completely exploded the power of restraint, transforming it into annihilation. Crackling, the enchantment was instantly shattered, and the Empress Feng Chun personally stepped down to suppress the violent aura. But this way, Jian Wushuang was miserable. It would be good if Shi Jiao's attack was completely dispersed, but the area within the enchantment was too small, and coupled with the suppression of the female emperor, after the breath burst, the space was directly crushed. Jian Wushuang and Shi Jiao both fell into the turbulence of time and space, the colorful world, like a mirror. What a lunatic! Jian Wushuang's aura skyrocketed again, and he resisted completely. Waves of heat hit him, but they did not cause any harm to him. Jian Wushuang stared at the crazy Shi Jiao, sighed, and shook his head. The other party's age may be much older than him, but the mood is probably not good. Chic is really chic. I never thought that even if he desperately changed him, the royal family would find someone to marry the Princess Jean Chen. Is it cheaper for others? Why do you spell it like this? The terrifying power that swept through began to gradually weaken. Shi Jiao's body began to enter a petrified state, and the cracks on the divine body began to solidify when they appeared. The vitality has been exhausted, and then there is death. Once the divine body is finished, the remaining source cannot stop this backlash. This is the time and space dominated by divine power. Divine body is the strongest foundation. Once the divine body is finished, it is a waste to retain the original source. Is the same as the White King at the beginning. If the source is gone, only the divine body is left, and it is no different from a useless person. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5693. Why did you? Shi Jiao's face was like ashes, and he was about to fall, but Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged, but the blue arc flickered more intensely. This time he was completely desperate. Desperately, there is no way that Jian Wushuang can do anything. The luck is in the barrier. If it weren't for the barrier, he wouldn't be able to change Jian Wushuang completely. Such a pity. In the barrier, he can't change Jian Wushuang. And Jian Wushuang seemed to be unharmed. He can no longer guess Jian Wushuang's true strength. None of the rumored great priests can compare with Jian Wushuang. The complete restraint, the burst of power of nirvana, can kill the Lord of the universe. And in such a small space, even the top powerhouse among the masters of the universe should have fallen. Jian Wushuang is nothing. The aura on his body did not weaken, but became stronger. This is the horror of the power of the stars. In fact, Shi Jiao's power of nirvana that just broke out can threaten Jian Wushuang. But his power of nirvana, in front of the power of the stars, is just like an ant. And his power of extinguishment was released from the power of restraint. There was not much at all, and it would be backlashed later. Jian Wushuang is different. The power of the starry sky is transformed from the source, and it can be said to be endless. How does this compare? Jian Wushuang gently shook his head. This is not a fight between life and death. If it were life and death, Shurjiu would have died 10,000 times. The physical body completely entered the petrochemical. Before Shurjiu lost consciousness, he exhausted the last trace of his Bodhi's supernatural power and left a word to Jian Wushuang. Take care of her for me. The voice of fell, and Shurjiu's physical and divine bodies were completely petrified. Only the origin is resisting stubbornly, but it can't stand it for long. Enough. The female emperor gave a soft cry, and her jade hand stretched out, and a surging vitality entered Shurjiu's body, protecting the last source. With a light swipe of his finger, he tore a door of time and space. Take him back to Shurgua, and some help. The empress turned her head and said to Shurhan, a little later, even if he survives, he will be a useless person. Shurhan heard the words, rushed over, grabbed Shurjiu's body by Shurhua, and directly entered the gate of time and space. Brother 9. The eldest princess Jin Qian wanted to keep up, but was stopped by the empress. Jian Wushuang stood aside, a little embarrassed. He hadn't thought that one day he would beat a mandarin duck. Fortunately, he is not a villain, and he will not fall into trouble. Even if you join the royal family and become the eldest princess Jin Qin's Taoist companion, you won't think of her too much. The point is that at that time, it is no longer unconcerned, but upright. Even so, Jian Wushuang will not touch her. He just wants to become stronger, to solve the big trouble of extinction, and then follow the path of the master, and go to the future to meet with teacher Xian Yi. Go and see the future world. What is hidden when it arrives? Within the starry sky, who is planning again? Princess Jinxin fell on her knees, crying Lihua with rain, raised her head and stared at her cold mother, and said heartbreakingly, "Why are you forcing me? The big thing is set. Forget him." The empress' voice was cold, and there was no room for maneuver. The key point is that she can't stand it anymore when she sees her daughter's appearance. Where is Jian Wushuang still standing? Looking at Jian Wushuang's tall and straight back, his face was bright and handsome. Why go to Shurjiu? The opponent is indeed very good, with both background and strength, and he sacrificed his life for Jin Qian. But what good is this? Strength is respected. Don't be funny. She is someone who came over, knowing what the robbery is facing. The pressure that did not exist in the emperor's time will explode when it reaches the robbery realm. Once you arrive in a certain robbery, it is estimated that you will regret it for life. Dailu is only temporary. Strength is for a lifetime. Jian Wushuang is so good. With the Yu Kingdom princess, it is more than enough. If this time the situation of the battle were to pass, I am afraid that the forces that want to be included in Jian Wushuang can be ranked 9 days away. That can still get you Gua. You, the eldest princess of Vietnam, even if it inherits the throne in the future, what's the matter? Compared with the 7-star sects on the ancient Wood continent, the foundation is still quite different. This time, they crossed over, but they found the treasure. Jian Wushuang's background is not complicated. And Wuli also said that Jian Wushuang couldn't stay in the outland, and he fell out of poverty. Only then did he come to Vietnam to take refuge in the Wu family. Even if Jian Wushuang became the 5 Tribulations realm in the future, without interference from outsiders, he could not interfere with the Yu King clan. A top thug in by Jian. Even if it is the Empress, I feel that I have made a lot of money this time. Who? Jian Wushuang took a breath and returned to normal. Looking at Princess Jinxin in front of her, she didn't know what to say. Can only turn around and hold a fist at the Empress slightly. Your Majesty, look. His meaning is obvious. How does this end? Muwang, you first bring Jian Wushuang to settle down in the capital, and talk about the rest 3 days later. Empress Fengqian also knew that it was not suitable to talk about the previous agreement at this time. Wait for my daughter to come over first, and then take it slowly. There are still 10 years to go before the holy meeting, and strive to get everything done within 10 years. After Mukin heard this, he hurriedly stepped forward to pull Jian Wushuang and replied, Your Majesty, don't worry, Wei Chen will do it. Wushuang nephew, come with me. Jian Wushuang bowed to bid farewell, and followed Mu Chan to prepare to leave. But when he passed the threshold, he turned his head and looked at the 3 emperors who remained in the hall. These 3 people were found by Elder Mu Chan. Did not follow them now, but was kept. I am afraid that the female emperor also discovered the power of death exerted by 2 of the emperors. Jin Wushuang is not in a hurry. If you go to mention it now, it will arouse people's suspicion. I will ask Elder Mu Chan later. If he is detained by the female emperor, he will be able to find out when he becomes a family member in the future. So in order to leave the palace with Mu Chan and Wu Li, Brother Mu Chan, don't let it go. After all, it's my nephew. I can arrange it. I will take him to your house and wait 3 days later. After Wu Li repeatedly politely rejected the kindness of Elder Mu Chan, Jin Wushuang returned to his previous residence. After entering the mansion, Wu Li and Jin Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. This old fellow, you were thinking about living in the Muang Fuse before you even joined the family, and you look down on my Wu family too much. Wu Li looked a little angry. Is obviously a little bit brooding. Even if you marry a maid, you won't live in someone else's house before the wedding. Not to mention, Jin Wushuang is an emperor against the sky. This time the royal family, let's have fun. Brother Wu Li, why bother to the secular face? Once Wanlu is opened, what are these dynasty sects? Oh, it's my mundane thing. But this Yuewang royal family is really not a good thing. If you marry in the future, you must be careful. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5694. The 2 have entered an other courtyard, where a willow tree fell, and there was a beautifully carved tea house in front of them. Wu Li's tea is cooked on the familiar road. Jin Wushuang is to savor carefully. Jin Wushuang felt like Wu Li said bad things about the royal family behind his back. Change of status. If he is Shijiu, I am afraid he will be mad. Or that Princess Jinchen. Although he feels that the other party is too persistent, it is difficult for him to accept it when it happens to him. The poor boy meets the eldest lady. You have to be right. You are so beautiful, and you are worried that others will occupy the magpie's nest. This kind of thing is simply unclear. What's more, Shijiu is desperate. If it's for Yugua's belongings, why not fight for the throne of Shigua? As far as he knows, the contemporary lord of Shigua is not Shijiu. Is Shijiu's eldest brother, although he is also in the 6 tribulations realm, but the outside world generally disagrees with his strength. The possibility of 99% in the future is to specialize in Sanjia. In this way, the throne is vacant. If Shijiu fully supports Shijiu, it is very promising. Shixia's peak combat power, if it can reach 180,000. 190,000 is a bit reluctant. It's not my own supernatural power, so I don't do calculations. The Emperor has 180,000 combat power. Becoming the Lord of the Universe, it can be said that it is a certainty. Coupled with Shijiu's training, it is not difficult to become the 4 tribulations realm. The 5 tribulations realm needs some external opportunities. Shijiu is also the proud son of heaven. The 5 tribulations realm may not be impossible. It can be said that Shijiu is the seedling of the 5 tribulations realm. Such a pity. I don't know if I can recover before the holy meeting. Wu Li poured tea to Jin Wushuang and said, if I were the female emperor, I saw Shijiu's performance today. Even if the stone on her chest would melt, she would be fine. Opened a dog hole and asked Han to take Shijiu away, without a word of comfort. The emperor is moody and most ruthless. Jin Wushuang gave an evaluation. From the mundane world to the present, the same applies. Isn't it? Wu Li nodded and agreed. Jin Wushuang put down his teacup and said in a serious tone, let's talk about business. There should be no problem with the number of places in the holy meeting this time. Don't worry about this. If the royal family doesn't give it, we will divorce. Wu Li promised, patting his chest. In fact, Jin Wushuang is also unlucky. He didn't see Wu Li's short-sightedness. If his strength is revealed early, I am afraid Qinjianmen will give him a place. It's just these 10,000 years. It's not easy to get the details. Although Wu Li's vision is a bit short-sighted, the layout is still very elegant. 10,000 years, Jiang Jin Wushuang's identity has been flawless. Walked out of a down-and-out family, traveled for several epochs in the Outland, and returned to the Yu Kingdom to seek refuge in the Wu family. And not just talking, Wu Li has arranged for someone to leave a trace of Jian Wushuang on purpose. Although Jian Wushuang was only a small deacon of King Yunzong at the beginning, his identity was investigated by King Yunzong. This time he joined the royal family. The other party might be investigating his identity at this time. With Wu Li's layout, Jian Wushuang didn't worry at all. There is no deep-rooted family to guarantee him. It is not easy to get into the core. Even if he is against the sky and his identity is unknown, he will be suspected and dare not reuse it. Especially powers like the Vietnamese royal family have too much suspicion. There shouldn't be any problems. But there is one thing you should pay attention to. I have heard that a certain ancestor of the Yu country will wake up in the near future. Maybe it is related to the input. It's impossible. I'm just an emperor. Does that old ancestor care? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. He is an emperor married to a royal family. He is a door-to-door son-in-law. The other party can see him. Wu Li continued, I'm worried now. He will see something, for example. You and I have no blood. This cannot be done. There is nothing to worry about. My physical body is a bit special, changing all things. And the powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm will not see the problem. Jian Wushuang was most attentive to his physical body. The original Morua time and space, although not following the genre of physical body and body. But there is still a hand in the refinement of the physical body. 10 times of tempering, it surpassed the peak of Morua time and space. Even in the time and space of Guyu, his physical perfection, in the same level, can firmly rank in the top 3. The number 1 is a bit exaggerated. Jian Wushuang is not as confident as Wu Li. Except for this, there is nothing. After the ancestor recovers, most of them will go to the holy meeting. Although the Sanjia realm cannot participate in the holy meeting, it is a good choice to observe it. Wu Li breathed a sigh of relief, and his confidence came up. He still has confidence in his layout. Isn't this about to succeed now? Get the quota and wait for the holy meeting 10 years later. Open Wanlu and become a master. And Jian Wushuang didn't say anything more. Let's take one step at a time. As for the 2 emperors related to the power of death, he didn't tell Wu Li. Although the 2 are in the same boat, the relationship is not so good yet. The key, this has nothing to do with Wu Li. The power of death matter, but it involves the future. He must pay attention to it. Wait 3 days later. See Elder Mu Chun and try again. The main event is to open Wanlu. The power of death, second. If he could drop by, he would not dislike the trouble. I just don't know whether this power of death has anything to do with extinction. If there is, then the opponent's hand is too long. Under the willow tree, 3 days passed quickly. Wu Li didn't leave for the past 3 days, so he kept playing with tea sets and chatting with Jian Wushuang for 3 days. One old and one young. After talking about practice, talking about legends. When finally talked about women, mentioned the same name. The Empress Fengchen. Both of them leaked weird smiles, and then stopped directly. Just when the 2 were about to leave for Muangfu, Elder Mu Chun came in person. Elder Mu Chun, you are too polite. Come here and bring something? Wu Li said from his mouth, but his body was sincere, directing the housekeeper to the back room. Jian Wushuang didn't care about that. The treasures sent were not simple, but unfortunately they were all divine treasures, and he didn't need it at all. Dong Kun's bones, he can't even digest them. So there is no time to absorb those divine treasures. I improve too slowly. If you want basic divine power and reach the level of the 3 tribulations, I am afraid it will be the year of the monkey. Dong Kun's skeleton. So far he can't see how powerful it is. Anyway, it is at least a skeleton from the 7 tribulations realm. The bones of the flesh contain extremely rich divine power. The original source was extinguished, but the flesh was not corrupted, but the flesh was refined by humans, leaving the bones and the inner power of the divine body. https://mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5695. Jian Wushuang only needs to fuse it into his divine body, and he can quickly break his divine power to more than 200,000. Even more. He hasn't heard of the matter of someone going to absorb the divine body of the seven tribulations realm. Don't know how much it will improve in the end. After the matter of face was settled, Elder Mu Chun took the lead, drank a sip of tea without rushing, and said solemnly, "Brother Wu Li, today, I will come to propose marriage by crossing the Qin family. Look at this marriage. What to do? Well, I'm just such a nephew. I was a lonely nephew since I was a child. I went to Outland and got a powerful chance. I was chased and killed. I went to Vietnam to join me. The princess took a fancy to it. Since your majesty has lifted it, how dare we have any opinions?" Wu Li was very modest, and he praised Elder Mu Chun and the entire royal family. Almost called Jian Wushuang a stinky beggar. If this is the case, then I'll just mention it. Don't worry about the betrothal gift one. 8 million yuan will be sent right away. The wedding day will be set in 3 years. What do you think? Mu Chun was also very happy. These are all imaginary. He knows what Jian Wushuang wants. Jian Wushuang, standing behind Wu Li, in addition to serving tea to the two as a gift for the younger generation, he also listened to their conversation. When he heard 8 million, his face moved. 8 million. If it is the universe crystal, some are missing. Elder Mu Chun, he might be able to collect tens of millions of universe crystals in one big life. This time, I took 8 million, and I looked down on people too much. Although he is not from the Wu family, he still thinks this matter is too much. Is obviously to look down on people. He was a patriarch and sold himself to the royal family. When Wu Li heard it, his face sank slightly like Jian Wu. It is also clear that these are small things, and the most important thing is the number of places in the holy meeting. Can't break a big thing because of a little thing. It doesn't matter. It's just that I heard that the Gumu sect's messenger has recently arrived. I don't know how many places Yuegwa has gotten this time? Wu Li asked tentatively. Although Mu Qin mentioned it when Jian Wushuang fought Shijiu, he also needed a guarantee. If there is no quota, it is better to transfer to someone else now. After Mukin heard it, he flipped his hand and took out a token from the mustard seeds and smiled. "Brother Wu Li, see what this is." Seeing the token, Wu Li's complexion slowed, and he took it directly from Elder Mu Qin's hand. 2 tokens. A piece of gold, representing the tribulation realm. A piece of silver, representing the emperor. Holy meeting qualifications. Has already arrived. One is Wu Li's own, and the other is Jian Wushuang. This Wu Li held the token with a smile, and handed the token of the emperor to Jian Wushuang, and his own piece was also in his arms. "Brother Mu Chun, you gave me a great surprise today. Holy meeting place. He actually got it a long time ago. According to normal circumstances, the royal family will not give them quotas. But today, he was given a sacred order for the tribulation realm, is equal to their Wu family, with 1 more quota. How can this not make Wu Li happy? Although there is no suitable candidate for the tribulation realm in the Wu family, Wu Li can take this tribulation realm holy society token and sell it. Is definitely a sky-high price. What is 8 million? Mukin smiled and said, "This token, but your majesty gave it to Wu Shuang's nephew. You must cherish it." "This is okay," Wu Li promised, patting his chest. He understood what Mu Chun meant. This token can be given to him, but he has to pull out a strong support. Empress Fengchen will also participate in this holy meeting. Need help? The Wu family married the royal family and naturally got on a boat. This token cannot be easily given to others, but to find a strong supporter who needs the other to assist the empress in seizing the position of the saint. In this way, the price will be much lower. But Wu Li is still very happy. He originally planned to use the power of his family to find a Holy Guild token with Tribulation Realm qualification, but he doesn't need it now. Willow this kind of thing. How could he not leave himself with a whole card? This token is like a divine help. Elder Mukin is also very happy. This time their royal family has obtained a lot of tokens, but they are not neighbors. This is also to win Jian Wushuang and Wu's family. In that case, I hope Brother Wu Li will also give us a surprise at that time. Elder Mu Chun raised his eyebrows and said in a daze, "This time the holy meeting is unprecedented. You can't be careless." Wu Li also followed the words and said, "Everything has its own definite number. Today's ancient wood continent is deadly silent. It is time to be more active. 9 heavens and 10 earths. We are already in the countdown position. It's all the same. Guyu time and space is the most powerful, always in the past. The 8 tribulations realm of that era is really many. When the ancestors resurrected, they were still talking about the past falling era. It's a pity that one generation is not as good as one generation. The face of Elder Mu Chun has a look of remembrance. Jin Wushuang was listening carefully. Fallen era is the thing that happened after the goddess created the ancient moon time and space. The fall of Heavenly Girl, a strong man who has completed the 9 tribulations, the way she scattered has created a group of powerful 8 tribulations realm. These powerful people created the ancient moon god sect, and the 19 strongest among them have created 19 8-star sections, is passed down to this day. The original Shenmu king was one of them. But strength is the countdown. Because the ancient Wood continent has the least resources, only the Wanlu Shenmu is relatively rare and special, but unfortunately it is not controlled by the ancient Wood faction. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so bad. Even the flame divine power of Shurgwa couldn't match it. In today's era, the Lord of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm is almost extinct. The entire Guyu time and space, I am afraid there are not many. Many have left Guyu time and space. For Jin Wushuang is very powerful here. But the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm can see it. Guyu time and space, just like the powerhouse in the dispersing tribulation realm, lost its vitality. Stay here, can only wait to die. It is better to go to other time and space rivers. The 9 core time and space rivers, and the endless starry sky. Where is the belonging? The strong man in the robbery realm, who can escape the long river of time and space, should not be restrained. Of course, you have to have that strength when you go out. Like Jin Wushuang, there is no need to say more, just the emperor. Even if the powerhouse of the 5 tribulations realm goes to another time and space, it is very dangerous. Can only stay in Guyu time and space. Sanjia realm is even more desperate to sleep. The source of divine power is cut off, and vitality is lost. This is a nightmare for those peak powers. Ordinary tribulation realm powerhouses are fortunately able to resist. Those who are strong in the 8 tribulations realm can't hold it. Many powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm have fallen along with the universe. https:// mobile version reading URL. Chapter 5696 is the same as the god, not wanting to face the self who has lost his origin. Of course, looking at it now, that has another plan. Just Jin Wushuang doesn't know what the other party is planning. If the gods succeed, I am afraid it will be an unprecedented disaster. Sanji regained its vitality. That can't be done simply by injecting life force. Needs the root, not the infinite life force. Jin Wushuang knows this. In the future, he has enough strength to return to the temple of Qishan, and he must explore the plan of the gods. Okay, I won't bother you, but Wushuang nephew wants to go with me. I have something to arrange. Elder Mu Chan stood up, preparing to leave with Jian Wushuang. Wu Li also had no objection. After sending the two out of the house, they returned to the mansion with ambition. Using a secret teleportation formation, they left the capital directly and returned to the Wu family. Is hiding somewhere because of his backhand. Jian Wushuang followed Elder Mu Chan to the Muangfu. The two found a small courtyard with a leisurely and unique feeling, with a maid waiting there, and outside the pavilion, there was a mountain lake with a calm surface. Wushuang nephew, just tell me anything. After Elder Mu Chun waved his hand to let the maid go down, he continued, they are all about to become a family. There are some things you want to keep from Wu Li. You can tell me at any time. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and smiled. At Wu's mansion, he transmitted the sound to Elder Mu Chun and asked him to take him away from Wu's mansion. At this critical time, leaving alone, I'm afraid Wu Li would also have doubts, so he asked Mu Chun to take him out, and by the way, he was close to the other party. Go to inquire about the two emperors related to the power of death. This time, thanks to Elder Mu Chun, I really have some things that I want to fill with that uncle. Jian Wushuang compiled it carefully and Mu Chun was fascinated by it. Finally, Mu Chun did it directly. What? Have you encountered that kind of power in Outland? Mu Chun couldn't believe it. The two emperors were both found by him, so after the deduction, the female emperor told the matter. Mukin also understood what that power represents, so he was so surprised. Why, Elder Mu Chun knows too. Jin Wushuang's heart moved, and there really was something he didn't know. It depends on whether he can explode this time. Mukin took his seat again, leaning on the recliner, recalling what the Empress Fengchen had said, but he said it all without concealment. He thought Jin Wushuang knew about it, and he said it was open and bright. Jin Wushuang exclaimed, "Sure enough, I guessed it well. I'm afraid there are still people behind these two people." From Mu Chen, Jin Wushuang learned the power of death, the secret in Guyu time and space. This secret, few people know, not even some Six Tribulations realm. Only some powerful people in power know about it. The female Emperor Fengchen also learned from the ancestors of the Yu royal family. The power of death is not called the power of death in Guyu time and space. It's the power to destroy the world. When the goddess fell, there was a power to destroy the world. That time was the pinnacle of the 8 Tribulations realm of Guyu time and space, and it was also the closest they were to death. The power of destroying the world appeared. In desperation for 9 days, among the 10 places, there are 3 continents that have become relics. Only the 8-star Zongmen and some secret realms were left, and the rest were all destroyed, leaving only the ruins. For 9 days, all of them were broken. The scope and background have been greatly affected. Many people don't know why those ruins appeared, and they thought they were like that. Is actually caused by the power of destroying the world. Actually appeared several times in the follow-up, but there was no horror, and there was very little destruction. Until now, the power of extinction has completely disappeared. Sometimes someone finds the power of death in the relics of some time and space periods, but it is also surviving. Some people want to master this kind of power, but they find that they will swallow the vitality in the body just after being contaminated. If they want to get rid of it, countless vitality is needed to accumulate it. No one dared to touch this kind of power anymore. Especially those who are strong in the robbery, their vitality is inherently limited, and it is the most difficult to recover. Once they encounter the power of death, as long as they are contaminated, there is a risk of falling asleep and even falling. Jin Wushuang sighed secretly in his heart. He is in control of the existence of the power of death. Even if his strength is only half a step in the 7 Tribulations realm, he can threaten those strong in the 8 Tribulations realm. Except for the Lord of the Universe, everyone is afraid of the power of death. Even if he is the Lord of the Universe, he doesn't want to be tainted with this kind of power. This also made Jin Wushuang curious if it was really a means of extinction. The time that Naomi survived was too long. Appeared from the time of the fall of the ancient moon time and space, and then to the time and space of Mo Luo and the time and space of the primitive universe. The span is too big, plus Dongjun, Jin Wushuang, and unable to calculate. If this is the case, then extinction was once so powerful, has been metamorphosed to the present, and it is all 6 calamities. And there is hope of improvement. I am afraid it is no different from the Lord of the Universe, because he himself represents death. As long as Jin Wushuang is swallowed, the fusion of death and life may reach a new level, beyond the existence of the 9 Tribulations realm. Thinking of this, Jin Wushuang shook his head vigorously. We'll never be able to. If this were the case, it would not be the time and space of the primitive universe that would be finished. When the time comes, everyone will die. The power of extinction is a disaster in the starry sky. He must figure out where these 2 emperors obtained the power of death, otherwise he would be uncomfortable in this ancient moon time and space. On the day of goodbye, Xiexing found him again, but there was nowhere to hide. You must know that he came to Guyue time and space because of avoiding extinction. Elder Mu Chun, what will your majesty do with these 2 people? Jin Wushuang tentatively asked. Elder Mu Chun sighed and said, they were all the arrogances in the eternal realm. They are all Tianjiao in the eternal realm. It is impossible to deal with them. The overall strength of the eternal realm is much stronger than that of the Yu country. Your majesty will not offend them at this time. Eternal kingdom. Jin Wushuang nodded. That is the eternal kingdom comparable to the stone country, and the strong of the Eternal clan are notorious lunatics. Although the two emperors are not members of the Eternal race, they are the core disciples of the Eternal Kingdom, and they are also Tianjiao. The seizure cannot be too long, otherwise it will cause the other party suspicion. In the past few days, I am afraid it will be released. Empress Fengqian, but to go for the position of the saint. When the time comes, cooperation with the Eternal Kingdom is indispensable. If you offend this time, maybe she will wear small shoes. Although there is no suitable candidate for the saint in the Eternal Kingdom, it can also hinder the situation. https://mobile version reading URL. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.